Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the UK Tags National Tournament being staged here in Yorkshire at the home of the West Park Leeds Rugby Union Football Club. Welcome to the Sycamores. What a lovely name. What a lovely, bright and breezy morning. And appropriate, I say, good morning to Tournament Director Will Shepherd. Welcome back to Yorkshire, I think, for you, Will.
It is welcome back. Thank you, John. I'm very happy to be here again. And we've got what's hopefully going to turn into quite a nice day. A bit cloudy so far, but better than the players being absolutely drenched like they would have been if we'd been playing yesterday.
I say welcome to Yorkshire and to West Park Bramhope. This club here does have a great connection with Rugby Union in terms of Stuart Lancaster, the former England coach, Danny Kerr, have played here as well. But it's the first time you've ventured north.
It is. So for this tournament, it's been run 3 times now, starting in 2018, in 2019, skipping 2020, of course, and then run again last year in 2021. All 3 iterations of the tournament so far have been in London. But because this is our premier tournament for our regional sides, we wanted to expand outside of London, and we've come to Yorkshire for the first time.
Well, thank you for the invitation to me. I can honestly say it's my initiation, but I have heard one Australian accent here this morning. We're following on from the Australians, aren't we?
We absolutely are. You won't be the only Australian accent you will hear today. You'll hear quite a few Kiwi accents as well, a number of Irish, even some South Africans, I'm sure. Tag is fast becoming a very multinational game in this country.
G'day, man, and to a lot of our viewers watching around the world, maybe you know, because we are being streamed today, which we're delighted about, and we'll keep you in touch with exactly what is happening today and where you can watch this UK Tags National. Now, tell us just a little bit, Will, about the actual sport itself, because basically it's not as physical, not as Rugby League, say, or Rugby Union, but tell us exactly what Tag Rugby is.
So Tag Rugby is based off Rugby League. It started in Australia in the 90s as an off-season sport for Rugby League players to get involved in, and quickly became popular as an adult social sport, and especially in the mixed format, because of the fact that it's not as physical. There isn't the contact that you get in Rugby League. Being such a fantastic product, it very quickly spread to New Zealand, where they do have a bit of a passion for rugby. Then over to Ireland and made its way to the UK, with Tag Rugby being founded in 2009.
Tag's become quite a catchphrase for you now, and I think it's been encouraging. The growth of the sport has been amazingly quick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gone from strength to strength with every single year that's passed. Even in 2020 and 2021, following the COVID lockdowns, we actually had some of our record numbers of new players coming in as people were desperate to get involved in the social side of what we do, the community aspect that our players enjoy so much when they play in our leagues and our tournaments.
And I think the year is split into about 5 seasons, isn't it?
It is. I've never quite been sure how we managed to get 2 summer seasons in the UK climate, but we're currently in our early summer season, and towards the end of June we'll be heading into our summer season.
It's a great inclusive sport as well, because all teams are made up of 8 players. Squads consist of 12, but out on the field at any one time you'll see 8 aside, and a maximum of 4 in the mixed category. Yes.
So that's really important. As I kind of touched on the mixed aspect earlier on, it's really the bread and butter of what we do. The vast majority of our leagues and tournaments are mixed. That's what people enjoy most about it. So to ensure that there's good competition in that category, we have a maximum number of male players allowed on the pitch at any one time. And as you mentioned, that's half the team, 4 on the pitch.
So we are going to start with a Women's Open match. Later there will be Mixed Open, there will be Men's Open. Personally, I'm delighted to see that there's a Men's 40s tournament. When's the Men's 70s starting for me?
Well, I'm sure we can get it in by next year if you've got a few mates to join you in a team, John. But yeah, the Men's 40s is a brand new category for us this year. So the second thing that's new about the tournament after being in Leeds. So the men's 40s, the players, they have to turn 40 by the end of next year in line with the World Cup categories. But we've been really pleased that we've managed to get 7 regions sending teams in the 40s category for the first time ever this year.
Personally, I'm very pleased that Yorkshire is becoming quite dominant in this sport as well. A lot of teams here coming locally today, so it's great for them to see, and I'm looking forward to the first match, which kicks off in just a few minutes' time. The first match, which will be featuring the West London Wolves and the Thames Valley Titans, which is the women's match. I'm not going to ask you who's the favourite, because the tournament director can't possibly have favourites, I'm sure. Did you play this game yourself, by the way?
I do play, but I do not play anywhere near the level of the play that you will see on the pitch today. These are our top players below the international level. We'll talk a bit more about the Great Britain team as we go through the day, but this really is elite tag rugby, so not the place for me.
Well, thanks to you, I did catch some video footage of last year's event, which was staged in London, and there were some breathtaking scores, and I'm delighted to see that some of those players are here again. And the other staggering thing for me, coming from the world of amazing finance in the Premier League, of course, where players get, just about a couple of £100,000 a week, these players actually pay to come here and for their own strips.
They do. Tag rugby is still an amateur sport at the moment in this country. Obviously, we'd love for that to change as the game progresses and continues to evolve. But yes, every player you see here today, they paid for their kit that they're wearing, they paid to enter the tournament, and they paid for their train fares up here, or their coach, their accommodation over the weekend. So they're really... the sacrifices that they're making to get to this point of the game are very commendable.
I think it's great that we've got this chance to have a little chat and to inform everybody what is happening here. You may well see another match taking place in the background from time to time, because there are two matches simultaneously played here at West Park today.
Yes, so we're using all 5 of West Park's premier rugby pitches and dividing each one of them into 2, because a tag pitch is half the size of a rugby pitch. You'll see, for those of you new to the game, the amount of running that goes on in a game. You wouldn't want to be doing that on a full rugby pitch for 80 minutes. So instead today we'll be playing across the pitches for 20.
So there's no half time. Each match consists of a 20-minute duration. And no extra time, no golden points as such until it gets to the finals. But I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be quite breathtaking. And just to explain, it's just 1 point for a try, as I would call it. They don't go under the traditional posts either, but there are exceptions to that 1 point, Will.
Yes, there are. So it'll be 1 point in the in the men's and the women's categories. In the mixed category, male players score 1 point for a try. Female players score 2 points. But you'll also notice when the camera shows us the try lines, you'll see that in the middle of the try lines there's an orange bonus box. And you mentioned the posts, John. They effectively represent where the posts would be in a rugby union or rugby league match, and wherever you score underneath that, you've got a better chance of getting a conversion. So you score in a bonus box here, you get an extra point. So 2 points for male players in mixed and 3 points for female players. All sounds a bit complicated at this point, but once it happens and we talk you through it, I'm sure it will all make sense. Yeah,
and it's going to be quite a long day. A lot of matches to get through here before the finals. I think we finish somewhere 7 o'clock-ish this evening.
Yes, we do. The finals kicking off at 6:20, and the trophy presentations following that. So it's going to be a long day, but it will hopefully be one that people will find incredibly entertaining, and will encourage them, if they're not already involved in tag, to get on the pitch themselves. Give tag a try.
The teams will be led out by the referee for each match very, very shortly. One last thing before the first match, I think, well, fortunately, just behind us, there is a bar here at West Leeds, and I know the social side of this sport is of paramount importance.
It is, yes. I would say for most of the players, it's about 50% of the reason they get involved. And so obviously, immediately following COVID, when we weren't really able to go to pubs, the sport did lose something, but we've quickly regained that right now. And these teams that will put in tremendous performances on the pitch will also back that up in the bar later on, I've no doubt.
Well, the referee is out there. This is a match between West London, the West London Wolves, as the ladies' team is known, and the Thames Valley Titans. Now, they're in the dark green strip, and the West London side is in what I call black, predominantly black anyway. So we're just about ready to go, and welcome everybody again here to the UK Tags National, home of the West Park Rugby Club here in Leeds. absolutely intrigued to see how this one goes. And we are up and running for the first time in the north of England with this particular championship. And the ball is going to be picked up by the Titans now here. And we did see some absolutely breathtaking tries last year. The positions on the field might stun me for a little while, but we have middles, we have rovers, we have links, and we have wings. And the ball is about to be picked up. Now you'll see that the tag came off there. That means that that ball has to be now restarted in play.
Yes, exactly. So that tag simulates a tackle, as you would have in rugby league. And just like in league, you have 6 of those in which to score.
So we're looking for the first score of the day, but it might take a minute or two as the handover there. You're allowed 6 touches and 6 tags, and there you see she was opening up the door to get through. That was Ellie Jones, and then the ball is switched over to the left-hand side, and a lovely run here, and a brilliant dart in field, and it is the first point, and it's Emily Golvin who has gone over there, and what a great start here for the West London Wolves.
Yeah, so West London, the reigning champions in the Women's Open category, leading already by 1 point through that score by Emily Golvin. They are stacked through the team by GB players involved in both the Women's Seniors and Women's Opens categories of GB.
Now, there are no conversions, as you can see. So it's a great start from the defending champions, but that's not to say that the dark green side of the Thames Valley Titans are not capable of coming back here. Some of these players will have only been playing this, well, it's in its infancy for them still.
Yeah, there will be players here today that have started since the new year. There will be players that started since COVID, and some that have been playing now for much longer. Thames Valley's been a franchise for a good few years now, so a bit more developed than some of the others.
Good effort there from Letitia Rizan to take play forward, and then the referee decides, there we go. The ball is handed over back into the possession of West London, and this time they concentrate their attack down the right-hand side with wing. I love the name, Poppy Love. Not Poppy Love, Poppy Love.
It's a good name. Unfortunately, it's not quite worked for her there as West London lose possession. They had knocked on, but the reason that Matt Blades, the referee, is given a penalty there is that one of the West London players went to kick the ball through after knocking it on. That's considered a dangerous play when someone's reaching for the ball and tag, and is punishable by a penalty.
The initial impression is that it's very quick. It's very quick, and you know, oh, here's a lovely break. Now there is the tag coming off, as I said. They wear tags either red or green, or it could be described as a yellowy green.
Yes, yellow and orange are our general colours for tags.
Yeah. My eyesight's not that good, Will. You know, red and orange are merged to me. But this is better here from the Titans. Kick through, you can kick through, and that's a very good kick. Just goes out over the sideline, so that ball will be picked up by the number 3, Naomi Hampton. And off we go again. This time in the possession of Ellie Jones, who's made a good start to this game, as West London have. They lead. There is a scoreboard here. They lead by that first point to 0. Half a break there, made that time by Ruth Mottershead. Quite studious and a lovely run through, just the slightest of touches there. That was on Hannah Kent. Well, they've been strong down this left touchline, but there is a knock forward there, so the referee will... Referees have to be pretty fit as well, you know, you have to sort of backtrack there.
They do, yeah, because the defensive line is always 7 metres back, the referee will always be dropping back and forwards, and then as the possession changes hands, they've got to double that distance to switch over to the other side.
Emma Gover's try so far, the only one of this match. The inaugural game played here at this West Park ground. Good facilities here as well, by the way, lovely. They have 10 changing rooms, and you can see plenty of support coming from the other teams who will be in action later. A bit of a fumble there, however, and the referee will stop play with a traditional whistle.
Wait for the whistle, please, girls. Knock on goes there.
They'll need a breather before their next game, but matches, as I mentioned, are of 20 minutes duration. Knock on there, which means that the ball is handed over to the opposition, and it will be a chance here for Thames Valley to attack the opposition line. They've not got there as yet, and almost a fumble from probably the tallest player on the field of play there, Letitia Rizan. But the enthusiasm is colossal. Many of these teams were here, a couple of hours before the start just to get prepared, ready for the off. It's Rizan again. She's a dominant player at the moment for Thames Valley.
She absolutely is one of their new players this year, but doing really well so far.
And there is incentive, of course, for all these players to reach international level.
Yep, so there's a couple in the Thames Valley side. We saw Izzy Bruton wearing number 3. She kicked through when Thames Valley had their last attack.
Delicate kick through. Important to handle this one properly. There was a little knock on there. So here is a big opportunity for the Titans. They are so close to the sideline now. Goes for a solo and wasn't quite played correctly. So it will come left. They need to spread it out. And Rizan again tumbles over, spills the pass, spills the ball, and the referee has it back. There's some enthusiastic followers just on the sidelines here. Chance for the Titans once again, will be held up. That's no score. The tag was removed, and those tags hopefully are quite loose. And same again here, look. The player has to cross the line without the tag coming off. And well, they must be getting close now. I think this is the last tackle, or no tackle. It gets, as a rugby league commentator, it's difficult not to use the word tackle.
Don't worry, there's a lot of players that still call it a tackle, but you just felt there Thames Valley really needed to spread the ball wide.
Oh, a brilliant run here. That's absolutely superb. Super run.
Yeah,
from Holly Johnston.
She's one of the GB players on the West London
side.
Well,
you can see why as well. She's supported in this attack by Ellie Jones again. They do look impressive when they move the ball swiftly as they do again here now. It is reversed this time. You can see the orange tag has come off, however. So we're still underway and moving up towards the halfway line of this pitch, which is basically half the size of a normal rugby pitch. Kick through, fumble, so that ball will go back into the possession of the West London Wolves.
Yeah, it's a good kick that by Kat Lindsay, one of the leaders of this side. She's a very experienced coach as well as a player. You could see that there's the opportunity to get the knock on.
Oh, and a brilliant sidestep, and it's going to be a brilliant score as well. It's a super try. It's Naomi Hampton who's over this time, and that was a lovely score.
It was. It's something that tag players all around West London will have seen so many times before. Naomi Hampton is known for those breaks through the middle and getting crucial scores at just the right time. That was a bonus box score as well, so 2 points, meaning West London lead by 3.
You're my bonus. No question about that. But it was a lovely score and a lovely sidestep. And it's great to see. I think it's about 60%, 40% with males and females who are playing this game now.
It is, yeah, because of the fact that there is the maximum number of male players allowed on the pitch and mixed. It does keep that percentage relatively towards even.
It's a very inclusive sport is this, and later when you see the mixed version of the sport, you'll see just how inclusive and how well they do blend. How many hours training do they put in during the course of a week?
So most of the players will be playing in 2, 3, 4 leagues a week, so they'll be playing 1 40-minute game in each of those leagues. And then the national sides have also been looking to train at the weekends as well, so probably a couple of hours each time they have a training session there.
The scoreline at the moment is the West London Wolves 3, the Thames Valley Titans 0, and another break down the left. The ball knocked down, however, and off we go again. I keep saying about the referees having to be fit. He's the man in yellow. And the coaches have a big part to play too here.
They do, yeah. So each team has a coach that's been appointed, picked through a recruitment process involving the regional manager of each side. Yeah, absolutely vital to how their team performs on the pitch.
Another twist and a turn there from Naomi Hampton, who scored that second try. Remember, the first one went to Emily Gulvin. nearly another break. They look menacing. This is where they look to be the stronger side to me, and I'm very much a novice in this sport. In this final third, and another skip inside and another try, and they're running away with it now as Jade Walker crosses, and it's a brilliant start this from the defending champions.
Yeah, and you saw how quickly Jade Walker broke through that line and got away, and let me tell you, that's not even Jade Walker at full pace. She's a superstar for this team. She's actually Kat Lindsay's daughter, so it's a bit of a family affair on a pitch for West London.
So play restarts from the boot of West London. That's as they do in rugby, of course, where the side that scores gives the ball back to the opposition from the restart.
Yes, so similar to Sevens or American football as well, just to keep the changeover of possession going and both teams get chances.
Well, this was good, and it was a run down the left-hand touchline from Olivia Lampkin. And the back infield here, the ball taken in by Izzy Bruton. They're very enthusiastic despite the fact that they are trailing at the moment. And you can see it is 4-0 from our caption at the top of the screen. And we are about halfway through this match. Some of them must be exhausted already, I would imagine, because it's very non-stop.
It is. There's just really no respite. As soon as you get through a set of attack, you're immediately tracking back to defend. There's never really a chance to have a break unless you've got a good number of subs.
That one sat up very nicely for Hannah Kent, who quickly moved it on to Ellie Jones. Just another point to Will. I think it's good that we make these points in our first look at the sport, and that is that the try has to be scored either direct or coming in from the side. You can't score coming in from the back.
Yes, so that's referring to the bonus box. Has to be in from the front or the side. A bit like not running over the dead ball line in Union or League.
I think you like sevens as well.
I do, yes.
Oh, another brilliant break here. They are on song at the moment, the champions. Was she touched there? Did she lose the tag? Yes, she did. It was a rather desperate challenge, but it was a successful one from the Titans. It was very necessary. Otherwise, they were going to be further in arrears. They might yet be as well. And the referee's whistle has gone for a penalty.
Yeah, so I think he's given a penalty there for the jump. Hannah Kent, she tried to evade the tag, and she raised the height of them, which you're not allowed to do. And again, that's one that's on safety grounds.
The Titans are plucky, they keep going and they keep trying to get forward. Another point, there are players waiting to come on, so although there are 8 players out there at the moment, there are substitutions allowed any time. Replacements, substitutions, call them which you want.
Yes, rolling subs throughout the match and an unlimited number of them. The key is just not to sub when you're defending.
Oh, I love this, I love this. And there was going to be support from the try scorer Emily Goulden there. She wasn't required in the end, but they are closer and closer to that try line once more, and it should be a touchdown in the corner. I think the referee's ruled a forward pass, hasn't he?
Unlucky for West London there. That was a beautifully worked chance, starting from Kat Lindsay's punch up the middle towards the bonus box. Because of where the knock-on was, Thames Valley are allowed to bring that ball out 10 metres before they play it.
Wow, I am glad you're here. It just looked a forward pass from the angle that we're at in my defence.
Yeah, no, so it absolutely was, and just happy to clarify on any of the rules as they come up through the day.
Well, it's new to many of us, and I hope the people watching are enjoying the coverage here, because it's something new to me, but it's very impressive. And this is another score. Yes, the referee awards the score. It's Ellie Jones this time who's got the final touchdown.
It is, and that means 4 different scorers for the 4 tries so far for West London, which shows what a team effort it is from this outfit.
The referee always informs you of the score, hopefully. He's there to determine whether it's a 1-pointer or a 2-pointer. We could even have 3-pointers later in the day.
We could do, yes, in the mixed format. If a woman scores in the bonus box, 3 points are available.
It's 5-0 at the moment to the dominant side.
Thank you. Go on.
So But the underdogs have given a pretty good account of themselves.
They have, yeah. It's unfortunate, really, for them. They've come up against the champions in their first game. I think they have a real promise that hopefully they'll get a chance to show in some of their later games.
Yeah, it's such a fillip, isn't it, for any side to get a point at least on the board, not to be nilled.
Yes. It's what we'd like to see from Thames Valley now as they go right.
Oh, that one lobbed up back into their hands, but the referee's raised arms mean that you have to restart with the tap back. Little chip through, which doesn't quite work, but will be picked up in what I would call a full back position there by Holly Johnston.
Yeah, we often refer to them as sweepers in tag, but essentially it's the exact same thing.
We'll go from right to left via the hands of Hannah Kent, who's been very prominent so far, and this is another good gallop down the right touchline. Holly Johnston is equally impressive, and then it's infield to Naomi Hampton. I do like the good big numbers, by the way, on the backs. That does help, and this is a lovely handling move.
So we can't play on from the contact.
It was an infringement.
Into West London. London ball, orange ball. Okay, we just can't
It
play on
was,
that.
so it's a contact penalty against Thames Valley, meaning they will have to march back 10 metres with the referee.
Right, yeah, not allowed the contact. That's why the penalty was awarded.
Go on.
And we're past the halfway point of the match. Just to reiterate, matches consist of one 20-minute section and another score down this right-hand side. Holly Johnston, another try scorer.
Yep, 5th name on the score sheet already for West London. It's going to be hard to pick a top scorer from this team through the day.
I hope we don't have to use player of the matches.
What was nice to see, though, with that move was started really by Holly Johnston with a couple of spins down this right-hand touchline and culminated with her scoring on that same side a few phases later.
So the only 2-pointer was the try scored by Hampton. Naomi Hampton. Very good pronounceable names as well in this team. I was at, let's see what happens here. I was at Batley Rugby League Club during the week when they played Lee, and Batley of the Lee Centurions have a lot of Fijians and Western Samoans with very long names. Not too bad here today. I'm good on the Yorkshire names, by the way, Will.
I don't doubt that.
It's an incorrect play the ball, it's a changeover.
Here's another opportunity, but will be the Titans who get the match underway again with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, girls.
It's going to be no added time, as we say, until the finals. That can happen. 4 finals to be played later in the day, and I would imagine the over 40s are delighted that the duration of their matches is just 15 and not 20 minutes.
Yes, they were very pleased when we made that announcement.
Another opportunity here, but just went too far. Tried to get an overhead pass away. I'll bring Will in again in a second just to explain about the kicking rules, but let's just see if they can add another score here, the Wolves, before we get to that 20-minute mark. This is good width to the attack and a touchdown there, which the referee says no, it wasn't a touchdown yet because they were so close, but the tag did come off, which was the intention of the defending side. But an opportunity for Wolves to add to this considerable scoreline. And a touch in field and then a drop ball, so they've missed an opportunity. Just explain about the kicking rule, Will.
Yeah, so any player can kick at any point in the game. The kick must just stay below shoulder height of the referee until after it has bounced, and it cannot be a drop kick.
There's going to be one last opportunity, you feel, here for the West London Wolves to cement this victory, which it is certainly going to be. And they are still in a pretty good position to add to this 7-0 scoreline, with the ball going through the hands, and not quite. Good defending there from the Titans.
Yeah, one of their best patches of the game so far, you have to say.
Well, they've not tired, have they? Oh, it's going through the hands nicely here from left to right. Not long remaining in the match now. Just under a couple of minutes remaining as the ball is going right to left this time. And I think they have made it. They have indeed made it over the try line, and it's Hannah Kent. 6 different scorers now, Will.
Fantastic stuff from West London, and really well worked there. They'd had a couple of sets of phases where they just kept going 5 metres out from the Thames Valley line, and the Titans had kept on repelling them. Eventually, though, Hannah Kent twisting and turning and sliding her way through for the score.
Plenty of one-pointers, just one two-pointer. But victory emphatic, I think you have to say, for the West London Wolves here. Thames Valley Titans unable to get on the scoreboard, and it's not long before we will hear that final whistle. And then we'll be looking for the first match in the mixed coming up. You hardly notice the substitutions when they take place.
No, you don't. They're seamless, and that's the really important thing for the teams.
Well, that's the end of the first, the opening game here at West Park Bramhope in Leeds, with the West London Wolves, the defending champions, scoring a resounding victory over Thames Valley Titans by 7 points to 0. And the different try scorers here, they really did rattle off the tries. The first one was from Emily Goulvin. The second one came from Naomi Hampton. And the next onto the score sheet as they passed the ball around well was Jade Walker. Ellie Jones was prominent throughout this fixture. She got the fourth different name on the try sheet. There was Holly Johnston figuring next, and then completing a 7-0 whitewash with the last score was Hannah Kent. So I really enjoyed that first glimpse. We'll be moving on now into the next game, which is in the mixed category. It's a Pool 2 match because we have separate pools here. And this will bring together the Bristol Brabazons and the East London Conger Eels. I can hardly wait.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see our first game in the mixed category. But just a moment on the women's there. That's absolutely the start that West London will have been after. They'll be delighted with that one. And I think we may well see them feature later on in the knockout phases of the competition.
Well, as I said, it's a bright and breezy day here. But I would have thought that not bad conditions at all for playing this sport.
No, it's really a perfect day. I mean, obviously, we all love a tournament that takes place in a blazing sunshine. But these players will have to be going through something around the region of 120 minutes of tag through the day today. And if you're doing that in boiling hot conditions under a baking sun, you are going to be struggling when it gets to the big games at the end.
Any thoughts on this next match as to who might be the favourites?
East London historically have been a very strong side. They won the men's category last year. This is their second mixed side. So they've entered 2 teams into the mixed competition, and this is their second. Bristol, now they have developed year on year since they set up their franchise, and have improved their performances at nationals as a result. So they will be coming here with a good amount of confidence. And I think we could potentially see our first region taking a scalp over a London one in the competition so far.
East London play in a blue and white strip, and Bristol mixed play in a light blue, but they're pretty easily identifiable as the teams have a little huddle, the traditional huddle in every sport, I think now. Even if it was ice hockey, they'd have a huddle.
I think so. It's definitely part of the sporting landscape. So some players to note on the Bristol side. Emily Codd in number 1. She's wearing the white sleeves as well. She captained the Great Britain Mixed Open side in the British and Irish Cup last October out in Limerick. So she will certainly be one of the spearheads of the Bristol attack. While Tom Newsom, number 7, also a particularly handy player for Bristol, who's also been involved in a national setup.
However, splendidly named Angus O'Donovan as well, but an Irish spelling of Angus, but I'm told that's still the right way to pronounce it. So just about, you can see how quickly it is, the rotation between matches and between categories here. And just saying that they are spread into different pools as well.
Yes, they are. So similar to a sevens competition, we start off in a pool phase that decides the rankings and the seedings for knockouts as we progress through the afternoon.
So this is the category where I said that there is a maximum of 4 male players allowed amongst the 8 in the starting lineup.
Okay, make sure when you're not on, you're not chest.
Yeah, so one of the things that Matt Blades, the referee, will be doing is checking not only are there 8 players on the pitch, but that we have the correct split. A team could, of course, play with 5 female players or even 6 or 7 on the pitch at any one
yeah,
time,
side entrance,
but
but
a
no
maximum of 4 male.
There is one Bristol player I'm looking forward in particular to seeing here. His name is George Hargreaves, and from looking at the video you sent me yesterday, he scored probably the try of the tournament last year.
Yeah, it was a sensational effort, wasn't it? So let's hope that we get another of those as we kick off here today.
And it was George who kicked off, and he's wearing a trilby.
Yep, that's going to make it so much easier for us to identify him through the day and for his fans to be able to spot him on the highlight packages later on.
By George, as we would say. Anyway, the ball is in the possession at the moment of the East London side. We'll gradually get to identify the players as the match proceeds. And there was an infringement, I think, which the referee has spotted.
Yeah, that could be a key moment. The fact that East London had the ball first and they coughed it up.
So the opportunity here then for Bristol. It'll move towards Hargreaves, who picks it up now, and off he goes. Here he goes. He's got a mesmerising run. He must have heard what I said. It's George Hargreaves again. Ditto. Anything he could do last year, he could do this year too.
Absolutely. Clearly, he's lost none of his agility from last October. That was, it all came from just the, you'll see it now on the replay, just an excellent flick of the hips as he spots the gap, changes the position. Nish can't make the tag, and straight through for the first score in the bonus box.
Well done, George. He's man of the match. Only joking. There's a long time to go. And I wonder if the players do count down. Here's another very identifiable player coming through here for the East London. They're known as the Electric Eels.
These ones are the Conga
Eels. Yeah, I was just looking. We've got Electric Eels, Conga Eels, and Seals coming on later as well.
Yes, we'll have some Seals later.
This is much better. Good response here from East London, romping down the touchline.
Go on.
Robert Murch.
Okay, penalty, yellow ball.
So that penalty there, the 2 defenders, as they both tried to make the tag from opposite sides, they closed the gap that the attacker must be allowed to run through, and it's actually led to our first sin bin of the tournament. Emily Codd has her tags removed by Blades and has to spend a couple of minutes on the sideline.
Go on.
All right, so that is another of the rules explained for us by Tournament Director Will Shepherd there, which we're very, very grateful for. But this is a promising situation now, and the ball is just touched to the right there. You see it went from male to female very sharply, in unison, and there is a try in the corner, I do believe. Yeah.
Try that.
Hard to see on our monitor with the light here, but there was the scorer, and here is the replay.
Score is 1-2. So, Simbin player, can you go down to the bonus box on that top end? I'll call you when the bin's over.
Bonus?
Bonus box.
So just a single point there, but I think Blades was asking Codd to go and stand in the bonus box of East London so that he could see exactly where she is and call her on when her sin bin is up.
That is a good kick, hard and low, and trapped by the foot there of the Bristol player.
Palmer, very experienced head on the Bristol side, and knew that he had to pick it up after kicking it forwards, otherwise it would have been an offside penalty against Bristol in a very promising position.
Yeah, Sam Palmer, as you say, very experienced, wearing number 9 for the Bristol side, the Bristol mixed side.
Beautiful interlinking play there from the Bristol team. So they've gone right to left and gained about 20 metres on the one phase.
There's Hargreaves, switching the ball to his left to Florence Hyde. He has hands on the ball again here now at the restart, and Hargreaves, he wants to be involved, doesn't he? And well, a kick, I'm not quite sure what was in his mind there.
No, that's not the involvement he would have wanted. That kick, as we saw, went over the shoulder height of the referee, and therefore East London regained possession with a roll ball as Emily Codd returns to the field, and we're back to 8-8. That lost Bristol 1 point, but they still lead 2-1.
Okay, so that's going to be a Bristol ball for the contact. Okay, he's already in position, he's running. Okay.
So Blaze's decision there is that the East London player had run into Hargreaves, thus giving them a penalty for contact, taking great advantage of up the right-hand side.
Yeah, very close to getting another score here. Hargreaves, clever switch there, he turned his back and with the ball, of course, and enabled him to squeeze the pass away, and this is looking promising. It's Hargreaves again. Don't think they're going to stop him. It's Hargreaves' day, and it's a double for George.
Yes, so after our previous game where it was different scorers every time for West London, we've seen Hargreaves get both of Bristol's and both of them the maximum 2 points that he could get as a male player on a pitch, meaning it's a 4-1 lead now to Bristol.
That makes such a difference, doesn't it?
2 points. Score is 4-1. Stay behind.
And you probably heard the referee shouting out the score. The players might get confused as well, of course, as to whether there's been a bonus or not, depending on their view at the time.
Yes, exactly. The referee has to be the arbiter of whether the ball was grounded in the box or not, and to keep the players informed. We don't have an electronic scoreboard for the players to refer to at this level.
3 there. Go 3.
Substitutions have been made already. As I said earlier to Will, it's not always easy to spot players coming and going because your focus is very much on where the ball is, as it is now, and it is kicked through, and that's gained a good 20 or 30 yards, and it puts the pressure back on Bristol there. They've got to run it out, and there will certainly be a tag there. The orange tag pulled away again, as you can see. I jokingly said to you yesterday, Will, when we were sort of having a chat about all the rules here, how hard are those tags tucked in?
Yes, so they held on by pretty much a 2 by 2 centimetre square of Velcro. 2 centimetres underdoing it, but about 5 by 5. So not very firmly attached, but sometimes you will see them slip through the defender's fingers.
Good possession there. It was retained for the Bristol side by Tom Parodi in supporting Emily Codd as well. Good kick through. If he picks up here, it's a knock on, and the ball will be handed over for the restart.
That was a tremendous attacking kick, and Bristol will be kicking themselves that they weren't able to regather the ball and continue on up the field.
Go on.
It's funny to me, it might not be to you and it might not be to the scorer. I've just realised why I couldn't identify the scorer of the try for East London, because wearing I think it's some sort of a veil which covers up the number on the back. That was confusing for the commentator.
Okay, penalty, yellow ball, contact. You've got a player in front.
I believe it's Josh Clark, number 8 for East London.
Thank you.
Go 0. Okay. Go 0.
Oh, here's a good response, and I thought he was going to go all the way there. Instead, it's a switch to the right hand, and then a lovely dart in field as well. I was talking about the fitness levels earlier. You've got to be very fit. There was just the slightest of touches and a knock on there.
Change over to 10 out. They are. Bring it up, number 1 with 12. Goes there. 2, 2, 2. Thank you. Play up. 1 there.
Strong break from Emily Codd. Gets Bristol out of their dangerous territory.
Just the slightest of touches there. You only have to touch that tag and it comes out. We were talking about how firmly fixed in they are. Well, there'll be a pullback here, because that's a good example of what I was saying, that there was just the merest of touches which pulled out the orange tag. You can see how much they're actually enjoying themselves here. I think that's the beauty of this sport, really, that they are playing rugby, but a different type to the traditional type, but it's such an enjoyable, and I'm using that word, inclusive sport again.
It is. It's so much more inclusive and welcoming than some codes of rugby can be. and that really is the selling point for tag as much as anything.
Well, there's a play on there because the ball came off the opposition and went back into the possession of Bristol, and they were able to continue the move forward, and they are still in a pretty good position here with the Florence Hyde initially darting towards that try line and then playing the ball back and doing so in a legal fashion. You have to play the ball back properly, as they do in all sports, and that's a good take as well. Very good take indeed from the number one.
Oh, an excellent little kick and regather, and the try is going to be given there. Got a number 14 on his back.
Okay,
not
that's definitely going to confuse me because my numbers run out at 12.
I would suggest he might have forgotten his kit and brought one from a previous year from the looks of it. But it was an excellent try. Unfortunately, we can't put a name to it.
Man of mystery. But number 14 will do. Oh, here's a charge over. It's unfortunate because the whistle has gone again. So no advance from Roper.
Advantage involved. Okay, bring it back, Kate. Just take a couple steps back.
So a 4-1 advantage still for the Bristol Brabazons. Any news behind the term Brabazons as to why they were known as that?
Well, I didn't know what a Brabazon was, but I hear that it's a type of large plane that was either built in Bristol or was named Bristol.
Yeah, I think you've just confirmed my suspicions. I am old enough to remember the Brabazon. It's a rather big and hefty plane from what I remember. A long time ago. This is Hargreaves once again. He's the only player wearing a trilby out there, I have to say. No rules against that?
No, we might see a few more players in bucket hats as the day goes on. The only rule around hats is that if it has a peak, the peak has to be facing backwards. Again, just a safety thing.
Wow, you are a font of knowledge. Again, Bristol in the ascendancy with Florence Hyde once again. Hargreaves and Hyde, a pretty good combination there down the middle. You were talking about middles in this sport. Rights and lefts.
Yes, so the middles are effectively playing in a sort of fly half position that you would have in Union or League, bossing the plays, calling their attack and calling their defence.
There you see the traditional rugby posts. We are situated in our commentary position here behind the posts in Brammer. We're on the outskirts of Leeds here, but it's a very strong rugby area. The Leeds Rhinos were delighted to pick up a couple of points last night in the Super League with a victory over Wakefield Trinity Wildcats.
They were a good West Yorkshire derby, that one, and I can attest, having been staying in Headingley last night, that the atmosphere was definitely good for that one.
Oh, it's a great place to be. And the cricket was on there yesterday as well, and Yorkshire had a pretty good day against Warwickshire, another of the sports we enjoy in this part of the world. And Bristol are still in the ascendancy in a good looking move here. It was featuring Tom Newsom. Referee's whistle going 2 times, 3 times. The ball is worked out left. Seems to be a stray whistle, I thought, there for a moment. They carried on playing. Let's hope we haven't got another whistle where we don't require one. This is Hargreaves. Whenever he sees the try line, he's off and running, isn't he? He's got the ball inside this time, though, and that looked pretty good to me, and it looks pretty good to the referee as well. And we can reveal that this was Alexandra Sims.
Yeah, so her first score of the day. George Hargreaves is letting a few of his teammates get over the line as well as him. And that takes things to 7-1, because that was a 2-pointer with Sims being one of the female players for Bristol.
Yes, just to re-emphasise that if a female player scores in the mixed version of this sport, it is worth 2 points. So I won't call it a drubbing, it's far from that, but we've about 6.5 minutes to go. Is this a sort of a typical score, would you say?
The scores do come thick and fast. I think we'll see as the day goes on and the teams get a bit more evenly matched, that the scores will probably be hovering around the 5-7 point mark, but to both teams rather than the one-sided nature we've seen so far.
That was much better from East London.
5, fifth and last. Go 5. Kick, he's onside.
I've got to ask you another tricky. Oh, this might be a score. A lovely kick through. And no, it's play brought back.
With me.
Yes, unfortunately for East London there, the kick just a little bit too heavy. It bounced over the try line, which also acts as our dead ball line. Bristol take over, and they're straight up the field.
Yeah, just to emphasise, there is only one line here in tags rugby.
On the ground. Go two.
The men and the women combining nicely there. That was a combination between Hargreaves and Emily Codd. Ball lost, however. And the chance still existing for the East London side to add to that 1 point they've got from the try which was over on the far side from where we are. But they've got good possession here now. The ball is turned back to Phil Moran. Forward pass shouted. I can tell you that because I can hear the referee. He's in quite close proximity to us here. But nice facilities at Bramhope. And I'm going to ask you in a moment how you came to choose this venue, because as you say, it's normally predominantly in London. Oh, great run here, lovely sidestep, and another one as well. This is going to be a spectacular score, is it? Yes, I think the tag is intact, and it's all eyes on the referee. Not quite, he just got tagged before the try line, but that was a very impressive run again from Tom Parodi. And now they dive over across in the left-hand side, but not with the ball. You do have to have the ball, that is a prerequisite. Again, I heard a whistle from somewhere, but not from this particular pitch. We do have matches going on two pitches here in Leeds. This one is back again, and there will be support arriving. And there is the touchdown. It is another score here for Bristol. Is that number 14
That's
again? He's making a name for himself. The mystery man. Can we caption him, the mystery man?
Scoring 8-1 to Bristol.
Only a one-pointer.
Just the 1 point there.
Stay behind.
Still a very emphatic scoreline as Bristol kick off. It's wonderful that this sport produces so much variety in terms of, we love our rugby league up here, as you know, or I do in particular. I cover a lot of the championship matches, but you know, rugby union is strong in this part of the world as well. You've already mentioned sevens, and here we're having our first glimpse in this part of the world of the tags game.
Yeah, so it's definitely a hotbed of rugby on all codes up in Yorkshire, and we want to make sure tag is very much on that landscape.
3 minutes to go, and at least both sides have registered in this match, unlike the first game, which ended in a victory for the West London Wolves women's team against the Thames Valley Titans. They won that, did West London, the defending champions, by 7 points to 0. And they might just have another opportunity to score another try. Bristol Bravazans, who look pretty good to me. They've got some strong players, none stronger than Hargreaves there, the number 5. It's across here to Lily Evie. But handover completed. And that was another impressive dart by the scorer of the 1 point that's been registered by East London. And as you said, that was Kirby Roper.
Josh Clark.
Not properly taken, so the referee there making sure that the restart is a legal one. Waste up a couple of seconds for the opposition as well, which they would welcome at this late stage of the day. We kicked off our first match at 11:15 this morning. As I repeat again, matches of 20 minutes duration. There is Roper, and the ball eludes the hands. Joshua Clark, the try scorer for East London. Conger Eels, I mustn't confuse my Conger Eels and my Electric Eels.
I'm not sure I'd know the difference if I met either of them face to face, I have to say.
Well, they're finishing strongly here. And the ball is in the hands of East London here. Clark this time.
Okay, tag four, okay. It's momentum that's taking her over, not a dive. Go for it, that's fine.
From left to right it goes.
5, fifth and
Not
last.
quite, but the hand of the referee's raised, so it means it's the last tag here. So they need something special. I think the tag will be completed, but no, they've still got the opportunity to register with a long ball out here to Clark, and not a score. There's this one though.
It's getting a bit scrappy and desperate here from East London. We did see a nice pass from Kyle Nish over to the side there, but East London struggling to get themselves on the board.
So near, aren't they? So close, and you have to be very alert and you have to be hawk-eyed to see whether they have managed to complete the touchdown or not, with the tags coming off. Well, that's a fumble which we can all see, unfortunately, and we are approaching the full-time whistle here, and it's another comprehensive scoreline. It's going to be a victory for Bristol. Referee says play on, and then he blows the final whistle. So Bristol Browazons have defeated East London by 8 points to 1, and that is more than comprehensive, and you have to say that was thoroughly deserved. And once again, George Hargreaves, perhaps the star turn with those two scores.
Yeah, he really set the tone for the match, darting through the middle for 2 crucial bonus box scores to begin it. And although East London struck back with that 1 point through Joshua Clark, they were just no match really for Bristol as the game wore on.
You've picked it up, you've tapped it, you've run away with it. So it just goes down.
It was the
Well, I promise you there'll be no bias, but the next match is a women's game in Pool 2, and that's between the Yorkshire Roses blue, and I emphasise the blue because there's also a Yorkshire Roses white here today. So this is Yorkshire Roses blue against the Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes. That's coming up next.
Okay, so we're about to see our first appearance of the Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes in this year's tournament. And we are very lucky to be joined by Troy Perkins, Regional Manager for Coventry and Warwickshire, and also one of the licence owners. Troy, tell us a little bit about how your region's been getting on as they've prepared for this tournament this year.
Yeah, I think after last year's performances, when we knew we needed to be better, the players have taken a lot of ownership this year and trained really hard in preparation for this tournament. The female team that's playing now, they were only able to score 1 try in the whole of last last year's tournament. So I'm expecting a lot better from them today. They're really up for it, and hopefully they can show everyone what they've been working on the last 6 months since the last tournament.
Delighted to have you with us, Troy. That's a very good English accent you've developed these days.
Yeah, from Sydney, and know OzTag very well, which is what Tri-Tag Rugby is based on. So yeah, loved playing it growing up. So know all about tag rugby and love the game.
Do you still play tag rugby?
I don't. I'm too busy refereeing and managing the Knights, but I'll play the odd occasion, but generally refereeing's what I do now.
You're too young to qualify for the over 40s, I'm sure.
I qualify easily.
I love the strip, by the way. It's a lovely strip that the Coventry and Warwickshire side have, orange and white, and they're up against the Yorkshire team in blue, Yorkshire women's blue, as I say.
Yeah, and I think it's good that we've got Troy here to provide some balance on commentary, because I imagine we'll see and hear quite a bit of support for the Yorkshire team around the sidelines.
Yeah, and I believe Sheffield are going to be involved as well before too long.
Yes, so we started up in Sheffield, started a licence up there last year. Teams don't have to, or regions don't have to enter nationals in their first couple of years until they've got their leagues entrenched and developed their players a bit. Then they join into the Tag Nationals tournament. So yeah, hopefully Sheffield hosting their own team next year.
So the Yorkshire Roses blue are already having to defend. And one thing's for sure, Troy, you'll be able to help me out with the identification from your team.
Yeah, that's Cheryl Stanley that's just tripped the girl there. She's an Irish girl that's started when we first started playing a few years ago and plays a couple of times a week.
Kick off here from Daisy Mankey. Do you get as much enjoyment with the women's game as well as the men's and the mixed?
Yeah, I definitely do. You know, I think the girls are just as keen.
Well, there's a brilliant interception, and it's going to be a Yorkshire score, the first of the day. And this is Louise Bates who's gone over.
It was, yeah. And hopefully our viewers at home could hear the support as she went over there. Certainly the loudest cheer of the day that we've had. And just a bit of a poacher's score. Coventry making the error around centre field, and Yorkshire wasting no time in getting over the line.
Okay.
And I jokingly said I'd have no problem with the Yorkshire names, and Bates is a pretty good one.
One retreat.
The wind is whipping up in West Yorkshire, I have to say. That's where we are, in the heart of West Yorkshire as well. And, some great rugby played around here, not just from Leeds, of course, but from the likes of Bradford and Halifax and Huddersfield and Wakefield, who I mentioned earlier. And, of course, a week today, it's the Rugby League Challenge Cup final at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for the first time ever, moved away from Wembley. And very much looking forward there to seeing the Wigan Warriors playing the Huddersfield Giants. And also in that day, Featherstone Rovers will be competing against the Lee Centurions in the 1895 Cup. A little plug for that. But here, very much today, it is tag rugby, which is the centre of attraction. Referee's whistle goes.
Wigan and Lee are two places that we do run leagues. Wigan has their own couple of teams in the competition here today, and the Wigan licence has recently opened a league in Lee. So hotbeds of rugby league, and hopefully soon to become hotbeds of tag rugby as well.
And you've not missed any action while we were just discussing that. And I think I've also time to mention, Will, that Edinburgh is suddenly coming to the fore.
Yes, Edinburgh North, our newest licence, set up as we went into our early summer season this year. We've gone north of the border, and it's got off to a great start. Huge numbers signing up for their first league there.
Penalty for Coventry and Warwickshire. You've yet got to get into the opposition half, Troy.
No, that's what I was just about to say. So hopefully we can get in there now and see what we can come up with. Just look a bit started at the moment. We're playing too laterally. Someone's got to go straight and take the meters. Great.
Oh, this is more enterprise. You seemed absolutely stunned there, was wondering whether the tag had come off or not. I suppose it's possible you don't always notice.
No, you don't. You don't always hear it come off. And Leona's made a good run there. She plays contact rugby for Old Lemontonians, and she played tag first and then ventured into the contact game as well. So she now plays both.
Yeah, Rachel Bruff involved, and then the ball is swung across by Leonie Hines.
It went back Backwards bounce forwards. Tag 4.
Bringing the ball, Cheryl Stanley.
Back 2.
How long have you been over here?
So I've been here nearly 20 years now, so a long time. Played rugby league in France with Toulouse and Catlins, and then made my way to England. Just here for the weather.
I was going to say it's warmer here. Much
South,
warmer here.
South of France to Coventry, no comparison.
You don't miss Manly Beach.
No, not at all.
Well, the ball is back in the possession of the Yorkshire Roses, the women's blue. I'll say there's a women's white team in as well later on. So showing the strength here in Yorkshire. This is the third match of the day on this particular field.
Been a good defensive set so far from Coventry and Warwickshire.
Nice little turn in there from Freya Wild. The kick through, it's a short kick, that's okay, but it is picked up by Coventry and Warwickshire. Katrina McHenry.
Yeah, she's played in our league for a long time, probably one of the older ladies in the squad, but she's very energetic and does her job really well.
Yeah, and a burst from Miriam Thompson as well. I've got to ask you in a moment how long some of these girls have been playing the sport. Girls, ladies, women, whatever we have to call them these days. But it is a good attack, and this is the best attack so far. And it was led there by Cheryl Stanley.
Yeah, they've all played between 1 and 2 years. I don't think there's anyone out there that played in our original league in Coventry. But they've all been super keen to learn, and a lot of them actually playing an all-ladies team in a mixed league on a Tuesday night in Leamington. So they play in a mixed team on a Thursday, but they've come and played as a female team on a Tuesday, just to take some more ownership, where they've got to do the kicking, they've got to do the ball playing, because there's no males there to rely on.
Tag 6, roll to blue.
Will, is there an explosion of the sport as much in the women's game as in the men's, or even more?
I would say arguably it's been even more positive in the women's game than we've seen in the men's. Fantastic numbers in all three forms of the game. The women's sides, there were more of them in this nationals tournament than there are the men's open side. So
great play here out wide.
Yeah, very good indeed. The ball is in the hands of Rashina. Ray or Ray? Ray?
Ray.
Yeah, got to get it right. This is much better from Coventry and Warwickshire.
Starting to build a little bit of pressure, put a bit of pressure on the Yorkshire defence.
Yeah, substitution being made with Francine Woolley coming on for her first appearance here in Bramhope.
She's not frightened to play with the ball either here.
Yeah, good chance. So close, but
number 9, offside.
Offside given, so
Marked here on the
big
line.
opportunity for Coventry and Warwickshire to get on the scoreboard. They do trail to that Bates try for Yorkshire,
1 on the
but
line.
they may not be trailing much longer.
Advantage offside.
Left to right, make sure you're not offside. The word from
Very
the
unlucky.
very unlucky there. Yeah.
2 points.
You're
too.
wincing.
Captain yellow. Blue, sorry. So we don't have time for you to keep going offside.
Stern
all
words
game.
from
Next
the
one is right,
referee.
to go in the bin. Get it
You can
right.
have male
When
or
there's hands
female
on, so you can
referees.
break.
That's right. Yeah, we've got a couple of female referees in our
Number 10,
leagues, and
offside, penalty orange. Penalty to orange.
Well, there was a big opportunity to spurn that, really, wasn't it? But they're still here. They're knocking at the door once again.
1 on the line.
The ball was in the hands of Kate Mapstone.
Play on.
They really do need a score.
2 on the line.
2 on the line. Oh, they're wriggling and writhing, but they're not getting very far. They've not really made any advancement yet, as they would have hoped, and still they're short.
they need to be a bit deeper, I think. They're very flat.
Yeah, a bit more craft required, maybe. And then a spilled pass, and the opportunity was knocking, and it's gone.
Yeah, plenty of pressure there, but didn't come away with any points, unfortunately.
Tag 1.
Then the
retreat.
danger is you get caught on a break.
Yeah.
Backwards, play on.
Frustrating game for coaches. As regional manager, what is your main focus, Troy?
Well, focusing on getting people playing, really, and building our leagues. We've got 18 teams that play on a Thursday night in Leamington, 9 teams that play on a Tuesday night in Leamington, and 8 teams that play in Coventry. So we have probably 400 plus people play every week, which is fantastic for us. Our franchise is only about 4 years old, and haven't missed obviously a lot of time through COVID as well. But it's great to see players playing at the next level out there at the moment, get the opportunity to represent our region.
And that's lovely play to go right to the left wing.
Yeah, Jess Arrowsmith there. She's a fantastic player. Plays for a team called the Spring Onions on a Thursday night.
Spring Onions.
They play in green and everything.
Well, let's hope they don't leak any more tries. Anyway, they're coming again. He had a very purposeful run indeed. That was Cheryl Stanley.
It's got to be a bit smarter and look where the space is. And that's not smart.
No. I asked you the question earlier about the women's explosion, because it's generally worldwide, I think, in sport. There is so much more women's sport on television in particular. Football, cricket and rugby.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing a rightful revolution taking place in women's sport, and tag rugby is no different. Fantastic product on offer. As we see Yorkshire breaking
There's a big chance here for Yorkshire on that far side. It's going to be another score for them. Yes, it was a lovely move, and the try scorer is Katie Dinsdale.
Yorkshire leads 2-0.
A great try against the run of play, really. From my point of view, I think we just lacked a bit of patience and direction attacking the Yorkshire line for so long, and very disappointing not to come away with points, because it could have been a drawn game at that point. But unfortunately, Yorkshire, fantastic going out on the left-hand side. Big break, nice offload for the try.
Yeah, 2-0. As somebody who has admitted, it's my initiation, does sometimes players spurn the opportunity of getting a 2-pointer rather than a 1. It seems to me there was a clear break. They might well have gone into the 2-point zone.
Yes, she could have angled her run in and headed for the bonus box. But one of the things I think the coaches will have said to the teams is take the scores when they are on offer. Don't gamble when you can make sure you nail a point on. We do often see in the mixed game, points go begging when male players pass to female players under pressure, and the ball gets dropped and no points are scored.
I think, Troy, as in any sport, mental toughness is important here. Okay, you're behind, but you're only 2 points behind, and you've got to just stick at it.
Yeah, that's what happens. Some teams, when they go behind, tend to chase the game and force passes that aren't on. I don't think they need to at the moment. I think they just got to get up that field and play safe, and then start to play a bit more expansive in the final 20 metres. I like the ball handling that's been on offer for our team, but just there, I think our kicking has let us down a bit. We've kicked up above shoulder high. We've not kicked the ball cleanly there, which has put ourselves under a bit of pressure.
Yes, that comment is typified by that moment there where the kick through wasn't a proper one, and it's handed the initiative back, but the ball is in the hands of Coventry and Warwickshire now. You mentioned Leamington as well. That's a growth area.
Yeah, Leamington Spa are a thriving area just outside Coventry, but an area full of sort of a younger age group, plenty of young professionals, which is very suitable for tag rugby.
Long throw, but the ball goes into the hands of one of the spectators down here in Bramhope.
That's what I said. We don't have to force passes chasing the game, and that's what they've done in that passage there.
I mentioned that we're on the outskirts of Leeds. We're only 3 or 4 miles from the city centre. And if you head in the other direction, you end up in Harrogate, which is a lovely place, Will.
It is a lovely place. Somewhere I've got quite a bit of family and spent the night on Thursday. Beautiful part of the world.
Yorkshire again in a menacing position down that left touchline with Nat Bell. And they're making the game look easy at times. They've crossed twice here through Bates and through Dinsdale, and they're looking for a third score of the afternoon. We're into the afternoon session here now. And then the finals much later in the day. Presentations of shields, and I wonder whether the Yorkshire White Roses, the blue team, will be figuring in that presentation. A long way away from that, but here is a big opportunity of another score, and the touchdown there was from Rachel Livingston.
Yeah, one of
just
getting away from you a bit.
One of your
good try there. They went wide. Our defenders, there was no communication there, and the girls slipped straight through a big gap. But I think the game's out of reach now, but hopefully we can at least score a try save a little bit of face there towards the end of the game.
It's tricky when you're coming up against names like Rach Livingston not to concede those points, but I think Hurricanes are putting up a good fight.
Yeah, I think their ball movement's been good. They're far improved from last tournament, but as I said, just that not being able to score points in that vital time when they had all the ball possession is probably going to be the difference. But look, they're looking to play a bit with the ball here. Unfortunately, passes not going where they want them to.
Yeah, I think that's a key point that you made. It's still a learning curve. You know, the sport is in its infancy in this country, unlike Australia. Yep. And, you know, they pick up new good habits every year.
Yeah, I agree. And as Will said, I think the Yorkshire team's far more experienced than the Coventry and Warwickshire. And over time, that will, you know, the gap will hopefully close. Our girls will get more experience. They're super keen to learn and improve, and that's the main thing.
In a very threatening position again here from the Yorkshire side. A twist and a turn and a couple of passes. And
good tag there by Rachel Bruff.
Yeah, very good tag. Only a couple of yards away, or metres as we have to refer to these days. But in the end, they were too good and they were too strong, and it made Freya Wild getting across.
Yeah, newly into the Great Britain setup, Freya Wild, and showing exactly why she was selected, giving Yorkshire their 4th score of the game. And it's tough for Coventry, really, coming up against the host team in their first match of the day. And Yorkshire, clearly kind of inspired by hosting the tournament for the first time, able to enter 7 sides into Tag Nationals 2022, the most we've ever seen from a single region.
Great pick up there from Miriam Thompson. How big an incentive, Will, is it for all these players to aim for Great Britain international honours?
Cheryl Stanley. She's really stood up, Cheryl. She's tried to do a lot. She's trying to ball play. She's trying to take the line on. She's really stuck her hand up. She's one of the more experienced players coming from a contact rugby background, and again, she's trying to pull something out the fire. As I said, they only scored 1 try all of last tournament, so I hope we can be better today, which I think we will be. But that first try of the tournament, we're still looking for.
And hopefully when they go back to work on Monday, they spread the gospel of the sport in trying to get 1 or 2 more players.
That's where most players come from, is word of mouth. Best form of recruitment.
Just skipping away from the defence here.
It's just Courtney Robinson. She's gone a long way there. You've got to be fit at this sport, and that is perfectly amplified by Courtney Robinson's score. Another one for the Yorkshire Blues.
Yeah, another one for Yorkshire, and a first in the bonus box. That takes it up to 6 for Yorkshire. And would be great, as you're saying, Troy, Coventry only getting the 1 try in the women's format last year. It would be great to see them notch one up on the board before this game finishes out.
Yeah, that's right. We may struggle, but again, the finish to that set wasn't that bad. It was an okay kick, but unfortunately, some mistags around the middle of the field were costly.
They're restarting with Coventry and Warwickshire. Reminder in the orange and white. Seeking their first score. Ball had to go back behind the taker there, so it's an awkward pick-up for Miriam Thompson, but she looks as good as anybody out there.
Yeah, she's done really well. She's come from a flag American football background that she played at university, so her tagging is pretty good. But she plays for the Spring Onions, and on a Thursday night, and is one of the stronger girls in the league. But yeah, she's a good player.
That's the sort of information the commentators will love, the fact that she played in the United States. Whereabouts, do you know?
No, she played in England at university, but that American flag sport. Yeah. So again, the kick's gone overhead height and put ourselves under pressure again, which has happened a few times. So after the game, I'll go and have a quick chat with the team and just mention that the finishes, the sets, and our kicking needs to be a bit better moving forward.
Gentle words of encouragement, I'm sure.
Oh, 100%. They're holding their own. The scoreboard sort of doesn't reflect that, but they've been reasonably competitive in their first hit out.
Yes, they have. Although it doesn't matter how competitive you are when there's a gap like that to be exploited, which it is by Michelle King. Well, sorry, it's by Daisy Mankey, and it's going to be another score for Yorkshire.
Probably the easiest try Yorkshire have scored all game. Probably a little bit of fatigue setting in as well. There's no communication or nomination of which attackers they had there, and she went through a massive gap.
10's good. That's fine.
Yeah, everybody loves to see a gap like that. And the crowd getting into it as well. I suppose that many of the players have brought family and friends as well today.
Yeah, we've brought a lot of support up here, which has been fantastic. Some of the girls' teammates have come up for support, which has been great. Another drop ball, putting ourselves under pressure, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. You know, the best news of all, the sun's coming out. I did say welcome to Yorkshire earlier. It's sunny Yorkshire, as well as breezy.
Yeah, hopefully it gets a little bit warmer too.
It's a good job there's no fixture for the local rugby union team here today. But, so many players are taking part. I was wondering how on earth they were all going to get changed, but they've managed to do so. And here's another score. I never use the word managed, but well, it was going over there was Nat Bell, but it's been pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, eventually. You know, we held our own for a little while there, but yeah, I mean, the last 5 or 6 minutes was pretty one-sided, but hopefully we'll learn from that. Hopefully some of the teams they're up against later on aren't as strong, and you know that some more tries would be good, and that first victory as a ladies team for Coventry and Warwickshire hopefully will come later on today. Fingers crossed.
Thank you very much indeed for that. And Will, you gave me my initiation yesterday, and I know that you come very much from the south. And we've got the North London Nighthawks up against the Thames Valley Titans in the next match, which is up here in the men's competition.
We do, yes, and this is the point where I do have to declare a previous allegiance. Many moons ago in 2019, I was actually regional manager for North London, and our men's side took the crown, winning the tournament on that day. There's still a few of those players in this side, so they will fancy themselves in their matchup against Thames Valley. Troy, it's been fantastic to have you along. I think we're going to be hearing from you again later on when Coventry are back on pitch one.
Over 40s, I think,
yeah,
which is a new team for us as well.
It is, but one you've got a lot of confidence in this year, I believe.
Yeah, I think, you know, they got beat in their first game again against Yorkshire. A tough initiation, but there is some quality players there. There's plenty of speed. Again, it's a learning curve because they've never played together as a team. But we'll build on that. But yeah, I think we could pick up a couple of wins today, and that would be a fantastic effort. Fingers crossed.
Okay, brilliant. Well, we'll look forward to hearing from you again later, Troy. Thanks for joining us.
A pleasure.
Thank you, Troy. You got the job.
I'm the head coach of Leeds Rhinos Women and the RFL Women's Ambassador. Try Tag's a great game. It's great to keep active, great to socialise and great to be part of a team environment. I'd say 100% get involved. It's a great, exciting game. It's exactly the same as Rugby League, just without the contact, but as I can see tonight, there's loads of fast-paced running, loads of tries scored and some great passing. It's fun, great fitness and social. Give Tag a try.
delighted to say that Alice is joining us here. And Alice, looking forward to this one. And your debut as well with a microphone, I'm told.
Oh, yeah. First time in the commentary box. Here we go.
Sir Doddle, as Will tell you. You have to look after me because I'm very much a new boy. So,
I see.
Well, how have you enjoyed it so far today?
We've had a really great morning, actually. Yeah, having a grand old time. And here to cheer on the North. Woo! Nighthawks.
And the sun coming out, as I said, in this lovely part of West Yorkshire. The referee poised to blow the whistle, and then we'll be underway. The North London side are in red, so easy to identify. And the dark green strip is favoured by the Thames Valley side. The Titans.
10 seconds, chaps.
So yeah, as I mentioned, as the previous game concluded there, North London winning the crown in 2019. Their captain, Elliot McDermott, who's lining up to take the kickoff here, was a key part of the side on that day. We'll watch him hammer the ball downfield, and it goes out of play. Not quite a 50-10. If that ball had gone just the other side of the yellow cone before going out, North London would have had the roll ball. Just short of that, so Thames Valley will have the first taste of the ball as we get underway.
Yeah, we are underway. I'd say it's lovely conditions now, absolutely perfect for this sport. It can get too hot, well, it's definitely not too hot here today, but we do welcome a bit of warmth in our commentary position. We've already seen 3 excellent matches, but well, so far they've all turned out to be pretty much runaways.
Yeah, they've not been the closest of margins, but that's sort of the nature of the pool stage, that we do see a bit of a mismatch between the teams, and it will get closer as the day goes on. I think, though, this one may be another where we see a bit of a margin. Alice, how's the North London side, the men's especially, been tracking through training to this point?
I mean, pretty awesome. They're a pretty great group of guys, to be honest. So, as expected, they've done pretty well. So here, I think this is... Oh, gosh, well, it was Usman. He was on his feet.
So we've seen some contact there, and Usman has taken a head clash there. Unfortunately, he's getting himself back up, which is good to see. But I think perhaps the way he's walking away now, I think perhaps he just wanted to make sure of the penalty rather than being as stunned by the hit as he first appeared.
Oh, great pace for this match from the start. There's a lovely just tag there. And so the play will restart, as always, with a little back heel and the pickup of the ball. But there looks to be a lot of pace about this match already in these early phases. And a sure score is going to be here. Not quite, no. Just tagged in time. But this is very impressive approach play. Oh, and
so
a
close.
fumble on the final pass. And that is so frustrating, Alice.
Very. Very happens more often than we care to.
That really should have been a score. It was an opportunity frittered there from the side in red, North London. North London, the winners of this title in 2019. It was the East London Eels last time. Of course, COVID played its part as well in the intervening year. Opportunity presenting itself here for the North London men's team.
Play on.
Just that final pass, but the referee says play on because the ball did not go forwards, and that was okay. But we do continue here with a big opportunity for North London. They certainly look to have the pace. Have they got the nous as well to make it all the way? Not quite there. The ball in the hands of the number 5, who is Dean Irvine. And this time...
Oh, yes. Danny making the magic happen.
Yeah, that time the ball was finally in the hands of Damio Abaggio. And he is the scorer of the first try of the match.
East London lead.
Yeah, his first appearance in Nationals, Dammy. He's trained really hard to get to this point. To break into the men's side is no small achievement. Really nice interlinking play with most of the blokes on the park involved as the ball tracked over to the right-hand side. Big kick from Dean Irvine. It goes over the try line. It's our first time that we have seen that happen. And it's gone straight over on the full, according to the referee, which gives Thames Valley the tap right back on halfway and their best chance of the game as a result.
Alice, you look as though you should be playing today.
Oh, I was meant to, and then as everyone I feel in the tag world knows, I've broken my finger. So here I am wearing all red and the wonderful North Nighthawks caps presented by Zach Mass. So all in red everywhere.
How frustrating is that when you want to be
Very
out there?
frustrating. The number of people with broken fingers right now, very high.
You're passing every ball from up here, though.
Excellent.
Very, very close there. It looked for certain as though there was going to be a score. And even now, the elusive final pass.
Don't tap where he's offside.
Every now and again, I spot a number and look for a name. There's nobody of that number. We've got another mystery man out there, I have a feeling, Will. And number 2.
Don't touch him.
You can at least spot the numbers very easily, but
2 on the line.
again, there seems to be a stray whistle somewhere.
Play. 3 on the line.
Real chance off here then for a hit back. Looping ball. It was a little bit too looped maybe. It just took away the impetus of the move fractionally. These are strong moments. As I mentioned, there are 2 matches going on.
Tag 5. Player on the floor. Tag 5.
Yeah, the player, thank you, Will. The player I was referring to as being unnumbered, or has a number but no name, was number 2, Jacob Ogilvie. He's assumed a new number, so thank you for helping in identification. And we've also got a number 5 out there, but that is a man with no name, and still they're not quite there. Very, very close to grasping a score back. 1 point a reminder for a try. Not very identifiable on this occasion, though. That was the number 11. It would have to be, wouldn't it?
Captain yellow. Yellow captain. So we're
well, that's
6
better.
minutes into the match, and this is the 3rd contact penalty against your team. This is meant to be a non-contact or minimal contact.
Well, the referees are having a bit of a talking to here, I think, with Matt Taylor.
Last one was 1.
Yeah, so he's saying that's the 3rd time he's warned Thames Valley about contact. And I mean, only 6 minutes into the game, that's a contact infringement every 2 minutes. And Thames Valley have to be careful about that. It's the quickest way to lose a player to the sin bin is contact. Not against a side like North London, you cannot hand any advantage over.
No, they still lead, but has only scored so far from our Baggio. And it is the Londoners who are in the ascendancy again with this move. They do create space as well. Well, they've so far finished off only 1 move. And I would have thought, well, that's a little disappointing for them, really. They've not been underlining that supremacy yet.
Yeah, they would want to have a couple more on the scoreboard by this point. Players in this side like Nick Wilkes, Dean Irvine, Elliot McDermott, with the ruthless commitment that we see in the Great Britain men's open side that they also represent, will be expecting more efficiency from their attack.
You really can't take your eyes off it, and wondering who's going to plunder the next try. That was a bit of a loose ball, and I think there has been a bit of loose play occasionally here from the Titans. Still looking to register for the first time, but it is probably the closest contest we've seen so far. They've had to soak up a lot of pressure, but now they have the opportunity themselves. Not quite getting all the way there is Ben Hamilton.
Stay mark 4.
And there's the handover, so the ball back in the possession of the North London men's side. Yeah, I suspect of a variety of everyday jobs, Will.
Yeah, absolutely. Tag players come from all sorts of backgrounds. Not only is it a great social experience.
Oh, it's a brilliant run. It's a brilliant run. He's going to go all the way. We were talking about what he does for a day job, maybe. But that is an absolutely brilliant score from Nick Wilkes.
Yeah, I often thought he needs to give up the day job and just either become a full-time tag player or a sprinter. Pretty much is full-time, actually, when you think about how often he's playing, whether it's for North London, GB, or for his incredibly successful tournament and league side, the Turtles. Historically one of the most successful club sides we've had in the game.
And the best part about Nick, he makes it look really easy every time.
He does, like all the best players, just absolutely effortless. He is taking a breather on the sidelines now, but I'd wager that won't be the last score from him.
I was tempted to use the word scything because he absolutely scythed through the opposition ranks there, didn't he? On his beautiful green sword. It's a good playing pitch here. And I suppose, you never know, 1 or 2 professional clubs could look at these and say, yeah, they could play league or union at another level.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. While we have a lot of players that come from other codes of rugby into tag, there's nothing to stop people going in the other direction.
A last moment tag there. And they are literally hanging on here defensively. The Titans foxed him completely. Inside, outside. It wasn't a score though. It might be this time. Well, there was an interception on the cards there as the ball looped up into the hands of Ian Huckleby.
Marked here, guys. Marked here. There's no intentional knock-on in tag.
I've mentioned extraneous whistling. As I've mentioned, there are 2 games taking place simultaneously. I think sometimes we do hear another whistle. That's not a score because he was tagged at the last moment, which is the perfect moment for the defending side, but they're still under a lot of pressure here. The ball out to the far touchline. Tag taken again, no way through ultimately there for George Furness. They really are knocking on the door here with some consistency. You'd fancy them to get another try. It would be their 3rd if they do score. The longer ball out to Abubaji again. He comes in field. Still no way through, but still they do have the possession. And the opportunity to add to these 2 points they've got. Little touch forward. On the final tackle, or non-tackle, as I mentioned before. Tackling not allowed in this particular sport, and it's over into the left-hand corner.
2 tags on.
Yeah, this time it's a very good move indeed. It ended up with George Furness's hands on the ball over the line.
Very well said.
Yeah, well created by Elliot McDermott, one of those names that we've mentioned already. And North London, they deserve that score. They've been knocking on the door of Thames Valley for quite a while. We've been valiantly keeping them out, but the pressure was always going to tell. And North London move into a 3-point lead.
Using the word valiant there, Will, perhaps I think it's a good point at a good time for us to remind everybody about the scoring system in this sport.
Yep, so in this game, men's open game, you will see scores of 1 point and 2 points. 1 point for any score over the line and 2 points if they're in the bonus box. Not quite as tricky as when we get to the mixed section of the competition, in which case the female players score 2 points, the male players 1, and then any player that gets in the bonus box adds an additional point on top of that.
I can't tell you how happy I am to have you alongside me. I was once asked to explain the scoring in boxing, and that could be very difficult at times. So we're doing our best, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage here of the tournament. The first time it's ever been staged in this part of the country, in the north of England, and how delighted we are to be entertaining everybody.
What's fantastic is that while it is the first time that we are outside of London, it's also the biggest tournament that we've ever had. More regions than ever, entering a record number of teams, including in that new men's 40s category that we'll see shortly on pitch 1.
Yeah, looking forward to that. This is the UK Tags National.
You're good. That's 2.
And again, it's a competitive fixture. Substitutes all lined up, awaiting the call. Awaiting the coach to tell them it's their turn. This is a good movement, a much better move as well here from the Titans.
Yeah, as you say, more competitive fixture, a tighter margin than we've seen in any of our matches on pitch 1 so far. But Thames Valley must turn that into a score, otherwise North London will start to creep away, however tight the play on the pitch may be.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of teams milled already today. The only people who like to see that are the winners.
I feel like you guys are missing all the action out on the far pitches. All the games are tight. All the games are tight.
That's the game. The sun's just dipped down behind the fluffy clouds we've got here today, but no threat of rain at the moment. We've had some very strange weather in this part of the world recently. Really sunny one moment and then get the umbrella out.
Well, that's Yorkshire, isn't it? Really, in a teacup.
Yeah, thank you. I was born here, so I would know. I got drenched at Batley on Monday. Absolute downpour. But the rugby was good. Anyway, it's a chance here for the Titans. The ball's in the hands of Callum Beach, setting things off. And here we go again. Another man in a Trilby.
1 on the line.
Closer to the line than we've seen Thames Valley so far.
At least if the man in the Trilby scores, we can call him Trilby. And are they across? Not quite. Is it Ian Huckleby?
3 on the line.
Still not quite.
1 foot to no
Yeah,
foot.
this North London defence is very, very structured.
Play on. 4. Touch.
Just won't let anyone through. He's ended up stepping out there. Yeah, according to Thomas Ralph, the referee, he was out in touch before the tag was made. North London will take over. 6 tags to go the length of the field.
Oh, this is a clean break. Very, very clean break with support as well. Have they got him? No, they haven't got him. Have they got him again this time? No, he's managed to elude them. And that's a super score. Really going over there. Powering his way over was Dean Irvin.
Yeah, that was a beautiful score created by just 2 players. Elliot McDermott taking the ball from the first phase, breaking through the initial line of defence, offloads to his good friend Dean Irvine, who then had to evade the clutches of 3 diving defenders to get in the bonus box. And that's going to be a crucial score because suddenly the margin is 5 points.
1 retreat.
Yes, it was a curious one for me in a way, that, because I was waiting for the tag to come off because everybody was within a fingernail.
Yes, thank you.
They were, and I mean, as Alice can attest, playing tag regularly, sometimes you feel that tag in between your fingers, you're so close to it, and they're just deceptively hard to grab.
Often called a ghost tag.
There
It
you
slips away.
Do you ever not feel it, Alice? Do you think, I've got it, I've made it here, and then you suddenly turn around and it's lying on the grass?
The worst feeling is you feel it on your fingers and then it just doesn't stay.
No penalties.
5 minutes remaining, roughly.
Turnover. Player on the
But
floor.
the referees are glad to get a breather as well after 20 minutes out there of a lot of whistle blowing.
Well, and also they ref 2 games back-to-back, so unlike the players who get a breather after their game, referees just having to suck on the oxygen and go again.
Play on.
Well, the team in red is in red-hot form, and he's going to go all the way again here, but well, it's just getting into a bit of a romp, and it's all a little bit too easy there. That was Jack Knowles.
Yeah, number 7 on his back, and he brings 7 up on the scoreboard. Big grin from as he jogs back to halfway. North London really getting into it now.
Yes, you fear at a stage like that, so they might just crumble.
3 minutes left, chap.
The game's over, probably, and it would be amazing if they were to haul that deficit back.
Drop out.
Again,
So-
I mentioned earlier, psychological.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, John. So we saw there for the second time a kickoff that's gone over the try line. This time it bounced infield before going over the line. So this means Thames Valley have to have a drop kick restart to get the ball back in play.
Okay,
North London will have the chance
chance.
again. Alice, we're seeing the men's team doing really well here, but obviously it wasn't the men's team you would have been involved in had you been on the pitch. Tell us a bit about the women's and the mixed teams and how they've been getting on as they prepare for the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, we've all been really fortunate. North London is a relatively small region in London when it comes to tag, so everyone does know each other reasonably well, which is a really great asset to have when it comes to tag. In terms of the morning, I just walked past the women's. It looked like they were smashing it, which was excellent news. And then mixed, we've had a pretty decent morning as well, I would say. We're all still friends. We're all still happy, and that's all we want for our morning games.
Absolutely, yeah, that's definitely what you want. And those of you that have looked through the streaming schedule, you will have seen that we don't have anything for North London women scheduled in the first part of the
Very
day.
sad.
That's because they're very highly seeded, so we expect to see them probably in the final and at least in one of the semi-finals as we go on through the day. And hopefully, Alice, you'll be free to join us then if North London make it to that point.
They'll have me back. I haven't said anything wrong.
The invitation's in the post.
Excellent.
You'll be very, very welcome at any time of day. I welcome every bit of support. And it's funny because obviously your eyes are concentrated on the match you're watching, but here at West Park there are actually 3 matches taking place at the moment. There's another field away to our left, as well as one straight ahead in our eye line.
Oh, there's even more, John. If you keep looking, there's another field.
Oh, my
and there's
goodness.
more over there.
Don't
That's
test
all
me.
right, then.
Oh, there is, absolutely. Oh, my God.
10 pictures on at one time, John, I'm afraid.
You don't need to go to Specsavers. Hopefully nobody asks me to commentate on the match on the far pitch.
Just say that North London are the best team and we'll forgive you for anything.
Oh, here's a clean break. That will encourage the Titans. It was a good break as well, made by Joe Croft.
Yeah, Nighthawks just had a couple of
Chance
sweepers
of getting,
back.
yeah, sorry, Will. A chance of getting off the mark here. You were saying?
Just say North London had a couple of sweepers back and were able to stop that threat before it turned into a scoring opportunity.
I'm glad you used the word sweepers there. Terminology very important, of course, for the viewers as well. You'd like to know everything that's going on here. We're trying to keep you abreast of all the action, which is fast and furious and very fast in this occasion. Can he go all the way? No, he can't. Desperate tackle there.
Contact even if he's still moving. Penalty yellow, penalty green, penalty green.
Just the handover.
Pause alive.
Yeah, so in that situation, any contact should be should end up with a penalty being given by the referee. Sometimes they have to make a tricky call when it looked like it was 50-50. In that instance, he felt Luke Jarvie had been the one that caused the contact, run into the defender. Thames Valley get the ball.
Yeah, it was a tricky call, I would agree with that. It was very much 50-50. But they're giving it a go here, the Titans, trying to break their duck at this late stage of this particular contest. Many more still to come during the day, I assure you. We're into our fourth game on pitch one here. And there is the final whistle. It's another comprehensive victory. 7-0 is the scoreline in favour of North London, who came into the match, I think, as favourites. It's fair to say, Alice.
I mean, they're always my favourites. I am a Nighthawk after all.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you're very unbiased, I'm sure.
The most unbiased person you'll find today.
Yeah. So North London didn't quite run away with it, but they were on the score sheet first with Dawi Awabacho over in the far corner. That was followed up from a try by Nick Wilkes. The third score also came in the corner from George Furness. And then later on, when they really took a stranglehold on the match, number 5, Dean Irvine, went over, and the final score went to Jack Knowles.
Fantastic play all round, I think.
Yeah, another comprehensive team performance there. Alice, you know the standards that there are across the North London setup. You know Dean and Elliot, especially as coach and captain of the men's side. They expect nothing less than perfection from their team. How do you think they will feel now, and what's going to be being said in the team talk that they're now having?
I think it'll be a case of keep the momentum going, to be honest. Leave the game on the pitch and come back fighting for the next game. After all, we want them to do even better than they did last year. That is the goal, after all, for Northman's.
Yeah, so having been champions in 2019, they didn't make the final in 2021, so they'll be looking to right that this year, and hopefully, Alice, if they make it, you'll be back with us for that. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Just briefly, we're on next to a women's Pool 1 match, which is between the Manchester Worker Bees, our first look at them today, up against the Bristol Brabazons. Well, I did use the phrase thick and fast, and the latest contest to come before our eyes is the match here in the women's section between the Manchester side and the team from Bristol. So very much looking forward to this as we're gathering momentum. This is the 5th match of the day, so we are moving very swiftly through the schedule, and there have been some very entertaining plays so far, albeit pretty one-sided scorelines.
Yes, they have been, and often going in favour of the London teams. Historically have been playing for longer, have a greater depth of talent. And then, of course, Yorkshire, as I mentioned, entering 7 teams, they were able to win their match against Coventry quite comprehensively. This is the first time on pitch 1 that we're seeing 2 regions from outside London going up against one another, and neither of them coming from Yorkshire. So this, I think, might be one of our more evenly matched games.
And our coverage continues on live streaming on Facebook until around about just before 4 o'clock this afternoon. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage here from West Yorkshire. It's a little cooler now than it was a quarter of an hour ago when the sun came out for the first time today. And there's the referee's whistle, and we are going to be underway. And it is the Manchester women's side that kick off. I have to say the numbers are a bit more challenging on their jerseys.
Yes, they are. Black and red is not necessarily the easiest, but we will do our best.
We certainly will. That means that the Bristol side, the Brabazons, are of course in the blue and much more easily identifiable, especially the blonde locks there of Zoe Wardle.
Fumbled ball there from Bristol, and Manchester taking the opportunity to move their defensive line up. Generally we see defences go backwards, but it's Bristol with the ball that are going back at the moment.
It's a strong region, Bristol, isn't it?
It is, yes. Up there with Yorkshire and Coventry is some of our best developed regions with the greatest depth of talent.
Great to hear.
As I said at the start, I'll talk to you, listen to me.
And there's another event, I believe, here at West Park Bramhope later in the year.
Yes, so we will also be hosting the British and Irish Cup, which is our annual international series of tests between ourselves, Great Britain, and the Irish sides. It alternates home and away between Britain and Ireland, and whenever we've hosted it in the UK, just like Tag Nationals, it's always been in London. But we wanted to continue to expand the growth of tag around the country, and having found such a great venue for this tournament, it seemed natural that we'd host the British and Irish Cup here on the 3rd and 4th of September.
Good to hear, delighted to host that as well. And they're looking quite sprightly at the moment of the Bristol Brabazons. You quite rightly referred to the fact named after an aircraft from quite a few years ago now, but still within my living memory. They hand over now, and the referee has to jog backwards. It's a busy old day for the referees, who get through quite a few matches during the course of the day.
They do, yes, and just as we have some of the best players on the pitch, we also have some of the best referees from around the country. Currently being refereed by Russell Crane. He has gone to a World Cup himself, so we know we're in safe hands when he's in the yellow.
I love the name, the Manchester Worker Bees. A lot of thought's gone into that. And there's a lot of thought gone into this break down the left touchline as well. Nearly went all the way. Well, they're looking, I used the word sprightly a moment ago to describe the opposition from Bristol. Well, this is a good-looking move as well from the side from the northwest of the country. They've got very much a northwest against the south, and it is going to be the first score here for the Manchester Worker Bees. It's a terrific start for them.
Yep, and a bonus box score that one. She'd broken through on the right-hand side, but saw there were no Bristol defenders stopping her from getting towards the box. Angled the run in, and 2 points on the board for Manchester. First lead of the game.
Great start for the Manchester Bees, and it was Ellie McCarthy that got the final touchdown.
It was, yeah. Well worked by the whole team. Ellie McCarthy, though, poaching the score at the end.
And now that is definitely the whistle on this field of play.
You're not getting back square.
And you can see Russell Crane, one of the things that's made him such a successful referee is his communication with teams. We've heard him talking to both teams already in this game, and again there as the ball changes hands, and Manchester, having only just scored a 2-pointer, are back on the attack.
Yes, they are, and yet my early impression for this game, I may well be very wrong, is that they look pretty well matched. It could be one of the closer contests.
Yeah, I hope so. We like to see strong performances from both teams. And it is seesawing one way or the other. The last penalty was for Manchester, but this one now for Bristol with the roll ball.
Get the feeling there's a great camaraderie, not just between the players on their own particular clubs, but on both sides. They both respect one another very much so in this sport.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, because we have so many tournaments around the country that players will travel to from the different Tri-Tag Rugby regions. They know one another on the pitch and off the pitch, so it certainly pays to keep things civil and friendly. And also, it's a fun sport. There's really not that much to get upset about.
No, and hopefully not too many injuries. And that's something I did want to stress here today, that the medical facilities are excellent at West Park Bramhope. Every facility that might be required is here. So if there is any misfortune at all, people are on hand to rectify that.
They are, but I hope that David and Jonathan have a particularly boring day with nothing to do and are able to just watch the tag instead of having to treat any injuries.
Dislocated fingers, nothing. It's not worth it.
Pop that back in.
Bristol's attack this time in the hands of Zoe Wardle. And she moves it along, and it's picked up there by Chloe Taylor. And they'll have a big opportunity, will Bristol, to hit back here. They've gone 2 points down, but this is certainly an early opportunity to redress the balance. Moving from left to right.
No marker play on.
It's just always that final pass, as in any sport, it's the final pass that is the most important one. But Bristol are so close, as you can see. Just to stress again, there is only one line here, and the players, if they're going to score a try, can only do so by going straight or in from the side. They can't come from round the back.
Yeah, she's fine. Change over there, change over, good tag.
Yeah, Bristol, they're going to be disappointed with that. They were well lined up over to the right-hand side, but I'd imagine there's a few more right-handed players in their side, and obviously the ball was needing to be passed with their left hand as it goes out towards the right. Seems counterintuitive, but that's the way the rugby pass works. And it was the quality of their passing that meant they weren't able to execute and get the score.
Just 6 tags allowed. There's McCarthy, the one try scorer so far, gets involved again. Nice little reverse ball there. There's a lot to be said for turning towards the opponent and then reversing the ball just to confuse them as well.
Absolutely, you'll see a lot of set plays, especially from some of the teams that have been playing for a little bit longer, using them to outfox their opponents and get the scores.
There's just no let up in the action here, but there's an interception. It was the pass was just a little too looped, a bit too deliberate.
Yeah, well read by Manchester. And they're not only weathering the Bristol storm, but they're starting to look a little bit more confident as they go forwards, and they'll be hoping to extend their 2-point lead.
Yeah, I think that was a good Manchester name, Freya Colclough there, and this is a good Manchester romp forward as well, as they threaten a second score with progression down the left-hand touchline. Then the ball inside is a good one as well. There's the call back, the yellow tag. And again, they're looking very menacing here. Desperate back line of defence from the Bristol Brabazons. That's the kick. Well angled and just about dealt with, but the ball was knocked forward there. And when it was picked up by Anna Sadler, the referee's whistle was poised.
Yeah, unfortunately, it means Bristol are going to have to defend another set of 6, having got to 5th tag there.
Yeah, Manchester have shown their capabilities already as the ball is within the grasp and not quite a score.
Yeah, an extended show and go, almost working herself over the line there.
Yeah, very much so. Same players very much involved. McCarthy on the final catch.
That's outside. Marcus,
But,
fine.
still
Marcus, fine.
foiled in their ambition to get a second score.
Four there. Hold your line, girls. Thank you.
You can hear the referee saying, hold the line. It'd be very easy to go offside.
Crossing there. Penalty here. Penalty
It
there.
would be, yeah, but Bristol stayed disciplined, and it was Manchester in the end that made the error, crossing, preventing the defenders from making the tag, and therefore Bristol take over.
Good now.
Make a substitution by bringing on Ashley Newbold, number 6.
Working this line, Manchester. 2.
All set and ready for the action.
No problem there, girls.
All hoping to make it through to the finals later in the day on a very busy Saturday here in Leeds.
Stay out now, Marco. Back to me. Stay out.
A very
You're
busy
onside now.
weekend for the
Thank you.
sport in this city as a whole, for all sport, with Leeds United having a rather crucial game at Brentford tomorrow in the Premier League. Well, this is very much tag rugby at UK level, the Nationals. The 4th running of the event. But the first time here in the north of England, and delighted to be hosting it, we certainly are.
It's away. Someone take this away.
Well, it's more pressure from Manchester. McCarthy's got inside this time. It's got to be a second score for her. It's going to be a second score for Manchester, and they are just putting their stamp on the contest.
They are. The first score from McCarthy, the gap opened up in front of her and she was able to just coast over. That one, though, she had to do a lot more work. She created the gap herself, but again had that presence of mind to angle in field into the side of the bonus box. 2 maximums from her. The last person we saw do that this morning, George Hargreaves of Bristol. He was the superstar last year. Maybe this is the year for Ellie McCarthy to be that same kind of superstar, but for Manchester.
That was very well dealt with there by Amy Pilkington for Bristol, because that was an awkward bouncing ball. So she coped with it very well, and Bristol do have the ball. They're still capable of scoring themselves. We've only had one match so far today in which both sets of teams have managed to get on the scoreboard. But Bristol have that ambition now. Still plenty of time left in this particular game.
Good 12. Play on. It's out.
Yeah, about halfway through in this one, and on halfway on the pitch.
The ball in the hands of Annalena Memble.
Kick's good. That's
A
inside
little
though.
bit hesitant. There's a clever kick through, and that was allowable, but the knock-on occurring there, so the impetus is lost. Always commented about this funny shaped ball, don't we, that's used in this sport. Just some very tricky things. Bristol again with the opportunity. Leading them forward is Zoe Wardle. Once again the opportunity as the ball's reversed into the hands there of Amy Cooper. And they'll come again. Desperate to get to that first score of the afternoon. Well, she spins and it's not
Yeah,
quite
so
there.
nearly through, wasn't she?
Very, very nearly there.
And a 2-point score at this stage for Bristol would bring them right back into the game, so they will be aiming for that maximum.
That's very much on their minds, absolutely. And they've been in this position before and not capitalised. But a Manchester defence that seems to be particularly well organised. There haven't been any gaps appearing as yet for Bristol to exploit, so they go to the right this time. A duck in field. Look like going left to right. Oh, the kick's going to go out of play. The kick there from Amy Cooper, and chance gone again for the time being.
It was, but Russell Crane calling the Manchester players for stepping up offside on that line, and Bristol will have 6 again.
Led forward by Anna Sadler. Which way to go? Not easy to find a gap there through the mass ranks of the Manchester worker bees. Taking it on with Emma Watson. Maybe this is the moment. Oh, is that called a ball steal? Or are we allowed to use that phrase?
Well, I mean, effectively it was. The ball's gone loose from Bristol, and just before any of their players could get their hands on it, taken away, stolen away by Manchester.
So far it's been the finishing that's been the difference here. There's Eve Shotton figures. Manchester who have that 2-score lead, but both bonus scores from McCarthy. So that's why they lead by 4-0, and they might get even further ahead if they can prosper from this move. They're right on halfway. This looks like being a kick through. Nicely taken. She's very adept at taking the ball, I have to say there, the Bristol number 7, Amy Pilkington. She's done that on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, that was confident collection, and then she's managed to gain some ground off it as well.
Once again, Bristol find themselves on the halfway mark of the pitch. The ball wasn't knocked forward there, so they can continue. That's exactly what they do with Anna-Lena Memel.
Yeah, that's how it goes each time. Thank you. 4 there, play on.
You can probably hear the referee in our sound effects microphones there, very vocal as they have to be, because as you said earlier, Will, they are the sole arbiter.
They are at this stage of the tournament. We've got no touch judges. We will have them for the grand finals, but they need to be dominant and take control on the pitch in order to keep proceedings flowing as they should.
Manchester still the happier of the two with a 4-point advantage. They do seem to find the gaps just a little more easily than the opposition from Bristol. From the West Country coming up, I was asking yesterday how everybody's made it here. Some coaches have been hired, some people have come in shared cars. Once again, it's Manchester who threaten. Probing, I think that's the right word, and maybe finishing this time. It's a score, and Manchester are getting stronger and stronger, and it's a very, very good third try.
It is just a single pointer this time to take it to 5 points as a margin. A good score from Laura Richards. And I would say that one, John, it's just created by some of that fantastic interlinking play over on the left-hand side. Bristol were there as a defensive line, but they just kept being foxed by the loops and the switches, and it eventually all told.
Oh, it's a breakaway here. Can she get all the way? She might well do. Oh, it's going to be a desperate lunge there, but she is in. Oh, was she just tagged right at the final second?
Brilliant.
She really was. Oh, what a shame for Anna Sadler there. She'd done all the hard work. She'd gone, what, 40, 50 yards?
She had. I think she was so focused on the Manchester player chasing her back, she hadn't realised that they had another one sweeping across on the far side.
Oh, that was exasperating. It really was. If ever you were willing a player to score, it was there, because she'd done all the hard work.
She really had. And at 5-0 down, we'd love to see Bristol get on the board.
Yeah. I think she really did believe she was there, didn't she? I suppose even at the last second you have to concentrate fully. Oh, and there'll be an interception, or it's a knock forward. So referee's whistle. Bristol are still coming on strongly here. Play will restart through Eleanor Shorrock. Can they get that elusive score? Just 1 point would lift their morale. And Shorrock taking the attack forward. She's managed to elude the first challenge there, Ashley Newbold.
But that's the third offside penalty Manchester have given away in quick succession. They will need to be aware of the sin bin here.
And the referee's got to give them a score this time. It is Ashley Newbold who's finally made the breakthrough for the Bristol Brabazons.
Yeah, and certainly a deserved score. Newbold twisting and turning into the box to get the 2-pointer. 5-2 now to Manchester, and Bristol, they're going to struggle to come back all the way with just 2.5 minutes left in the game, but they will give it their best shot.
Yes, I thought it was going to be an evenly poised game. Oh, what a super run this is, though. That's absolutely magnificent, the break. Now, can she make it all the way? I do fancy she will just about this time. That's a brilliant score from Manchester. Puts the seal on the victory, and the name is Sadi Rihari.
Great try.
Yeah, what a length of the field run. Nice slide through the gap in the defence, and then she had the stamina to go all the way into the box. 7-2. As we watch the replay, can see the determination on her face. And then what's really important is the way she twists her body as she scored there, so that she wasn't putting her tags any closer to the chasing defender and risked having the tag taken at the final moment.
Puts the seal on an emphatic scoreline. But the players suddenly opened up, hasn't it? We've had a few lung-bursting runs in the last couple of minutes.
We have usually at this point in the game. All the players are gasping for air, and it's a bit tighter. We've seen some wonderful runs.
Well, we were close to spectacular scores at both ends of the field here. In Bramhope, we might have another one yet. Off comes the orange tag. 1-1 on each side. And we are approaching the final stages. In what's been a very entertaining contest. Just awaiting that final whistle. Off will come the tag from the snatch.
That was final. Back to me, keep working.
But it will encourage Bristol for their next encounter that they have found a way to score a try.
Yeah, you can't put a price on how much encouragement that will provide them. As you mentioned before this game, John, we have seen a few scores to nil, so I'm glad we didn't get another one here. But it will certainly be Manchester that go into their next game. The more confident, the more energised from this performance.
Yeah, it's going to be a victory for the Red Rose, which leads me on to say that the next match will feature the White Roses again, or at least the Yorkshire Roses blue against the West London Wolves in the mixed section of the mixed category in Pool 3 this time. But we're still looking at the Manchester worker bees working very hard. And I think is that the final whistle?
So the hoot has gone for final play.
Yes.
And Russell Crane just wanted one final conversation with the players before blowing the final whistle on a 7-2 scoreline for Manchester, and they will be really pleased with that. Another of the teams that are looking to build on their performance from last year, where they perhaps didn't quite get the results they wanted. Hopefully see them featuring in the later stages of the competition. They continue playing like that.
Yeah, handshakes all round. Ellie McCarthy, one of the stars of that game, she got the first 2 scores, and they were both 2-pointers as well. So that took them well away from Bristol. There was a score from Richards as well, a single-point score from Laura Richards, which made it 5-0. And then at long last, Bristol did get over with the try from Ashley Newbold. The final score went to Sade Rihari for the Manchester Workers Bees, and they have won this one by 7 points to 2.
So because I don't have linos at the moment, the lino would indicate where the mark was, and I would get the line back, so they are on me, but I'm doing 2 jobs. Yeah. So the best thing to do is indicate, then go back.
Good luck, Peter. Good luck. It
must have been the hair and makeup.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't fall over. When we slow it down, if we slow it down to the other guy, he's full. We need to find Alex. Push.
How are you guys getting on?
Nice. Jamie's gone. West, let's go! Jamie, you're coming to 10.
My wing here.
Rich. Rich, he's going to go long. Christine, you got short, yeah? Never a good time. Yeah.
Okay, and as we return to the mixed competition here, we'll be seeing Yorkshire taking on West London. And as John goes for a well-deserved coffee break, we are joined by Carl Duckles, National Licensing Manager for Tritag Rugby.
Hi, Will. Yep, great to join you. Be good to watch this game. Obviously, I've got to be impartial, but living in Leeds, it's one that I want to see here with the Yorkshire team.
Yeah, I think as soon as you started talking there, you gave away your slight allegiance with the Yorkshire accent showing through. But not the only person with that accent around today. Obviously, John has made it clear he's a fan of Yorkshire, having spent his life here. The mixed team from Yorkshire, they haven't necessarily been the highest performing team from Yorkshire in tournaments gone by. The men's have done really, really well. But how do you think the mixed team are looking this year, Carl?
Well, it's different this year. We've got two mixed teams playing. This is obviously the Blues, but there's some really strong players in here. I mean, I'm sure yourself you probably recognise some of the players and some of the names with some of the Great Britain representatives. We've got some of those. Ben Hughes, he's a Great Britain representative. Dave Wilkinson, and I think we've also got Anita Barton out there, and Cheryl Woodman, who all play, all are in the Great Britain squads. Oh, and there, Ben Hughes goes over for a try.
Yeah, nice for you to have trailed him as one of the GB representatives, as he shows exactly why and shoots over for the first score. That is 1-0 to Yorkshire.
So yeah, it's really good with the Yorkshire teams getting some of the players involved in the GB setup and seeing them come back to Yorkshire and spread some of their knowledge to the rest of the players who play up here. So yeah, something we've seen over the last few years is that where the Yorkshire teams have been really developing as they've been training more and learning some more of those little tag bits that the players in London have been getting to know and playing with for more years than they have.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important here against a West London side that is also pretty stacked with talent. Steve McDermott on the ball now, a senior head in the side and also in the Great Britain mixed senior setup. But unfortunately, that flick over to Christine Stewart couldn't be taken, and Yorkshire take over again on halfway. And the whistle blown by Russell Crane. We'll see him as he showed in that previous game. He likes to take his time to explain things to the players, make sure there's no confusion, and the ball is actually going to go straight back to West London with a penalty tap.
So Yorkshire will be looking to keep them out here, getting the ball in the start of their half. Obviously, a full set of tags still to go, 4 more to go. Let's see what West London can do here.
Yeah, Greenhow looked to reverse the ball there, but decided instead he'd go on his own. Stopped by Yorkshire before he could gain any ground, but this more promising.
Good
sliding
tag there.
Through on the right-hand side was Jamie Burr. McDermott with the miss pass. Greenhow again.
So that's the last tag. What can West London do? Oh, good defence by Yorkshire there, keeping them out.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that, Yorkshire. That's their first real test of the game in defence, and they've come up trumps, preserving their 1-point lead.
So Yorkshire here will be looking to get some quick play the balls and get West London on the back foot and get away from their own try line. Oh, and he's made a break, he's going down the touchline. Oh, he's away!
This is Hayden Stewart, who tracks back inside.
Steps inside, is he over? Oh, great try there. Oh, as he dived.
Okay, and Russell Crane slowing the play down, explaining his decision here. As you said, Carl, I think Russell is going to say that that was a dive.
That's what I've seen, that's what I'm giving. It's going to be their tap 10 out.
So, as we see on the replay here, a great run, and then this step back inside. So nearly made it a try, but his knee has gone down on the ground beforehand, and it will instead be a West London ball. Jamie Burr in centre field, trying to take the ball away from their line. McDermott, the show, the flick.
So now it's almost a reverse of what we just saw a few minutes ago. Can West London bring it away from their line? Will they get a break on? We do, yeah. She's away.
Christine Stewart, a very powerful runner, just twisting her hips to get away from Bex Duggleby. Eventually is tagged on the left wing by Alex Ryan.
This is great stuff. It's almost end-to-end rugby at the moment. It's one end to the other. Oh, it's through.
Steve McDermott does slide through, ties things up for West London here. A wonderful team performance there from West London to get themselves in that position. The try itself, a solo effort from Steve McDermott. Ball into his hands, saw the gap, went for it, and takes it. 1-1. Henry Greenhill will line up the restart on halfway. And this is where those senior heads that you were talking about in that Yorkshire side that have been there and done that, whether it's in the blue jersey of the White Roses or in the Great Britain jersey, they really need to come to the fore and lead their team here, Carl.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's a good example there where Yorkshire have made a break, been very unlucky to not score a try themselves, and then West London have made a quick break themselves and gone in for a try, and that's where that experience will come in. Although Yorkshire didn't get a try, they needed to just kind of lock it down and get back on it with the defence and keep West London out. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to do that, but hopefully the senior heads can settle things down, and Yorkshire have got some good position here.
Yeah, Dave Wilkinson attempting a 50-10 there, who's just inside his own half, but unfortunately for him, that ball coming up quite short of the 10-metre marker. So West London take over in a promising position. They've worked it all the way from the left-hand side to the right before the tag is made just over halfway. Matty Goencher through the middle.
You mentioned some of the Yorkshire players there. Laura Elliott, who made the tag there, I think she'd never played rugby before she started playing in our Bingley League in Yorkshire a few years ago. I think she may correct me, but I think she played for Keighley Cougars Ladies last year in the contact game as well. So just a perfect example there of how tag can be a great stepping stone for people who've never played rugby into the contact game. So keep your eyes out for Laura in this game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to hear stories like that. John and I discussing earlier the kind of cross-code capabilities of many of these players as Ryan takes over the roll ball. Ben Hughes, always distinctive and recognisable with the backwards cap.
Got to watch those hips with Ben, his lethal hips, having played against him quite a few times and been stood up by him quite a few times.
Anita Barton with a nice settler there, just taking things up into centre field, not trying to evade the tag, but just trying to get a quick roll ball that Yorkshire can then progress further up the field with. Switching back to the left, and it was an untidy ball that's gone loose. There looked to me to be a bit of a kick by Yorkshire, but Russell Crane allowed play to continue and gets even more untidy there. Steve McDermott knocks the ball backwards. Hayden Stewart potentially pushing it forwards. Russell Crane's got a fair bit to sort out. No doubt he will manage to come to a decision that he's satisfied with. And he's decided, I believe he's decided, having awarded the penalty here, that Steve McDermott had caused contact in the way that he had tried to defend that kicked ball. So Yorkshire will have 6 tags again.
So it's a big opportunity here for Yorkshire, Will. Just 5 to 10 metres out from the West London line, early in the tag count. And this is again where you want some of the experience to come to the fore, get in there, get the control, and not panic. They've got the full set on the West London line here. You don't have to score the first tag. So,
they did, but unfortunately, Bethany Smith stepping over the sidelines gives possession back to West London. Really lets the pressure off there.
So this is where, having failed to get over the line or pay off an attack, this is where they really need to work in defence and keep West London hemmed into their own half and build that pressure through defence.
Greenhorn with the stutter step, the goose step to try and evade the defender, but in the end it actually took him off balance, and West London have lost the ball as a result. Ben Hughes stands over it. He'll have a tap. Runs laterally, looking for support from a few of his players there. Bex Duggleby was hoping for the ball, didn't get it.
Good step there. Oh, good tag.
Yeah, very nice twist there from James Pearson. There is Duggleby.
Bex Duggleby is another one of the GB representatives in this Yorkshire team. Oh, good switch back inside there, but West London were on that.
Penalty goes against West London. Closing the gap, you can hear, is the call. That causes contact, and Yorkshire have the ball again.
So this is
very close to going over, but Pearson tagged 2 metres short of the line. Ryan, it was in the end, that took the roll ball.
Very similar position to how they were a few minutes ago. Can they actually make it pay off this time? Tag 3.
Yeah, West London keeping Yorkshire honest at the moment. Some really good last-ditch tags, but a beautifully threaded ball fired out to Ben Hughes on the wing. Latches onto it. His second score of the game. Yorkshire's second score, and that's a 2-1 lead now.
Lovely pass out there. I think that might have been Alex Ryan with the long ball out there to Ben Hughes, who went in at the corner. Maybe wrong. Oh no, yeah, it was Alex Ryan.
Yeah, you're correct. Alex Ryan with the pass. And it might have been Ben Hughes that went over, but arguably a pass like that, it's really Alex Ryan that caused that score and puts Yorkshire back in the lead.
Yeah, no, definitely will. I think difference there was they've obviously made the position and the pressure pay off, whereas a few minutes earlier we sort of didn't. So yeah, that's really good for Yorkshire, and now they need to just keep the heads. But as I say,
Shane Davidson down the right-hand side, similar to last time. Yorkshire score, and then they switch off a little bit, and West London suddenly end up with a fantastic chance in Yorkshire territory. Burr nearly stumbling through there. Greenhall. Pass a little bit behind where Stewart was expecting, but she gets it across to Aaron Owl. The skip through doesn't quite work that time. Stewart is under and waiting for Andy Davison, player coach of this mixed West London side, has taken it up, but then there's been crossing after that between her and Aaron Owl, and it's handed back over to Yorkshire. Hayden Stewart, Wilkinson, Cheryl Woodman with a nice little run. Pearson tried to spin.
He's got a lovely spin there. I know it didn't pay off that time, but there's a couple of times where he's put the spin on. He looks quite dangerous with that spin. And speaking of spinning and danger, there's Cheryl Woodman.
Yeah, she just didn't realise she was through though, and tracked back, and West London able to make the tag. Beautiful passing across the full width of the field here for Yorkshire. Takes them to 5th tag. Will we see the kick? Nice switch. Wilkinson does drop it onto the boot. It's not gone where he would have wanted. Straight into Henry's hands. And Davison takes over for West London.
So at least they're turning the ball over in the West London half. So that's good. Again, defence to the fore here for Yorkshire, hopefully. And hopefully. I need to keep my impartiality. But yeah, they'll want to keep the defence on. And as I speak again.
Here goes Burr, and He looked to have potentially been tripped there a bit, and where Russell Crane is walking suggests he is giving a penalty against Yorkshire. 6 again now for West London, a point behind.
So this is a good place to get the ball for West London, just in the Yorkshire half.
Oh, and a huge let-off for Yorkshire. Nice dancing feet there from Leah Birkin. Goyeneche with the tag. Here's Wilkinson.
Oh, lovely kick.
An early kick, and it's worked perfectly. Alex Ryan picking it up off the bounce, right down the middle of the field for the maximum score that he could get. 2 points in the bonus box.
Lovely piece of play there between Dave Wilkinson and Alex Ryan, working well together. And as you say, Will, not just a 1 point try, but a 2 point try there in the bonus box, which could be really important in this game.
Yeah, and it's those swings that can tell the whole story, or write the whole story of the game. West London had a fantastic opportunity, a penalty, 6 tags in the Yorkshire half. They coughed the ball up, and in a couple of tags, Yorkshire have gone on to the kick, and Ryan into the box. And again, West London coughed the ball up.
Yeah, right back under pressure here at West London.
Encouraging signs in the early stages of the competition here for Yorkshire's first choice mixed team, the Blues.
So Dave Wilkinson, one of those senior heads, taking the ball in.
Yeah, a bit of a skip
got
step.
Two balls on the pitch.
We are going to have a pause and a reset for that. West London will probably be glad for the break. Yorkshire's just going to keep coming at them.
So that was tag 4, so, oh. Yeah, good work again by Dave Wilkinson, this time putting, I think it was Cheryl Woodman in for a try there, so that's a 2 point try. Not in the bonus box this time, but 2 point all the same for the female try.
Yeah, 2 consecutive scores there where Wilkinson has acted as playmaker and put in another teammate.
So that just puts a little bit more space in terms of the scoreline between Yorkshire and West London.
Yeah, 6-1 now the margin, and all of a sudden it's a huge hill for West London to climb back into this game. Shane Davidson looks for the penalty. He did feel the gap was closed on him. Crane having none of it. Goyeneche. McDermott takes the ball right. Sorry, not McDermott. That was Pittman there taking the ball right. He had McDermott in support. Has to come back a long way for that tag, though, and it does take a bit of the momentum out of the West London attack. Out, not able to get through there. 5th and final now for West London. Will they roll the dice? Gamble here to try and get themselves further up the field. Yeah, nothing coming from it. With every set that goes by for West London without a returning score, Yorkshire will feel more and more comfortable of closing this game out.
Yeah, I think with the clock ticking down, they could really have done to have scored there, West London, I think, if they're wanting to get back into this game. We've only a few minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, just under 4 minutes to go, and you can see now that Yorkshire, well, I was about to say slowing the game down a little bit with a comfortable lead, but Wilkinson, never one to sit back and relax, puts the kick in again. Unfortunately for Yorkshire, Ben Hughes was in front of Wilkinson and therefore offside when the kick was made, so West London will take over again.
But you see there, I mean, that was very similar to the Alex Ryan try. I know it didn't pay off there for Ben Hughes there, he was caught offside. But that little kick through with some of the pace men running through onto it, yeah, it looks like that's a planned move, and didn't quite work there, but yeah, keep an eye out for that with the Yorkshire team later on.
It was a kick from nothing really, wasn't it, Carl? While most teams, as Pittman goes up the right-hand side, while most teams will kick on 5th tag or maybe 4th tag, Yorkshire a couple of times now have been kicking early, and it's caught West London off guard.
Yeah,
they track the ball right to left.
Good tag
McDermott
there,
nearly through before the offload, but the tag made by Yorkshire. They'll come back about 9 metres out. McDermott with the roll. Davison under. He's going to go to Stewart at first receiver.
This is the last tag, I think. I saw the Russell Crane put his hand up. Yep, that's it.
Unfortunately for West London, Greenhall was under huge amounts of pressure when he got that ball. No opportunity for him to get away. And Yorkshire will, however, through Pearson, evades 2 tags. Yeah, there's the cheer for the crowd. He knows he's on home ground. He knows that's a popular score, a popular 2-pointer. Yorkshire extending to a 7-point lead now at 8-1 with only a couple of minutes remaining in this game.
Yeah, into the bonus box again, 2 points like you say. And I think we said earlier on he's looking quite dangerous over there on that side. He's done a couple of spins and that time he was away.
Yeah, he'll be pleased. The efforts he's been putting in so far in this game, he deserved to score. So well taken that one there. West London, not much more than pride that they can go for now in this game. Certainly some positives. Their attack has been good, but they've just been closed down by Yorkshire every time. Davison working it up towards halfway. The miss pass, Greenhall to McDermott. The offload, actually not the offload, it's actually a late tag penalty advantage to West London that's still being played. Emma Bezeidenhout caught in possession, but because it's a penalty, you might have heard the hooter go off. Because it's a penalty, there will be one more play. McDermott puts the ball to the boots, gathers cleanly, flicks it out to Pittman. Pittman only had the 1 tag on because he had been late tagged by the time the ball came to him. So we will have another final play in this game. McDermott, Pittman, Greenhall, the miss pass. Davison, with Davison outside him. Back to Davison. Beautiful interplay between the married couple.
Another late tag there.
A late tag.
Oh, and he's given a try.
Okay, so a slightly complex one. Because the late tag had been made on Shane Davison, but after he'd passed the ball to Andy Davison, the ball then came back to him. He's entitled to play on because his tag had been removed immediately. The other tag would have needed to be taken instead. So he goes over for the score, a 1-pointer to West London, and that means the full time will be 8-2 in this one to Yorkshire. 8-2 the final score, and a very encouraging performance from Yorkshire.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, obviously it was close for a long, quite a large part of that game, but then, yeah, they got a couple of 2-point tries, which just put some distance between the two teams. But yeah, nice to see West London getting for a try there at the end. But yeah, Yorkshire must be happy with that, and hopefully can take that forward into the rest of the competition.
And after that consummate northern performance there from Yorkshire, we're going to see our first all-northern clash on pitch 1. Manchester taking on Wigan as we stick with the mixed competition. So Wigan, one of our newer licenses, Carl, emerging in the last few years. They've entered a team in the mixed, and they've actually entered a combined team with Manchester in the men's 40s. Manchester has been able to enter in mixed men's and women's, and then, as I mentioned, the combined team with Wigan in the men's 40s. Who would you be tipping in this one?
Well, like you say, I think Manchester have been a longer established region within Tri-Tag Rugby, and they have a much bigger player base. I think they've gone up to 4 nights a week in Manchester at the moment. And over, I think there's roughly about 40 odd teams playing weekly. Wigan, a newer region and growing, but and obviously a hotbed of rugby league. Wigan, one of the most famous names within the world of rugby, not just rugby league. But yeah, I think there's still some development to go on with the Wigan team, but hopefully, yeah, some of that will be seen today. But it'll be an interesting game, because especially when Wigan first started, they actually entered the UK Tag Nationals as a joint team. So some of these players will know each other. I know some of the players do go across in playing Wigan and vice versa. So yeah, so there's a real local derby as such. just half an hour between the two, or 20 minutes, half an hour travel distance. So I'm not going to call it though, Will.
I've got 1 minute. You just give me a thumbs up if they're good, yeah. Okay, Wigan. You've got 1 minute to go, guys.
So we have seen Manchester once already on this pitch. It was the women's team that we saw beating the Bristol Brabazons 7-2. Our first opportunity to see a Wigan side on the show pitch today. So they will really want to be putting in a good performance for everyone in, as you say, what is one of the strongest rugby regions in the world.
So it's interesting here as well. I don't know if you've mentioned any of our one-day events at all yet, Will, but we have the Tag Fest series within Tri-Tag Rugby, and Wigan actually is the venue or the destination that kicks it all off at the I think it's second weekend in June. So again, a lot of these players will be going up against each other. Obviously, Manchester, as I've just said, not too far away. You'll find quite a lot of the Manchester teams going across to the Wigan Tag Fest and playing in that. So. Yeah,
I've heard excellent things about that Wigan Tag Fest. I was actually going to play in it last year, but unfortunately ended up injured. My team that went up there, that called ourselves We're Gonna Win, and they did. So I was very sad to have missed out on that tournament. But perhaps it was the reason. It was me not being there was the reason that we won. As we see Wigan taking the ball on first, and as I say that, coughing it up, Manchester now in possession. And superb looping play, and that will be the first try for Becky Plummer and Manchester, a 2-pointer there.
So yeah, off the mark quickly there, Manchester. Lovely little wraparound by Becky Plummer, and yeah, in at the corner.
Yeah, it was real opportunist play, wasn't it? Yeah. To do that before even a tag was made on Manchester. So Wigan, they get a chance to reset and try again. They want to keep the ball in hand this time. They've worked it well from right to left. These first few sets of an attack generally used to settle the two teams and to try and drag the defenders into one side of the field or the other to create gaps for the later tags.
So yeah, so as with in any form of rugby, you want to play the ball quickly, rugby league, touch, or even rugby union, you want to recycle that ball quickly. Tag's no different, especially early in the tag count.
Just a stumble there from one of the Wigan players who's going to go off, hopefully precautionary. He's just feeling his calf as he's on the sideline now. Wigan up to the full complement of 8, which they will need as Manchester come again just 10 metres out from the line.
Yeah, so we can get off the line and keep them out here.
Ball back the right-hand side they scored on last time. It's the right-hand side they'll go in on this time.
Was he in the box there?
Try there.
Try is awarded. We're just waiting for Blades to confirm whether it was a 1-point or a 2-pointer.
Yellow mail box try, 2 points.
2 points in the box there. So well taken try.
And this is one of the things that both the Manchester and Wigan teams will be getting used to in this competition, because in their regular leagues they don't play with the bonus box, and it can make such a big difference in these games if you can get 2-point try or 3-point in the case of a female box try rather than the 1-pointer.
Tag one, tag one, tag one, tag one.
Some of the London teams and some of the Yorkshire teams are used to playing that. They have Super Leagues in both those regions, but some of the other regions haven't yet got the Super Leagues established. Some of the new regions, they're obviously working towards that in the future.
Go 3.
Wigan for the first time make it into Manchester territory.
4.
Bit of a twist and turn from Lee Davis. Ball is dropped, but it's gone backwards. However, Manchester pick it up, and straight away is Rico Richardson. He's heading for the box, and he will make it. Another maximum score for Manchester.
Try there.
6-0 now, with only 3.5 minutes played. For those of you hoping for a Wigan win, you're going to have to be cheering louder so that they can hear you here at West Park Leeds in Yorkshire. They need your support with 3 tries conceded, but 6 points against them. Well taken restart there by Wigan. Alex Simpson there steps back, and we track it over to the right-hand side. Story, though, kept in possession, tagged in possession.
So I think it's important here with Wigan going 6-0 down within the first few minutes for the heads to stay up, not panic. And he's away here. He's away. Does he know?
Oh no! Unfortunately, he's touched his tag. He believed he'd been tagged. He hadn't been. He looked down, touched his tag, and for that reason, it counts as a tag. You're not allowed to do anything that's going to help your tag to stay on. So Wigan's best chance doesn't result in a try just yet.
So you may be wondering there, you may be thinking, well, the tag was pulled off, why have they allowed play on there? But the referee called simultaneous play on. That means the tag was taken at the same time the kick was made. So it's continuing on with the game. Obviously the ball's gone dead, so now Manchester bring it out. A good run there.
Yeah, strong start from to the attacking set from Becky Plummer. And another good run there, this time from Miriam Franklin.
They've made some good ground there in the first couple of tags of Manchester. Some strong runs, and again
Plummer
here.
again, twisting, spinning, and still going. The third attempt that Wigan were finally able to take her back.
Looking very elusive is Becky Plummer with the spin. Oh, and they're in again. Oh, no, it's a great ball out for the girl try in the corner.
Yeah, so Sally Wood, the recipient of the pass just before Dan Brown ran over the line. So Sally Wood gets the score. It's another 2-pointer in this one. And we're quickly tracking towards one of our biggest scores of the day on the show pitch. Manchester will be very pleased with the performance so far. And arguably a lot of this, Carl, does come down to the strength and depth that there is in Manchester in comparison to Wigan.
Yeah, I think it's the strength and depth, but also the experience. Like I say, Manchester started as a region in 2017, Wigan a few years after that, so they've been playing a few more years. So yeah, I think a combination of those two factors.
But it's not showing in the way that the commitment and the enthusiasm that Wigan are showing to the game.
No, and I think every time you play in one of these competitions, you learn and you develop in your game. So yeah, it's really important if you're on the wrong end of a scoreline, as we're potentially seeing here, that you don't get disheartened and you grow and develop from that, which is what obviously this competition's about. So.
Really nice arcing run from Bowen.
I think a case
overlap on the left-hand side for Manchester if the pass is tidier.
It's called simultaneous there. But she thought the try line was earlier than it was.
Grounded the ball a couple of metres out. Luckily for Manchester, they will get another go at this. Penalty for wrapping against Wigan gives Manchester 6 again. Another penalty. Wigan weren't on their line, as we were.
So really under pressure here, Wigan.
Yeah, it'd be huge for them here to hold out Manchester for 6 tags on their line, and hopefully will give them a bit more confidence for the rest of the game.
Oh, great last-ditch tag
there. Really well taken tag by Kevin Johnson.
40 was through, but no, he just managed to get it with the back of the hand there.
Bowen fires the ball out, switch back in field, and just sliding over and finding the bonus box is David Brotheridge.
So continues the streak of the 2-point scores in this game. I think every score so far, Will, has been a 2-pointer. Is that right?
It has, yeah, every single one.
Again, that just inflates the score. But they were holding them out well, Wigan there, but after a couple of last-ditch tags, they finally managed to break the defence.
Just picked up by Wigan. It was forwards off the shin. That's perfectly fine, and
a good step.
Well picked up.
Oh,
really
well
nice,
held.
Great hands there. Great hands from Alex Simpson. Wigan will work it. Well, they were looking to work it left, but the pressure from the Manchester defence was just too rapid. Caught in centre field. The loop has worked well.
Oh, good diving tag there. She looked like she might be away on this side for
the
Wigan.
ball went into the hands of Zoe Gotheridge. But the ball was untidy. The ball was lost forwards, and that counts in the same way as a knock-on, and Manchester will take over through Richardson, who scored one of their more flamboyant tries of the match so far.
Well held.
Good hands. Well behind him, but he's stuck his left hand out and
unlucky there for Wigan. She flew out the line, nearly had the tag, put her away here. Down the line. Oh, just evades that last-ditch tag and in for a try, I think, here. Will Nat Blades confirm? Yes.
Yeah, so another 2-pointer. I believe that's Plummer. That was down on the left wing. Just
yellow female try, 2 points. Score is 12-0.
As you see on the replay, the pace that she's got. Weave inside, then out, round the final defender to keep that tag on her hip. And it's a really well taken try. It was Bowen, I'm afraid.
And you see there at the end there, the movement of the hips just to move the tag away from the defender. If she'd not moved the hips, then the defender would have had a better chance of getting a tag, but that slight movement can make all the difference in the game of tag rugby.
3 there.
Gotheridge not able to escape the attention of the Manchester defence. Oh, and it's an interception by Bowen, and she's going to go over twice in the space of a minute. Very near to the bonus box there. We almost saw the first 3-pointer of the game, but it's yet another 2-point.
Unlucky there for Wigan. They were trying to spread it wide, and yeah, unfortunately the pass didn't go to hand, or not to a Wigan hand. Went straight into the Manchester player, and
yeah, real poacher's try, that one.
Yeah.
Richardson stands the ball on its end for the restart. You're allowed to do that as long as the ball is freestanding. Comfortably taken by Wigan, though, with their attack looking to evade the defence. They really need to go through a full set of 6, don't they, Carl? They struggle to get the continuity both in attack and defence.
They do. I was just about to say, I think one of the things with as this ball gets hoofed out of play, one of the things with Manchester is they're moving up really quick in defence. I mean, one of the reasons that the intercept happened there was because they were pushing up in defence, and that's really putting the Wigan team under pressure. There's a speeder in for a try here. Oh,
it's passed over the line. As soon as you cross that line, we were talking earlier about only having the 1. As soon as you cross that line, if you then try to pass the ball, it counts as a tag immediately. So that is a score that goes begging for Manchester, but not for long, as they go over very simply through Miriam Franklin on the right-hand side. And this score keeps on building.
2 points. Score is 16-0 Manchester. You've got 7 and a bit to go.
So we just see the pass out to the wing, step back inside by Franklin, and there's the score. And we've seen our first 50-10 of the day there. The kick-off from Richardson. Trundles out of touch just beyond the yellow 10-metre marker.
Good tag there.
Gives Manchester possession all over again. And now they have 5 tags to score, and they won't need more than 2.
Sneaks in on the blind side there, just managed to evade the defender. That shows what an important play the 50-10 is. From the kick, put it into touch within the 10-metre mark, get the ball back, and within a few tags they that managed to get over the line.
Yeah, and as Haynes there, who adds their name to the score sheet for Manchester. Comprehensive performance for them so far. I really want to see Wigan complete a set of 6 here. It's been a while since they have done.
Oh, good chasing in defence there. That's turning the defence into attack. That aggressive putting the pressure on Wigan by getting up on them and getting the tags.
And there again, a pass thrown loose, knocked forwards by Wigan. Manchester take over once again. And they're going to have to come from a little further back this time. Their last few attacks are from about 10 metres out. They're 50 metres away right now. They work the ball across the field. One more pass could have seen them gain a nice few metres there. And back in to Bowen, who we've seen go over a couple of times.
Ball on the floor there. Was there a hand on it? Oh, Wigan have collected it either way.
So now it's Wigan with the advantage after Manchester make the error. See if they can do something with it here. A little bit of a loose pass, and again.
Well picked up there by Wigan.
Yeah, Gotheridge was straight onto that. She did not want any Manchester hands taking the ball over.
Oh, and again we see another diving tag there.
Yeah, brilliant by Bowen. She's really asserting herself in this game. Firstly it was in attack, now in defence. Final tag, so they will go through a set of 6 here, Wigan, but they haven't really made any ground with it.
Kick,
that's an excellent kick, and it bounces up perfectly for her.
Oh, the step as well.
Oh, and she's through on the left-hand side. Alexandra Simpson, a virtuoso score, gets Wigan on the board. It's 18-2. What a wonderful try.
Lovely kick there, and then regathering a step inside to get across the line.
Oh, I mean, just fantastic stuff. Wigan on 5th and final centre field, not much on. Works its way to Simpson, and she says, you know what? If the rest of the team's not going to do it, I'm going to do it myself. She put in the kick, bounced up perfectly for her. The job wasn't done. She still had to evade the defender and get over for the score. Consolation on the board for Wigan. And they'll look for another here, but it's Manchester with the ball currently.
And in terms of individual tries, I mean, I'm not sure what you've seen earlier on in the day yet, Will, but yeah, in terms of individual skill, that was lovely.
We have seen some good ones from George Hargreaves, who did excellently last year, but we now see one up the other end for Manchester, and that is David Rotheridge going over. It's a 2-point score in the box.
Yellow, male box try, 2 points, scoring
so 20 points to 2 now, after Rotheridge's second score of the day. Or second score of the game, so. Tricky kickoff, couple of bounces. He's got to keep his hand up there, the Wigan player, or he will be fending.
Are you all right? Continue. Okay, tag one when you're in, go one.
Taking a slight knock there.
Yeah.
Play on. Play on.
Simpson, Wigan's hero, evading the defender on the first one, caught on the second.
She does look dangerous when she gets the ball, doesn't she? And, as we saw with that last try. Yeah, need to keep an eye on her.
Put 4 there, tag 4.
But again, this strong Manchester defence really putting pressure on the Wigan attack. Oh, lovely inside ball there, and again.
Simpson with space in front of her. Twisting run again. No support there after she'd given the ball to Kevin Johnson. Nice step back inside.
Oh, it's out. Yeah.
Here goes Gotheridge. But that is 6 tags. So Wigan, they've done what I was wanting them to do. They've worked their way through a set of 6 and got themselves into a good position in the Manchester half. But Manchester with the 2 really good offloads, and up the left-hand side they go. Oh, tried to outfox the defender, and she has managed to get the bonus box score, and that is our first 3-pointer.
Good chasing back by Wigan there. Unfortunately, just managed the Manchester player just managed to evade him, but he still chased back and made it difficult for the Manchester player.
Yeah, Becky Plummer there. It was 2 beautiful offloads to get the ball to her on the left-hand side. She easily had the pace for a score, but she wanted the maximum, and she made sure she got it.
But I mean, it's a really good sign that, I mean, in terms of Wigan, they're on the wrong end of the score here, but the fact that they're still chasing back and making it difficult for Manchester with the scores they are making, then yeah, it's a good sign as they go forward. All right, it's not.
Yeah. A good side, yes, but still another score for Manchester, I believe, through Bowen with the 2 points on the left there, 25-2. And when you think about the fact there's only 20 minutes in a game in this tournament for the mixed category, that really is a bit of a drubbing. Pleased, though, that Wigan have managed to get themselves on the board at least. A Story with the first hit up of the set for Wigan.
Be careful, number 10 on the run back. Go 2. 3 there, tag 3. First one.
So we mentioned at the start that both sets of players know each other. Also, the referee here, Matt Blades, regularly referees in both Manchester and Wigan as Wigan turn over the ball.
Yeah, coughed up directly into the arms of Rico Richardson.
Matt Blades is also the referee. Has also started refereeing in Sheffield as well. He's as Manchester go down the wing there again.
Yeah, once again the try coming through Bowen, all the way over on the left-hand side, and Blades decides to call it there as the try was scored pretty much on the hooter. Bowen with her 4th try of the game. She'd been a star in defence as well. It's a game that probably will stick in my mind more for Simpson's solo effort for Wigan to get them on the board. But whether it's Bowen, whether it's Brotheridge, whether it's Plummer, whether it's Richardson, so many through that Manchester team going over multiple times to give us the biggest win of the day that we have seen on the show pitch. 27-2 the final score in this one.
Cheers. That's all. Well played, Dan.
If you want to swap, walk around the back and we'll swap at the back, right? Right, who's on the boys? We've got enough? We've got 3 wingers on. Oh, are you not entertained? I'm always entertained, mate. Good, Ryan. That's exactly what I'm fucking here. Let's go! Let's go, boys! Wing. Who's a rover? Let's go, man! Lots of chat, Yorkshire, lots of chat. Come on, boys. Loose. Are you going for another piss?
seconds. Come on, boys. Heads on. Yes, mate. Yeah, well, yeah. Guys, make sure if you're not playing, you are back from the pitch.
Wind is just whipping up a little bit here at West Leeds in Bramhope for the resumption of play here, which is a men's match between the Manchester side and between the Yorkshire men's blue. I have to keep very careful watching whether it's blue or white, but this is the Yorkshire men's blue, the Yorkshire Rose men's blue team.
Yep, two Yorkshire men's teams in the competition, and then we're off here.
Yeah, Yorkshire have put teams in everything, haven't they, this year?
They have. Well, it's the first time the event's been held outside of London. Come to Leeds. I think, that's helped with the interest from Yorkshire, and also the growth of the game here, John. It's growing all the time. We've got more players, and as people get involved in these events and get involved in the Great Britain setup, there's more people wanting to put a hand up and feeling they're able to, which is great to see.
It is great to see. I'm thoroughly enjoying my first taste of this. Oh, there's going to be a first score here for the Yorkshire side. That's going to go down well, isn't it? And Yorkshire are on the board straight away. It's Dave Burkle who is the man who sprints over jubilantly at arm raised.
I think it was actually Cameron Wingate there, John. Just the number 8, just away there. Cameron Wingate in for the try. So that was.
So it's Yorkshire men's white and not Yorkshire men's blue as we were originally informed.
I think it's white, yep. So.
Oh, thank goodness you're here.
2 point there.
Yeah, 2 point. Great start for the Yorkshire side, and Yorkshire, the public really enjoying this as well.
Yeah, I mean, as well as the interest from the players, it's great having it in Leeds. It means the spectators can get down and support the teams, and it's great to don't know if you heard the cheers there, but I'm sure as the day goes on, the cheers for the Yorkshire teams will get louder as more and more people come down and see what's going on down here at West Park.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a chance to have a word about the fests coming up as well, the tag fests, and plenty of those around the country. Just turning his back, I think he thought he was almost through there, and he got away with that one without the tag disappearing from the pants.
Lee Morrell there in the middle, just showing and then going himself. Unfortunately, he got tagged there, but Nathan Beebe taking the ball in.
Yeah, another Trilby wearer. Now we know it is the Whites. They're looking for another score here, and they've got one as well. And I think this is James Weinberg.
Now, was he in the box or not? Let's see what Matt Plaids, the referee.
No, 1 point.
1 point. He wasn't quite in the box. Very close.
A rather slow start for the Manchester Worker Bees, though. They've got a bit of work to do to catch up.
Yeah, Yorkshire off to a good start.
As the sun threatens to come filtering through again. That's a very welcome sight.
It is. Every time it comes out, you feel the temperature go up as well. With that wind, it's nice to get that.
How's the day going so far, would you say? Assessment halfway through the afternoon?
Yeah, I think it's been going very well. I mean, as I was saying to you before we came on, John, it's difficult as an organiser trying to see some of the games, some of the action, because you're off doing things a lot of times. But you can hear some of the chat going on and hear some of the scores coming in. But it all seems to be going well.
Weather-wise, I wasn't sure what to expect today, so I'm built for a climb up Everest, because you never know when you're in this part of the world.
You don't.
As you would know.
Yeah. Based in
local.
Based in Leeds myself, John, similar to yourself. I'm not too far. I think you're based in Bradford, aren't you? So yeah, it's very changeable, the weather. Let's say changeable. But yeah, thankfully we've got a dry day here today. Manchester just getting the ball now and trying to bring it out their half.
Long may it continue.
Definitely. I'm just glad it wasn't yesterday evening that we were running this event.
Absolutely.
Torrential downpour in Yorkshire last night. Leeds. A good step inside, but just Yorkshire managed to get the tag. And that's Tom Wilkinson with a tag there.
Yeah, better from Manchester. Lovely sidestep there, and another one as well. But he is tagged at the end of that, but it was a good effort there from the number 16 on the Manchester side, and they've worked it over to the left, but a fumble. And in any form of rugby, I'm afraid you can't do that.
Penalty on number 4.
So Manchester now have the ball. Show and go, but yeah, it's only tag one and only 5 or 6 metres out from the Yorkshire line. Can Yorkshire hold them out?
Yeah, I'm easily confused these days, Carl. There was a number 16 appeared all of a sudden there, which I haven't got on my list. Are they there this time? Not quite. Closer and closer they edge to the line. One line, of course, in use, that is all. And surely here on the left-hand side they are in this time. Referee moves across, he'll point to the point of the score, and Manchester are on the scoreboard.
I think he's given no try
there.
Oh,
no, he hasn't given no try, you're right.
He said the tag came off first. So yeah, no try there. Manchester have another go.
Sometimes it looks for all the world as though they're there.
Yeah, it's very tricky, not only for the spectators but the referee to see whether the tag was taken first. But yeah, the referee, Matt Blades, there calling the tag had come off first. No try, and now Manchester have turned it over and Yorkshire coming away from the line.
Yeah.
Oh, and Tom Wilkinson.
Very elusive run.
Yeah.
Yeah, he scored a try earlier in the day, which was very impressive.
Yeah, there's a few speedsters on the Yorkshire team, and a good change of direction as well. With it's not just the speed, it's their elusiveness. So Rodrigo there playing the ball is one of them.
Yeah, Ben Pedley getting involved as well. They look to have one or two very experienced players.
Yeah, Ben was actually one of the coaches for Yorkshire at last year's event. He was out injured, back fit now and playing himself. But yeah, he's an experienced player, as are a few of the other players in this team.
And we don't have to wait long now to see the Yorkshire men's 40s team either play. They'll be in action very shortly.
Yeah, I've not seen any of their recent results, but certainly they started off the day very strong with a couple of wins. It's a new category that we've got in the event for the first time this year. Previously we just had 3 categories, but we've now added the men's 40s, giving some of the older heads like myself a chance to get out there and have a run. So that's one of the great things about tag. It's very much for anybody 14 plus. We've had people in their 60s playing tag as well, and certainly in Australia they very much have lots and lots of categories, just as Manchester turn over the ball there. But yeah, we're working towards that. This year we've got the over 40s, and hopefully in the future we'll add additional categories as well.
You're not what to laugh, as I say, around this part of the world. A young offspring.
I wish my body told me that as well, John. But,
I know the feeling. One of the boards just blew over on me. I thought, man, I don't need being attacked by one of the boards here. Anyway, no harm done. My notes on one of the teams did float away a moment or two ago, but happily recovered. He's gone all the way through. Oh, that's a super score. That really is, and there's no hesitation on the referee's part for this one. And it's another score for Yorkshire, and this time the man to be going over there was Cameron Wingate.
Yeah, Cameron Wingate again, who got in for the first try for Yorkshire. Going again there. So I actually make that, that was a 2-pointer. So I think I actually make that 5-0 on the score. We had the 1-pointer in there as well earlier on, so I think that's 5-0 to Yorkshire now.
Yeah, people here watching the sport for the first time have to get themselves acquainted with the scoring, which is a little unusual, just the 1 point, unless it's scored by a woman, in which case it can be 2 points, and then we can have the situation later in the day where we can have a 3-pointer. But that was 2 points for going in the zone.
Yeah. So yeah, male try in the bonus box gets turned from 1 into 2. We actually had a 3-pointer in the previous game, John. So I don't know if you've had many of those today, but as I was saying to Will, it really makes a difference. If you get in the 2-point try or a 3-point try, it makes such a big difference in these short games, which are only 20 minutes long. Puts real distance between the two. Can put real distance between the two teams.
Yeah, no, I think it was the first 3 points of the day. I was watching with one eye because I had to sneak away for the first coffee of the day. But I was watching it, and it looked to be a bit of a romp at the end.
Yes, it was. It was a bit one-sided, but the Wigan team kept going as some of their chasing back showed towards the end of the game there. Rodriguez tag there.
Yeah. Close again, and no, that's beyond the clutches, beyond the stretching arm.
ball, mate.
Starting play from the wrong position there.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, waiting for the referee, and he's blown his whistle and they're off again. Stephen Riley with a tag there. I was just going to mention, John, although it's Yorkshire, and I know Sheffield's within Yorkshire. Stephen Riley plays his tag in Sheffield. That's one of our new regions. The plan is for them to enter this competition individually by themselves in future years. But this year, Sheffield and the West, let's call it West Yorkshire teams, players are in the one Yorkshire team, but certainly in future years we may see some Sheffield team here taking part in the run.
Yeah, that's great. We did mention that earlier, and it's great that one or two other regions are developing sides nowadays, and we mentioned Edinburgh a little bit earlier as well, and the sport is played over in Ireland as well. And there's another encouraging forage.
Stephen Riley there with the tag there. Oh, another good tag by Stephen Riley.
Yeah, the defensive part of the sport is just as important as the try scoring.
Yeah, it is, and the fitness to keep that defence going. I mentioned Stephen Riley there. He's got Manchester in the corner there.
Yeah, lovely score. That was a typical sort of a rugby try, wasn't it? With the space created, then the final ball floated out to the wing, as I would still call it, on the far side there, and a straightforward run into the line.
Yeah, a good try there in the corner. Didn't quite see who that was.
Well, I saw who it was, but I'm waiting for him to turn his back on me so I can read the number. The numbers are pretty good with most of these teams. This is one of the harder ones to read.
Just a correction there on the score. I was actually wrong. It was 4-4-1, not 5-1 now.
Yeah, it's easy to get confused. This is a good little spell, probably the best we've had from Manchester.
Yeah, they're really, after that score, back on with the pressure. Can they get in again?
Yeah, if they could get a two-pointer now, it really would be interesting, wouldn't it? They're very close to that line. And are they there? I think they are. This is a real comeback from the Manchester Workers Bees.
Yeah, definitely not a two-pointer, but a one-pointer. But it's closing that gap to 4-2 now. And we've only just over halfway in the game gone. They're really back in it or working their way towards that.
Yes, they are. And I've noticed frequently somebody who scores a try often comes off a second or two later. And the man who got that try for Manchester was Barney Dathan.
Offside in front of the catch, number 1. In the middle, please. In the middle.
Penalty from the kick-off there. Didn't quite catch that. I'm not sure if the ball went out in the full, but Stephen Riley away here, swivel of the hips, and he's away. He's got the pace, and he's over for a try. So just as we speak about Manchester coming back into the game, Yorkshire gets over for the try and put that extra little bit of distance between the two. So Stephen Riley.
Yeah, that's another one I always check. Riley or Reilly? Because there's a Malcolm Reilly who was a fantastic rugby league player for Castleford in Great Britain, as you I'm sure will know.
Yes. Know the name. I think he was the coach. One of the it's a Great Britain coach. Certainly when I was watching some of those games, I'm unfortunate enough not to see him as a player, but I've seen some of the highlights, clips, and things. And yeah, very good player.
I certainly did, and he was not a man to tangle with.
No, I think he had quite a reputation in Australia. Am I right? Yeah.
Played at Manly.
Yeah.
A man I've played golf with as well. You wouldn't tangle with him on the golf course either. If he says it's a birdie, it's a birdie. And here we go again. It's a good comeback. It's a good contest now. Is this one?
And Matt Blades, the referee, has just given a penalty there. I think there was some pulling of the shorts just as the tag was taken. So he's given a penalty there for the pulling of the shorts. Manchester get the ball. Can they start closing that gap again? They've still got the time in this game.
Yes, and I managed to identify it's McGoffey who got the first score, by the way, over on that far side. We like to get the try scorers for you. It's Gareth McGoffey.
Yeah, for Manchester there.
It's always a bit blowy around here. As anybody who's ever flown out of Leeds Bradford Airport will tell you, and he's flown in for another try. This is the best phase of the game, and it's probably the closest match we've seen all day as well.
A lovely line there, just running back in at the angle through the gap. I'm just trying to see what the player's number was there to give you the name.
Well, we soon can tell you, because he's about to turn his back. It was number 4 for Manchester, who is Christopher Brown.
Yeah, like I say, a really good line there. And Manchester close that gap now. Can they do what they didn't do last time and keep Yorkshire out and start to close that gap even further?
Yeah, fitness factors come into play as well here, especially when it's maybe the second game of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mentioned, speaking of fitness, I mentioned Stephen Riley earlier on, who on the Yorkshire team. He's on social media and he was posting that he did an ultra marathon the other week. So certainly he's got lots of running in those legs. That's number 4 for Yorkshire, who I'm talking about, who an ultra marathon runner.
Yeah, looking for another score here, which might seal the victory. They're not quite there yet. The referee said play on initially, but this is the handover. Do we call it handover, changeover? Does it matter?
Doesn't matter. The other team get the ball, turnover, handover. Yeah.
It's just somebody will come on and say, he didn't know what he was talking about. You always get one of those.
Generally, a lot, given its similarities to rugby league, a lot of the terminology can be applied to tag as well, John. So I think in rugby league we'd call it a changeover, would we, or a turnover? So yeah, most people will know what it means. So.
Yeah. I think we've stressed the fact as well today. This is such a very inclusive sport. It's for anybody. You might not necessarily have even played rugby in your life before you take up this sport.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think I mentioned in one of the earlier games when I first came on that it's one of the girls, Laura Elliott, had never touched a rugby ball before she came and played tag not too far from you in Bingley. She after a couple of years of playing tag, went on to was playing for Keighley Cougars Women's last year. So it's a great way for people to get involved. And yeah, the majority of our players actually, in fact, have never picked up a rugby ball before.
That's brilliant.
So it's yeah. Great to get people more involved in. Oh, lovely last-ditch tag there from Manchester on Rodriguez there.
It was a good tag,
yeah.
Right on the line, and it turned a handover in their favour. So well played Manchester defensively there. We were talking about stressing the fact that defences have to be just as good and just as important. Caught on the ankle.
And having got the ball on their line, they're working it away from their line here. Oh, lovely line there. Oh, but good tag. Tom Wilkinson there with a tag in the middle. Thought he might have got through the number 4 for Manchester.
Yeah, very close to doing so. There's got to be some good elusive runners, aren't there? Snake hips, I suppose you call some of them.
Yeah, there's a few Shakiras out there, John. There's one player who used to have in Manchester who used to have the nickname Shakira because of his hips. But there's a few people like that. Oh, it's a good line there.
Oh, hard luck as well.
What a tag there by Lee Morrell.
That would have been another spectacular one, wouldn't it?
I was watching the ball and thought it was through, but yeah, the tag was on the ground in the background. So
for some players, it's just a natural aptitude, isn't it? You know, they've done it before, they can do it again.
Yeah, well, it's the hand-eye coordination and yeah.
Oh, talking of which, here's a break, and is he going to... Can they get the tag? He did, and that was excellent defensive play from Matt Arnott, preventing a certain score.
Good cover tackle there.
There might still be one, and yeah, he's over this time, and it is a score for Craig Williams. No, it's not Craig Williams, it's James Weinberg.
Yep, who I think is, we mentioned Sheffield before, James also is one of our Sheffield players. James Weinberg in for a good try there. It's now a
one-pointer.
Yeah, one-pointer in the corner there.
Well, I hope viewers have managed to pick up the rules of the game as we've gone along. We've tried to explain it because not everybody will have seen this sport before.
No, and it's one of the things where it is an easy game to pick up, but I mean, yeah, you do need your pointers. So, I mean, we mentioned there that one of the things is a lot of the players who come and play tag have never picked up a rugby ball before.
An interception.
We have taster sessions that people can come down and give it a try at, and also if anybody just wants to join a league direct, we'll give a rule brief to them. So, give them those pointers, and then, yeah, like I say, it's a quick game to pick up. Everybody's friendly and helps as well. So. But obviously on this we'll try and give you those pointers on the commentary, and Tom Wilkinson's through.
Yeah, he's in there, no stopping him on that occasion. Again, was Tom Wilkinson on the final ball, and as I say, no stopping him.
No, and we were speaking of snake hips. There was a swivel of the hips there for him to get through the gap, and then certainly with Tom, he's got the pace to get across. And I think that was a 2-point try, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. It's very difficult to see our monitor here for the score, but I think it's I would have got, it says 8-3, I believe.
Out on the full. Penalty on half.
Right, and we see there from the kick-off, the ball's gone dead over the try line.
Well, you ready?
So if it goes out in the full behind the try line, it's a penalty from the kick-off. The penalty from the kick-off is a tap on the halfway. So Gareth Mahohi, I think, took the tap from the wrong place. He's brought back. Manchester have given a penalty away on the first tag.
Yeah, that's indiscipline.
Yeah.
How did you get into the sport?
I started as a player, John. So I mean, I've played rugby league and rugby union from a relatively young age. Grew up in Leeds and supported Leeds Rhinos as a youngster. But yeah, got introduced to tag. Oh, just as I'm speaking, the hoot has gone and the final whistle has gone. So a good win there for Yorkshire, 8-3 against Manchester.
Yeah, it is a good win. The tries were spread out. There were a couple for Wingate, a couple for Weinberg, Riley and Wilkinson also on the sheet as well for them. But there was a good spell in there for Manchester Worker Bees, which is encouraging with McGoffey. Oh, papers flying all over the place again here now. It's impossible, isn't it, up in the windy region?
Yeah, no, there was a spell there certainly where they got it was backwards and forwards with the tries a little bit. They were closing the gap. There's only 2 points in it, I think, at one point. And if Manchester had scored again then, Yorkshire would have been under real pressure. Yorkshire managed to keep them out though and score another try and put that extra place. But yeah, just on the replay there, we're seeing Cameron Wingate, who got a couple, like you say. But one of the encouraging things for me there as well, I mentioned Sheffield. It was great to see a couple of their players playing a big part in that Yorkshire performance, with Weinberg getting over for a try and Stephen Riley as well.
Yeah, very much so. Let's just have a chat then about the tag fests which are coming up, Carl. I think there's one in Wigan on the 11th of June, and then it continues in Bristol, in Coventry and Warwickshire, and here in Yorkshire as well. And of course there's one in London on the 16th of July. Yeah,
so the Tag Fest series is a series of one-day events. It's not quite the same as this. It's not a representative, so players can sign up as individuals, or they can enter the events as part of their regular teams. They can enter their regular teams in those events. Similar format today, though. It's generally a round-robin competition in the morning, and then goes into playoffs and finals in the afternoon, and then. I don't know if Will mentioned earlier, but the social side of tag is a big part of what we do. So we normally, for the Tag Fest series, we normally have a big after party, either at the venue or, depending on where it is, in a venue close by. So it's a real social do, and we have that festival feel as well. So we normally have food vendors and so on. Each location has a different twist as well. So you mentioned Wigan there. That starts the series off. I think last year they had a pie eating competition, which adds a bit of fun to the event. Yorkshire, they have a Yorkshire pudding and spoon race, and there's fancy dress in there as well. The biggest one though, the kind of flagship event for the Tag Fest series is the one in London. Last year it was had 100 teams. This year we're looking to beat that. So that's the UK's largest adult tag rugby event. Is part of the Tag Fest series. So,
yeah, you like a boat trip down the Thames as well.
Well, we do. You must have seen our birthday party, annual birthday party, which is an annual trip down the Thames. We hire a couple of boats out. I think there's a couple of hundred people go on that, and it's a good night out. Having a bit of a party on the Thames as you go past some of the tourist destinations. But like I say, it's the social side is a big side of what we do. It's not just the one-day events, though, where we have the social side. The regular leagues all have a weekday or an after-match venue, normally a nearby pub or a clubhouse, where we encourage players to go back and have a drink. And normally a lot of those put on some free food as well. So it's a great way to meet people. And you asked John earlier in the last game, how did I get into it? I signed up as an individual. Got placed into a team, and I actually married one of the individuals who also got placed on that team. So my wife joined that same team back in London in 2010, I think it was. But I'm not the only story that a lot of people do find partners and not just partners but friends through tag, which is great. As working for as part of tag, that's one of the great things to see. It's not just about the exercise and the health benefits and so on, but the friendships and so on that people get out of the game.
And wives.
And wives.
So there's no excuse. She knew where you're going.
Yeah.
And you know where she's going as well. So does she still play the sport?
No, she does actually. We've got 2 young kids now. She has a Monday night at Yarnbury Rugby Club. We have a league there in Yorkshire. And then I play on a Wednesday night while she looks after the kids. I play down at Wheatwood in Leeds as well. So we alternate it with childcare and playing. So
I have happy memories of Yarnbury. They used to play my local team, Baildon. Many
yeah,
moons ago. In fact, I
Okay,
actually
final
covered
runs,
a
set to
match between
receive.
Baildon and Yarnbury back in about 1959, 1960.
Right.
Anyway, I'm delighted to say we're moving into the 40s now. We've got the South London side, the Seals, as they proudly have it emblazoned on the back of their all green, and up against the Thames Valley Titans. So the men's 40 is something new.
Yeah, it's the first year we've run this category. Some of at the World Cups and some of the international events, they have more categories than we have previously run in the UK Tag Nationals. We're obviously looking to expand that as we grow the event and grow tag within the UK. So this is the first new category for a couple of years. And it's great to see the number of teams that we've got taking part in it. Thames Valley and South London here. Thames Valley, one of some of the newer areas. We've got Thames Valley have started leagues in Oxford recently. Reading's been going a while, but the Oxford League's only been going a couple of years, so it's good to see them entering one of the new categories at the UK Tag Nationals in the 40s.
So play will restart with the South London. We've got a challenge with the strips on this one, both sort of dark greenish, but one is green and black.
Yeah.
Olive green.
Flash of white on the South London Seals team, which just need to pick out. But yeah, South London got the Thames Valley team under pressure here from the off.
You've gone straight through in
there.
You've got to make more of an effort to go round.
So in tag you have to run for the space. You can't run straight into people. He's run straight into one of the defenders there, the number 4 for South London. So it's penalty for contact, and Thames Valley bring it out.
Yes, that was Orbis Sadiq who went close, but Thames Valley running it out, as you say. Makes me feel young again. I look at some of these fellas and they're still thoroughly enjoying the sport. It's like, I love my golf because I can still play at my age. And here are fellas who are still having a run out. Oh, the referee had a good look at that, but the tag had been taken.
Yeah, certainly. I was going to say what some of them lack in pace, but still, even though they're 40, there's some very quick players out there, John. But they have that added experience.
Yes, they do. That was a clever, cute piece of work. Oh, brilliant piece of work. It's not going to produce a try, not just yet anyway, but at least they've managed to take play deep inside the opposition territory. Titans on the attack, but then losing the possession from the handover, and running it out was Ryan Suka Grizzle. That's a mouthful.
It is. I'll go with that. You pronounced it correctly there, John. I don't know if I could do any better. So.
Well, we do our best, don't we? I do like to get people's names as right as possible. Here's a good break down the left-hand touchline featuring Doug Seal. That's a much easier name. I won't call him a performing Seal, though, but he may well have helped in the first score here. The referee was just tagged at the last moment. There was the player James Gross. Closer and closer, and this will be a score. It's the first of the game, and the man who touches down for South London is Tim Probert.
Yeah, good step there. He just stepped around the first defender and then got away with a pace for a try. It was a 1-point score there. So that's 1-0 to South London.
It is always nice to get the first points on the board. There's a pat on the back as well here for Andrew Inglis, who figured in that move and is now taking a breather. And you can understand anybody wanting to come off for a breather.
Yeah, we're getting towards the break within play now between the teams. They've been going half a day already, so yeah, certainly within this 40s category, it's starting to clock up the minutes in terms of game time. That will be interesting to see as we go forward in the rest of the day how the legs hold up. Like I say, this slightly older age category.
Just from a very technical point of view, do you often run and not feel the tag come off?
You do. You sometimes hear the noise of the Velcro, and you look down and your tag's still there. What I always advise people or suggest to people is keep running until the referee blows his whistle. If in doubt, run.
That's the oldest adage of all. Play to the whistle. Not everybody does do, and suffers the consequences. Promising work here from the Titans. Of course, London really was the pioneer as a city, as you would expect, as our capital in this sport in this country. We talked earlier about Australia and the fact that they were the real pioneers.
Yeah, so I think the version of tag we play started in Australia. It was Perry Haddock, NRL player for St George, who started as an off-season training game in the NRL. And then, we had a couple of Aussies. So it's grown massively in Australia, and then it's spread around the world, including to the UK. Who had a couple of Australians started it in London in 2009, and it's grown from there.
Yeah, this is like a typical training session in some ways, isn't it? This is how it all started. With one of these drills.
Yeah, well, I mean, the great thing about tag is you've got those tags. We just mentioned, you just asked about, do you sometimes hear the tags, or do you have the tags? I think the tags come off and it hasn't. But one thing that's great about the tags is you can run very similar lines to the ones that you do in contact. You can run very close to someone without making contact and still get past, as we saw there. It's a real skill to try and take someone's tag. It's not the easiest thing to do. It's something that you have to work at, and obviously you get better at. But it does allow you to run those lines, and the dynamic of the game is very similar to the actual contact game without the contact.
Yeah, it was James Gross who made that exquisite run there, very eye-catching, and there have been some eye-catching performances today. George Hargreaves caught my eye earlier. I saw the try he scored last year. Thank you for sending the video. And he's got a couple today of equal quality.
Right, I'll have to watch those back on the replay. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to see those, but we'll mention that. We had a great individual try in the last game as well. I don't know if you picked up on that.
And the ball's away, and you're carrying on your run. You either need to get rid of the ball earlier,
hopefully
or you
we'll
need
see
to be able to
some
stop quicker. We cannot get rid
more
of
in the rest of the day as well. So just,
sure we will.
I think there was a call for contact there, so penalty, and South London Seals now get the ball.
Keep working 9, keep working 9, keep working 9. Good now.
Good move out to the right to the far side, and the referee will award that. Validates the score over on the far side. Here in Bramham, we've got lovely facilities today. It's a very good, flourishing rugby club. I tell the under-18s here at West Park Bramham are unbeaten in something like 7 years, and yet they didn't win the Team of the Year award. That try, by the way, went to
number 10 from South London. Oh, sorry, wrong team.
Ewan Bascom.
Sorry, I beat you up in that, but I got it wrong.
It's Ewan Bascom. Well, sorry, that's one each for you and I on this one. You get confused between whites and blues, and over 40s and under 40s, and goodness knows.
You've already mentioned the wind blowing our bits of paper around. It's very difficult, but still.
For the viewers and listeners, that's no excuse, by the way. And I know that bores you rigid, probably, the fact that our papers blow away. But I had one horrible moment down at Roslyn Park last year when my notes blew away onto the A3. There weren't much use there.
Keep coming 19, good now, mate, you're in.
They're getting those back, I'm sure. But as we speak, South London in at the corner. Lovely try there, through the hands.
Well, he always managed to look to see who's still got the ball in his hands, don't you, as they come back, and he'll turn around any moment now, and we'll be able to tell you who did get that try for South London, who are just about to make some further substitutions. They can happen at any time of the contest, of course. Quite rightly so as well. Players coming and going all the time. There he was. It was number 11. So that's Fabrice Eslini.
Yeah, did really well to take the ball above his head and then get it down over the try line. Thames Valley bring it out.
Yeah, they've turned it around here.
Yeah,
from being a point down. But it's a very pleasant afternoon now, and it's nice to see. I know you've not charged admission for people, so a lot of folk will have drifted in and curious. They might have heard all the whistling going on and the cheering at the side of the road here on the way into Leeds or out of Leeds. But it's an enjoyable watch.
Yeah, I mean, I was mentioning earlier, it's the first time we've held the event outside London, and we've got 41 teams playing down here today. So there's lots of players who maybe haven't made the teams, or friends and family who obviously hear about what's going on in the world of tag and want to come down and get that opportunity to come down and support the people they know. So yeah, if you're watching this and you live locally and you've not come down yet, you'd be very welcome down to come and lend your support. And like John says, the sun's coming out just as
exactly there. One mark.
Yeah, you mentioned the number of teams there, Carl, as well, and it's well up on last year, isn't it? Which shows how flourishing the sport is.
Yeah, we had 32 teams. Just in we've actually changed the timing of the competition. It was last October we last held this event, but 32 teams last year, and yeah, so a big increase. Obviously, we've added that extra category, but.
I'm impressed by the jinking that's going on here. Two lovely jinking runs. First of all from Seamus McNulty and then from James Gross. And very impressive approach play. And they've got to be fit to be able to carry that out.
Yeah, it's not just straight line running. You need different muscles and different to change the direction and so on. Well, and there's a contest here for the ball as he's kicked through. Oh,
could that be a penalty? It's a handoff. It's not supposed to be a physical sport in many ways.
So I think he's
but
let that go.
It was a very determined run from, dare I say, not the smallest player on the pitch.
No, it's a good contest for the ball there, and. I think they've made a mistake here, South London. Roger Rebelo playing the ball quickly for Thames Valley. Roger's actually the franchise manager, license manager for Thames Valley, so he's actually playing in this as well as running the leagues and events in Thames Valley.
Good on him.
Yeah. So, but
the player who made that searching run, searing run all the way down the touchline was Richard Bruton, and he looks to be suffering a little bit at the moment for it.
Yeah. So it's a bit backwards and forwards there. South London got the ball, Thames Valley got the ball, lost it, and so on. But Thames Valley get another go here, and with a score of 3-0 to South London, they could really do to get across the line here. But the referee's given crossing there. He said the Thames Valley player's run behind his own player.
Move up, hold! 6, you're on.
Scoreline's ever changing.
Boys, far too much rugby, not enough tag. This is a penalty for you. There's no gap to go through, boys.
Talking earlier about the referee being the sole arbiter, so far as the score's concerned, he's the one who shouts it out, whether it's a one-pointer or a two-pointer.
Yep.
Penalty here, 5 out, offside.
Offside. We have the added complexity of the bonus box today. But yeah, in the mixed game alone, we have obviously 2 points for the female try and 1 point for the male try. Single gender games such as this men's game, obviously normally they'd all be 1 point, but with a bonus box, if you get in there, it's a 2 point try rather than a 1. Just tagged there before he got into the box, so that's no try. And Thames Valley, it's stuck the wrong way, he got tagged, so. It's held it well.
Almost a fumble. No. They're asking for the score, but no.
So they get another go. The tag count continues.
Yeah, Pat Hoy was involved at the death there. Picking the ball up as well now. The one white-haired player out there in the colours of the Thames Valley side.
Not quite sure what the decision was there, but South London bring the ball out anyway. They get the ball. Thames Valley want to keep them down here.
I think it's fair enough what you just said there, because it's the one common denominator in rugby. We're not quite sure why that decision was. It doesn't matter whether it's league or union or tag.
No, but the referee gave it, so he knows what it was. So we go with it, and yeah, Thames Valley have got the ball back here. Good position as well.
He's recovered. Look, here he is again, the big number 2.
Can they make this pressure
Richard
pay off?
Inside ball, lovely inside ball as well.
Ran at pace there, didn't he? Good line.
Yeah, certainly did. It's a very good spell. the Thames Valley.
Shot the line, don't shoot the hole. Tap, go.
So I think he's reset the tag count there. He said they're offside. So this is, I think that's tag 1.
Yeah, still over 6 minutes remaining.
Contact made, penalty orange.
Yeah,
You span into
unfortunately
it,
there, the Thames Valley player has gone through the initial gap but spinned, and he's span into the Thames Valley, the South London player, and giving the penalty away. So South London bring the ball away. Yeah, just to point out, all the other games during the day have been a 20-minute game, but in the men's 40s they're actually 15-minute games. So we're coming up on the time here. There's not long left, and at 3-0, probably not looking at Thames Valley getting back into it. But they're working hard anyway, putting the pressure on in defence.
Keep coming to.
I'm glad you reminded me of that, the 15-minute rule. I got so used to doing 20 minutes at a time. But it's understandable, shall we put it that way?
Yeah. I think when you get used to it, don't you? And then the first one. I think the next one also is a men's 40s game that we've got coming up, John. So that'll be the 15-minute game.
Yeah,
as well,
it is. Two men's 40s in a row.
So the referee calls last play. So we'll see what Thames Valley can do here. Whether they can finish off with a try. Let's get on the scoreboard.
Knock on, end of game.
But I think there's a mistake there from that play. The referee, Russell Crane, blows the whistle, and that's a 3-0 win to South London Seals. So, yeah.
Yeah, first one of the 40s matches that we've witnessed. There's another one coming up very, very quickly. That's the thing. We whip through the schedule. It'll be the North London Nighthawks up against Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes next. What are your thoughts on that one?
Thank you.
Yeah, again, it's a new category that will be interesting to see. Coventry and Warwickshire, the region, one of our newer regions as well, certainly compared to the London teams. So it'll be interesting to see. I think you had Troy Firkins on the commentary earlier on, who's one of the co-owners of the Coventry and Warwickshire licence. Big heavy connection there with the Midlands Hurricanes, formerly Coventry Bears in the Rugby League. Alan Robinson, the owner of Midland Hurricanes, is also co-owner of the Tritag Rugby licence in Coventry and Warwickshire. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, there's a lot of experience and knowledge there from Troy and Alan. I know they've been involved in some of the coaching of the teams and so on. So yeah, I can actually hear Troy in the background. I'm not sure if he's going to jump on the commentary. Hopefully he might be back on.
Well, he's been with us before earlier in the day. He's got a very similar accent to yours, I would have said. Well, he's been here a few years now. I think he said he'd been in the country about 20 years now. The man from Sydney. Sydney Rooster.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'd want the my Yorkshire twang, John. But anyway,
nothing wrong with it. It's been a delight to have you alongside me.
No, it's.
No doubt I'll hear more from you later in the day.
Yeah.
That's the end of your stint, is it, Carl?
I'm not sure. I think so. I'll jump off now anyway, John, and I may rejoin you, but we'll see. If not, I'll be on later on.
I think you're going to slap on the sun cream now, because it's really it's almost blazing here in West Yorkshire.
I need the sun hat as well. The hair's not what it was on the top of my head, John. But, anyway.
Stay with us, everybody. Thank you, Carl. And we're moving on, as I say, to the North London Nighthawks against the Coventry and Warwick Hurricanes.
My name's Lois Forsell. I'm the head coach of Leeds Rhinos Women and the RFL Women's Ambassador. Tri-tag's a great game. It's great to keep active, great to socialise and great to be part of a team environment. I'd say 100% get involved. It's a great, exciting game. It's exactly the same as Rugby League, just without the contact. But as I can see tonight, there's lots of fast-paced running, loads of tries scored and some great passing. It's fun, great fitness and social. Give tag a try.
Chantal. Okay, chaps, it is red to kick off. We've got 3 minutes, so yeah, I'll give you a countdown from 1. You're right. How's it going? Yeah, fine, thanks. Last match was a little bit spicy, but the others will be fine, fairly straightforward. That and yeah, just a lot of it was all of those things. More chaps, it's red to kick. We've got still 2.5 minutes to kick off. We can't go early because of production. So yeah, I'll give you a count. I'll count you in. I'll count you in. Have you seen the queue, guys? Yeah. Don't worry. I'll give you plenty of time warnings. Got watch notifications and everything. It's 2 minutes, chaps. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I think you guys are going pretty well.
Welcome back again to the UK National Tag Championship here in West Yorkshire, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable so far. We've some very entertaining matches in the men's, the women's, the mixed and the over 40s, but we're just about to start a second 40s match, and a good chance I think for us, Will, here to talk about the progression through to the national arena.
Yeah, absolutely. So for a lot of these players, nationals is their first taste of elite level tag rugby. But so many of these players will go on to then get the opportunity to trial for or even to represent the Great Britain national sides. Great Britain has been playing since 2020. Get my years mixed up there. Sorry, we had our 10-year anniversary last year, so we've been playing since 2011. Playing World Cups every 3 years, although the most recent one has been delayed multiple times due to COVID. And we currently have 6 teams in the Great Britain setup. An opens team for mixed men's and women's, and a seniors team for mixed men's and women's as well. We are looking now, with us starting this men's 40s category in Tag Nationals, to bring that category into the setup for Great Britain as well.
And I would imagine, as with any sport, sponsorship is absolutely imperative.
It is. We talked at the start of the day about how this is an amateur sport. The players are funding their kit, their travel, their tournament entry. That's no different at the international level. So both Great Britain and Tag Nationals as a tournament are both seeking sponsorship. Details can be found on the Try Tag Rugby website, on the representative Tag Rugby. And it's a fantastic opportunity for all sorts of companies and organisations to get involved, to sponsor the teams or the tournaments, and make a massive contribution to this wonderful game, Tag Rugby, going forward.
Well, we're underway here, as you can see. We've got the North London Nighthawks up against the Coventry and Warwickshire side, and the 40s. And although we've got Troy with us again here, the regional manager for Coventry and Warwickshire, and I thought a good start defensively for you there. Jordan Shimwell controlled that ball particularly well.
Yeah, he did. I think the player to watch here is Alex Brown, number 2 throughout Coventry and Warwickshire. He played semi-professional for Coventry Bears in League One. He's very elusive around that dummy half area, and has a very good rugby league or rugby brain.
That's Ollie O'Mahony for North London going over for their first score, and it's a 1-pointer for the team there.
Yeah, great start, O'Mahony. A romp to the line, really. Nobody able to lay a finger anywhere near him. But not a great start for your side, Troy.
No, it's not. I'm sure they can hit back. They've had a mixed results today. They've won 1 and lost 2 so far. So we're looking at a 50% win record if we can get over the line today. It's not a great reception of a kick-off either.
Yeah, but it was a really well taken one by Pete Murray. You could see the deliberate slice on the ball so that when it did bounce in front of your player, it would then spin off the surface and outwit him over the line.
Yeah.
You're far too young, both of you, but there used to be a disc jockey called Pete Murray in London. You never know.
Maybe in another life. Our Pete Murray in another life was a student boxer, and a very good one as well. He's actually got a metal jaw as a result of that. Hopefully no one's shoulder comes into contact with it today.
I was delighted when I was looking at all the names of all the players. There's also a Henry Longhurst playing today, which is the same name as a very, very, very famous golf commentator. Well, he probably was named after him. Oh, a gap opened up there. It really did. But it's not a score, not yet anyway, but they are threatening once again, and Coventry and Warwickshire haven't got out of their own area yet.
No, it hasn't been the best start, Coventry and Warwickshire. But I must say, having this category in the Nationals is fantastic. I think all the players, especially players that represent our region, have really taken to the opportunity to represent the region.
Yeah, North London do look big and powerful, don't they? But they've been thwarted again on this occasion. It was no score.
Yeah, Ryan Gould very close to going over there, but Coventry taking over.
Yeah. Some players are limbering up as well on the touchline in anticipation of getting a taste of action very shortly. Well, it's not a break. It's he thought he was away on the gallop just for a moment there, did Mark Day.
Yeah, he's very elusive, Mark Day. He's probably one of the quickest in the team. Plays in our Coventry League on a Monday night for Barker's Beasts.
And I tell you what, he looked rather slick as there, did Alex Brown?
Yeah, very dangerous around the dummy half area. Yeah, he'll catch some lazy defenders out over the period of the game.
Well, this looks promising for you. Has he got the legs to go all the way? He's got the sidestep. He's got away from one, but not away from two. Tag taken. Good response, however, and a pretty good run from Andrew Burns.
Yeah, it was a terrific run. Just didn't have the pace there. Probably need a bit more support.
More encouragement for you, though.
Yeah, but they've got the penalty too. I thought it was unfortunate pass over the sideline. Penalty to Coventry and Warwickshire.
How does a coach influence proceedings once the whistle's gone for the start?
Yeah, I mean the game's very frantic. I think there's only so much a coach can actually impact the game once it's being played. The odd tip to a player as they come off for a little rest is probably about it, especially being short games.
Notice one of the players, I won't mention his name, he's tucking into a sandwich as well at the moment. I suppose he'll just say needs the nourishment.
Just trying to keep the protein up.
I once did a golf tournament in Thailand, and one Tiger Woods stopped for a sandwich midway during his round, and a journalist said, "Why did you stop for a sandwich, Tiger?" He says, "Because I was hungry." Which is a pretty good answer.
You don't have to run around like these tag players. I think he's entitled to a sandwich. These guys can wait till the end of the game, surely.
They want more than a sandwich by the end of the day.
They're not helping themselves here with several penalties to give the opposition some decent field position.
No, in any sport, I always think that discipline is an absolutely major factor. Doesn't matter what you play, you've got to be disciplined.
Yeah, you hear coaches in rugby league talk about piggybacks and piggybacking the opposition up the other end of the field, and that's what we've certainly done in the last 30 seconds.
Well, I mentioned the player limbering up a moment or two ago, and that was the North London number 9, Andy Horsfall. Well, he's part of the action now. He was itching to get out there.
I think they're all itching to get out there until they're out there, and then they get tired and want to come off.
Yeah, it's a category of wily old foxes, this men's 40s, a number who maybe wouldn't have gone for representation in the Nationals before we brought the category in, but now get the opportunity to show themselves off on the biggest stage that we've got in domestic tag.
We've got a baseball cap out there as well. That's Nick David now. We did refer earlier to the headwear, which is allowable. Oh, this is a great run. Tremendous piece of play.
Oh dear, that's
Nathan
Nathan
just caught him in the back of a
who's
nasty
gone
tumble
down.
as well there for Nathan Goodfellow.
That's going to be really bad for North London if he's out for the rest of the tournament. One of their star players. You were talking about one of your players, Troy, having great pace, but Goodfellow, one of the fastest players in North London.
Yeah, it looks as though he would want to continue, but he is wincing and just holding his side there. It was just he fell awkwardly, I felt.
Yeah, that's all it was. Just foot went the wrong way and his body went the opposite direction.
Last second, they can't force the issue, but they do still have the ball, and while you're in possession, the chance is there for another score. Not anymore. Hand over.
I need a good set here, Coventry and Warwickshire, just to get up the other end of the field, build a bit of pressure.
Who's the player who's likeliest to get Coventry and Warwickshire up the other end quickly?
I think Mark Day. He's very dangerous, very quick. As I've mentioned before, Alex Brown getting out of dummy half. There's been a forward pass or a drop ball there. So they're under pressure again. Pete Stoney, number 9 on the right wing. He's done some damage in previous games with some long distance range breaks.
It is the Midlanders on the back foot again at the moment. Penalty given, and this will be another 6 from here. So the chance still exists for the North London side to get on the score sheet a second time. And really, I think he thought he was in there just for a moment, did Patrick Kelly. He's an interesting example, isn't he? The number 11 there, Gerard Butler, plays with...
Not the actor.
No. He has a physical handicap, but he makes light of it. He's as keen and enthusiastic as ever.
Just shows that tag rugby is a sport for everybody. There's a prime example down there.
Well, I've never felt so humble as last year when I watched disabled rugby up here in York, and it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Players playing with all sorts of disabilities.
Play on, backwards up, play on. That's 4, watch the arms down.
He's still got the ball in hand, but he's not going to be allowed to go any further there, Mark Day.
They can press right in and need to send the ball wide.
This is a clean break. Very well played as well. And a good step out as well from Edward Lane.
Yeah, I hear he's just come back from a grade 2 hamstring tear.
He has, yeah. He did that probably 8 weeks ago, so it was touch and go whether he'd make today. But he played last week and got through the games okay. Again, he's one of our stronger players in this team, and I can remember him coming to our first ever taster session in Coventry when we started up our first league. So he's been with us since the start.
It's fantastic to see players on the pitch with that kind of a story and connection to a region.
Well, as the sun comes out, it's basically a good time for you to say it is a summer sport in many ways, and yet you do play most months of the year.
All year round we play, John. It's just a couple of weeks off for Christmas, but rain, shine, snow, sleet, hail, frost, wind, we'll play through it all. Through the winter, we generally switch to artificial pitches with floodlights, which do allow for a little bit better play than you might get on a muddy, grassy pitch at that time of year. But certainly a game where it flourishes when the sun is out and the weather's a bit better.
And I'm told coming up in August, on Saturday the 13th, is a tag rugby birthday party, the 13th birthday party.
Yeah, we're 13 years old, having started in 2009, so we'll be celebrating once again as we traditionally do in September with a boat party down the River Thames in London. It usually starts off respectively. It usually doesn't end that way, but great fun is had by all, whether they remember it clearly or a little bit more hazily.
I'll be at the helm for you.
That seems fitting, John.
Yeah.
Support
there, enjoyed it. And here is a moment of hope for you, and he's on his way here, and this is going to be a first score for Coventry and Warwickshire.
Wonderful
and a well-taken score as well. The referee confirms it, and the man who's shot all the way over there is Alex Brown. Mentioned him earlier, and that's why.
Yeah, he didn't create the try, but he was in support of Craig Cathcart, and was in support, and obviously had to still do a fair bit to score the try with his speed. But well done, Craig Cathcart. He actually slowed up. He thought he'd been tagged. Was told to carry on. Alex Brown in support, and we've hit the front.
Yeah, to score like that, pretty much against the runner play. It's kind of died down a bit from both sides, but Coventry injecting the pace back into the game to take the lead for the first time.
Yeah. Well, they have looked capable of breakaway tries, if that's the right way to put it.
Yeah, there's a few players that certainly can score distance tries. Get some good field position here, and hopefully can score another try and
get up or get back.
build on that lead. But North London will be looking to hit back pretty quick after losing their lead.
Yeah, they've some very experienced heads, this North London side, so they'll won't be the first time they found themselves behind in a game, and they'll know their way back. But with Coventry still on the attack, they've got some work to do.
Yeah, into the zone he went. That gave the Coventry Warwickshire side the lead. Had a point deficit early on from that try from Omani.
Play on. 4 now.
Quite a few Irish names around today as well, and the sport is quite popular, I think, over there.
It is, so having grown so rapidly in Australia and New Zealand, tag was sort of taken up in Ireland a little bit earlier than it was over here. Our counterparts over there, the Irish Tag Rugby Association, very, very popular. There's also leagues run by the Irish Rugby Football Union, and many Irish, obviously, in London, around the UK that take up tag when they come over here.
Oh, here's a great break, and with the support as well. On the inside, on the outside, an S-bend attack there, but the tag came off. Good job as well from Coventry and Warwickshire's point of view.
Yeah, Matt Foden, amazing dive there for a tag that he's not. If he doesn't make that tag, I think we can see the try.
Forward pass, roll to orange. There's your mark.
Yeah, the pass from Omani just creeping forwards, not able to be gathered by North London, and ends up in touch.
Infield. Thank you.
Well, we've been blessed with fine weather. We've cursed at times with the wind up here in our gantry position. But I imagine if it got heavy rain, that wouldn't be too good.
It would definitely dampen proceedings a little bit, John, but we would play on. We'd need the pitch to be fully waterlogged to stop, and I'd like to see someone try and stop a full tag team playing a game when they're getting into it.
Well, the reason I mentioned that would be that if it was down the road at Headingley at the cricket ground, they would definitely come off. But in this sport, no.
Yeah, not many cricketers here.
No.
Missed 4.
I'm afraid I've suffered many times in my life having rain stop play, and then you really do have to talk a lot.
Play on.
Need some field position now, Coventry and Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Big kick, big chase.
Yeah,
turn North London around.
Jordan Shinwell trying to make a break there. He was halted in his way. This one is knocked backwards, so that's okay. Still a promising position if Coventry can get their hands on the ball, but they're back on defence again. Good ground made as well there for the North London side by Angus Chisholm. Hurled over the top. Won't get all the way. He'll be tagged. He was. But the position is threatening once again. Once again, a rather extraneous whistle coming from one of the other pitches here at West Park, Bramhope.
Big numbers out on the right, North London.
Yeah, if they get this one right, and they should do, there should be a try over on that far side. No, referee's arms split aside, and that means no score.
However, he's given the penalty to North London. There was a late tag, a couple of passes before the final one. It was on Ashley Kilminster. Here's the captain, Murray. Winds his way through for a box.
One-on-one missed tag.
It's a 2-point score.
Yeah, good score that one. Unstoppable on that occasion. And North London go back with Pete Murray's score.
3-2 to London.
Yeah, Pete's score there, taking it to a 3-2 margin now for North London.
3-2 to North London.
And right on the buzzer, what a crucial score. Of course, these men's 40s games, just 15 minutes, not 20. And Troy, you've been robbed at the death.
Yeah, unfortunate there. There's a good scramble defence to stop the try in the corner, but unfortunately I called back for a late tag and should have done better than that. Andrew Burns in the middle of the field makes that tag, and Coventry Warwickshire would have just scraped home. Unfortunately, a missed tag, just like a missed tackling contact, can lead to a try and a loss. So, but that was a good game, and both teams played really well, and I don't think there was much between the two teams, to be honest.
No, it was really close. Either side would have deserved to win that one from the way they played. So hopefully your men's 40s won't be too disappointed with that performance and can build on it as they continue through the rest of the competition.
Yeah, they look very, very despondent at the minute, heads down. But that's when you get beat on the bell, you're entitled to be disappointed. But they'll be encouraged that they're competing quite well with all the other regions, and they've still got a couple more games to go. So hopefully they can get another win at least.
Yeah, thanks, Troy. Just to stress, no extra time, golden goal, golden point or whatever until the finals.
No, nothing until the finals. Obviously, these are pool stage games that we'd seen to this point. We're about to head into the quarterfinals and semi-finals, but in those, just because of the tight timings of the tournament, even if a game finishes level, the tiebreaker is actually the team that scored first will win that game. So what we'll see is crucial opening moments to the matches we've got coming up.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, so it's North London Nighthawks who just sneaked that one over the Coventry and Warwickshire side at the very death.
My name's Lois Forsell. I'm the head coach of Leeds Rhinos Women and the RFL Women's Ambassador. Try tag's a great game. It's great to keep active, great to socialise and great to be part of a team environment. I'd say 100% get involved. It's a great exciting game. It's exactly the same as Rugby League, just without the contact, but as I can see tonight, it's loads of fast pace running, loads of tries scored and some great passing. It's fun, great fitness and social. Give tag a try. Chris, if it comes to me, are you ready to go?
There's still 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Still at 2 minutes.
Rob, would you mind grabbing my bag of bottles? Thank you.
I'll wait for the feed.
So we are moving into the knockout stages now of the competition with our first quarterfinal, the only quarterfinal we will see on pitch one as we move into semis and then grand finals after this. This first quarterfinal is between the East London Conga Eels, so East London's second mixed team, sorry, East London Electric Eels, East London's first mixed team, and Yorkshire Roses White, their second mixed team. So East London ought to be the favourites with it being their A team and Yorkshire's B team, but Yorkshire are on home ground and they'll hope to be claiming a big scalp here.
Yeah, very much so, in the sunshine. And we have got both teams playing in blue and white, but just to distinguish, the East London side sort of a blue and greyish outfit, and Yorkshire have got the white tops and blue shorts. I think that's the easiest way to describe it.
Yes, yeah. So it looks to be Rob Murch who is ready and waiting to take the kickoff for East London here. One of the most charismatic players going, whether it's for his East London side or his Tuesday social tag side, the Scum Tags. He plays on that with his partner Jess Shufan, who's also on the pitch just to his left right now. It's an East London side with many familiar faces for people involved in London tag. This Yorkshire side, though, a bit more of a development one that we're able to take the opportunity when hosting a Nationals to enter a few more sides, and it's an energetic start from them already, but unfortunately he's run just over the line. East London take over with Sarah Crampton rolling the ball.
And just to reiterate again, the match is of 20-minute duration, no half-time. Only one line to which the players aspire to get to score 1 point. In the case of a lady scorer, 2 points.
Here is Rob Murch on the ball, avoids that first tag. So I'm not sure we've seen that penalty yet on the show pitch. The marker must remain square after making the tag and not move early. Blades felt they'd gone too soon, or they weren't square, and so East London got the penalty.
Yeah, great start from London. Very enterprising, very sharp. And still in the possession, they've had their hands on the ball throughout. No score this time. There was a tag just at the vital second. And it is one where you've never scored until you're absolutely certain is this sport. You've got to play to the whistle, as we've said before today.
You absolutely do, and caught out there with the forward pass, and I think they should have gone earlier, East London. They were attacking down that right side again and again and again, and they had an overlap of about 3 players. By the time they went for it, the gap was diminishing, and they forced the forward pass.
Go to. Fire. three there.
Lovely bright afternoon now, but still breezy. Certainly would be if you were on the coast. And that's a clever kick forward and a pick-up as well, and that was okay. The ref said that was good play for Yorkshire from the number 3.
Kick inside.
As the wind whips up again here now.
And they're looking for the 50-10 Yorkshire, but it goes just a couple of metres in from the touchline over the try line. Nick Garcia was shepherding that back for East London to make sure it went out the right side of the line. And East take over. Tommy Akinlusi twists, turns, and has the ball knocked out of her hand by one of the Yorkshire players. So it's a penalty to East London, which takes Tommy all the way up to halfway.
Yeah, good enterprising attacking play here from East London. The Eels, as they are known, and in the mood at the moment, trying to get the first score of this quarter-final match. And I think the referee's going to award this one. That's the first score of the match for the quarter-finals, and it has gone to East London. Really exceptional play down that left side. You always look to see if there's going to be a late disallowing of the score.
Been awarded by Blades. We're just waiting to see whether it's a
first try, 2 points.
It is a box try. So 2-point try to Kirby Roper. He is one of the superstars of tag rugby in this country. Kiwi by birth, but has been tearing up the fields ever since coming to the UK.
Roper's second try of the day.
Take two, number 9. Thank you, guys.
But, we are moving along, and Yorkshire have shown good capacity in attacking moves all day in all the various sections. And well, she was away down the flank with her eyes lit up. Thought she was on her way, pinned back the ears. Referee pulled it back.
Yeah, they are full of running, this Yorkshire mixed white side. They're not going to go down easy to East London.
No, I think it's of great heart to this part of the world that such progression has been made in such rapid time.
Absolutely. Really encouraging signs to see, and Yorkshire setting an example for all the other regions involved in tag rugby around the country. Just how quick your development can be and the strength and depth that can provide you when it comes to your players.
And I was referring earlier to the social side of it as well, and all these players look forward to taking part in the various activities in the tag fests, and that's a good attack again here from the London team. And I think there may be a stoppage here. If there's any question of a possible injury, the referee blows the whistle and stops play.
Yeah, absolutely. Duty of care is the most important thing. So Blades just taking a moment to ensure that the Yorkshire player can get back to his feet and is okay. But it will restart with a penalty to East London. Tolmarsh with the ball in hand.
Yeah, I think we feel a few muscles at the end of the day. Even the commentators do, you know.
Yes,
standing for lengthy periods.
Yeah, my calves will definitely be in need of a pint, I'm sure.
Good attacking play once again from the Eels. Long ball floated out there, and should be a score in the corner. I think the referee will award this one. And London Eels.
Yeah, good try for Sinead Doomigan there over in the right-hand corner. Previous representative of North London, but she's crossed the border to East and has looked just as settled in the side for them as she ever did for North.
Yeah, Sinead putting her stamp on the game. We kick off again.
So we've seen a few times now Yorkshire receiving a kick-off and looking very encouraging in their first few plays of the ball, but not necessarily getting anywhere in terms of territory. So that's what they really need to do this time if they're going to get themselves back in this before the score starts to slip away from them.
So Roper and Domigan both having got the points on the board.
Go for.
Still a tight contest on this lovely lawn that is provided here at West Park Bramhope, a club that merged with the old Leeds Rugby Union club, now the Leeds Tykes. Great pressure put under there, but a brilliant pick-up and a brilliant run away from home territory, and still he goes. This is a superb run and really excellent, taking play right up to the halfway line. That was a great relieving run indeed for the London side.
Number 2, number 8. You were just too far at mark, mate.
Whistle gone. A lot of players limbering up for the next of the quarterfinals that we will see. Looks like being a women's match.
Yeah, that's the East London women's side, just going through their pre-match routine.
Yeah, doesn't matter what the sport, you've got to be properly prepared. An unfortunate mishandle there, otherwise the line might well have been begging.
Yeah, it could have been number 2 for Sinead. But luckily for East London, the tag was deemed to be made before the pass by Blades, so they keep possession.
This is where they look particularly strong, on the inside pass there, coming on the burst, which is the perfect way to do it. And over in the far corner, yeah, the score is given. And on the scoreboard again. And it's been a very productive last few minutes for them.
It has been, yeah. I mean, you were talking about the perfect way to do it, and I was about to respond to you, John, but then I looked up and I saw Kirby Roper on the ball, and I thought he would probably be able to show us more about perfection than I could ever try and describe. And he did. Over he goes. Another score for Roper in this match. East London extending their lead to 5.
Yeah, Kirby Roper's looked as dangerous as anybody on those charges forward. Man who wears the number 8 for the East London Electric Eels, as opposed to the Conger Eels.
Tag 1, number 4.
Can players switch between teams during the course of the season?
They can do, and up until the point of the tournament. So as injuries happen or changes of form, there can be movement between the sides. But once the tournament begins, they are nailed onto the side they're in, and that's that.
Yeah, but I suppose the coaches like to get settled teams, like to know the formations, all the drills. East London very much on top at this moment in the game, and they've got the Yorkshire side on the back foot without question as they continue to probe here and look for another opening, which could be costly for the Yorkshire side. Inside pass, beautiful choreography.
Really a score for Tolmarsh. Good control of the feet by Murch there. Can nearly have been a knock on.
Yes, he had to control it with the feet. There was no option, was there? Oh, almost a pass beneath the feet, beneath the legs there. And was it productive? Yes, it was.
It was. That's Sarah Crampton in the corner with the actually, no, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Female try, 2 points.
Yes, it was Sarah Crampton. I thought it was Breda McCowan for a moment as she ran back over, but that was Sarah Crampton with the score after the outrageous through the legs dummy that did have Yorkshire absolutely falling for it.
4 times they've crossed. 4 times they've touched down. And the Yorkshire Roses are still looking for their first. They've not given up. It's typical Yorkshire grit, of course. That's the phrase we use up here, as I'm sure you well know, Will.
I do. I've come across Yorkshire grit once or twice in my life, that's for sure. Very commendable quality, and definitely something we're seeing across these sides, representing the White Rose.
Straight talking's the other one. We haven't had to do any of that today because it's been thoroughly enjoyable. My first sighting of this particular sport. But it grows on you, which is why people get into the sport.
It really is. People get the tag bug very, very quickly once they set foot on the pitch or in the pub afterwards.
Well, this is a quick player. He is very, very quick, and he was within about 5 yards, I would have said there, of a first point. Not to be for him, maybe for somebody else there in the white tops and the blue shorts, but no ball loss. Well, this is a long way to go home. Too far for one person.
Yeah, Tolmarsh wrapped up by the scrambling Yorkshire defence. They will be kicking themselves that they didn't get points down the other end as East London come back hard.
Yeah, and East London very capable of scoring from distance as well.
Okay, it's penalty for surrendering. Okay, there was no gap. You've gone right in front.
Okay, now correct me if I'm wrong, John. There may have been a penalty for surrendering while I was having a bit of a break from the commentary box. just to explain that rule for people who aren't sure, the attacking player must always be making an effort to avoid being tagged when they have the ball. In that instance, it was felt that McCowan wasn't making that effort, and in order to try and get a quick roll ball as a penalty offence, Yorkshire took over, and they're attacking well now.
Yeah, they're coming on strongly here, the Roses, with vocal support from those who've travelled with them on the day, looking to have a lovely afternoon in the sunshine, the summer sunshine in West Yorkshire, which is where we are for the first time for these national championships. And players keep scampering across the line, but without the ball on that occasion, which is pretty important, really.
It is. It's one of the most important things to have with you when you're attempting to score a try. But in terms of Yorkshire pride, while they might not be on the scoreboard at the moment, you were saying about the weather, and last year we were down in London. Supposedly we have better weather down there, but it was an absolutely torrential day, and Matthew, who was with me on commentary then, was not too impressed by it all. Luckily we were undercover, but very pleased that the weather has come out to play today, and we've got such a nice tournament.
I'm more than pleased. Thank you for organising it. 7-0 it is. Referee's whistle will halt proceedings again.
Could have been more there if not for the forward pass to Phil Morahan.
Looks like being a fairly straightforward success for East London here. Looking at the clock.
Yeah, about 7 minutes to go.
And 7 points to the good. But the ball in the hands of the Yorkshire side, the Yorkshire Roses. And the referee has said go on this time, and he's not going to stop that run. Nobody is, in fact, and they are on the scoreboard. And it's a first score indeed for the
Chris
Yorkshire side for Chris Batty.
And he was Chris Batty was the one that broke through previously. Do you remember John over on the right-hand side? So nearly made it. The tag just short of the line. So definitely a well-deserved score for him and for Yorkshire. Nice for them to get onto the scoreboard.
And I hate to mention it again, but that is another good Yorkshire name. You know, we used to have David Batty at Leeds United. We had Fred Batty at my club, Bradford Park Avenue. Batty by name, but definitely not Batty by nature. It's a very good try that he scored. And here they come once again. It's still in the match. Over 5 minutes remaining.
And that's surrendering going against Yorkshire there. I think almost a little bit of touch rugby play, where if you get close you can roll the ball. We can't do that and tag. You have to have had your tag removed. East London take over just as Yorkshire was starting to string some phases and some momentum together. Morahan breaking up the right hand side.
Wow, that is a long pass slung out there. Nothing wrong with that, but the whistle has gone now.
Akin Lucy did well to take it, and she's then drawn the penalty as well, as she was crashed into by a couple of the Yorkshire defenders. The dancing feet of Roper.
Oh, absolutely. That's super play. And that's why they're called the Eels.
Slippery as an eel in a jar of olive oil.
Yeah, I'm sorry, all the phrases will come out now.
Steamroller there, you could see. Unfortunately, you could see that Jess Chupin knew what she'd done as soon as she'd run into the Yorkshire defender. She slowed herself down and was ready to give that ball back over.
I think Kirby Roper is one of the more memorable names for me today from performance.
Yes, and if you keep coming to tag tournaments, John, you will find that his name doesn't get any less memorable. He plays like this, whatever level he's at, whatever the day is, whatever the weather.
Has he been playing since the inception of the sport in this country?
I can't remember when. I think he was playing tag before I had started with Tri-Tag Rugby, but long enough to already have been a fixture amongst the big names of the sport, bringing some Kiwi flair to our English pitches.
Have you spotted any potential internationals today?
I think there's certainly some that will be coming into the coaches' minds. We're running a GB training session here tomorrow, and as a result, all of the GB coaches are here, and I know they've been going around the pitches and doing some scouting, so it'd be good to catch up with them for a drink after the tournament and see what they anyone who's caught their eye.
Yeah, don't worry, I wasn't going to ask you for names, so I was just keen on potential. And talking of which, here is maybe not, goes to the left, goes to the right. Oh, tagged at the final moment there, but it was so close for another Eels score, and it was Robert Murch. We've seen some good play from him already.
It was Rob Murch. It was a fantastic interception, flicking it up to himself, galloping down the field, but he just didn't have the gas in the tank to get there all the way. He was going so fast his bucket hat came off, but even that wasn't quite enough.
You had a smile on your face throughout that. I think you were willing him to get there.
I do know Rob off the pitch, and it would have been something he was retelling stories of for generations to come.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been travelling back in the car with him.
The pitch would have got longer and longer with every telling of the story.
Only joking, Rob. I still talk about runs I scored 50 odd years ago. Not at this sport. Play on. You heard the referee's call, and now it's a forward pass.
Yeah, no, you just wonder, perhaps he should have given it that first time, Joel Welsh. He went for the fake, tried to wrap around a player and go for the offload, and by that point his supporting runner had just gone too far, and the pressure let off when that was a good chance for Yorkshire.
There's been some really enterprising attacking play, and like me, one more thing, Will. They're knocked out presumably once somebody's beaten in this quarter-final.
They are knocked out in terms of winning the overall Tag Nationals championship in category, as Akin Lucy works her way through. But just like a sevens tournament, we then have minor competitions, shields, bowls.
And over again.
Yeah, that's Breeder McCowan for East London. It's been a while, actually, since the last try after East London notched up quite a few early on, but that's a good 2-pointer for them for their efforts over the last few minutes.
Yes, it was excellent play there, which produces that score for Breeder McCowan. Is that the correct pronunciation? McCowan.
I believe it's Breeder McCowan. Yeah. I'm sure Breeder will find us later on to correct us if we were wrong.
Tag one there. Okay. So.
And unfortunately, Yorkshire just can't buy their way back into this match. Penalty given against them for contact there. East London, with just a minute left in this game, will have a final opportunity. 10 metres out from the line, 5 tags remaining in this set to try and get another couple of points on the board. It's Garcia just to see where he can open up.
I could imagine in any conditions with sunshine and wind today, but no showers thankfully. But it must be quite gruelling, and I would imagine 20 minutes is long enough for anybody.
Yes, I think these players will be very glad that they're not actually having to take a half time in a few seconds and then do it all over again.
Yeah, quick lie down, I think it's called for. But the Eels are going to be triumphant here once more. And no surprise in that, I don't think. But Yorkshire have acquitted themselves pretty well and got onto the scoreboard. But they were beaten in the end. And it's a fairly comfortable victory. But at least the East London Electric Eels know they've been in a match.
Yes, yeah, they do. They were kept honest throughout that. They did have a sort of flurry of scores that got them to a 7-1 lead, but in the end that pressure from Yorkshire in defence wasn't able to hold them out all the way, and they did pick up another 2 points at the end to win 9-1.
Thank you very much. Let's have a look at some of the scores here before we move on to the women's semi-final. I think that's the next match coming up for your enjoyment. So welcome on Our League to the semi-final of the women's competition here at West Park Bramhope in West Yorkshire in Leeds for the National Tag Championship. And it's been a thoroughly entertaining day, and I'm sure this is going to be a thoroughly entertaining match in the women's section between the East London Eels and the North London Nighthawks. All splendid names here. We've seen some splendid rugby, sort of combination of league and union, and of course, tag.
Yeah, it is. It's a brilliant mesh of different skills and experiences from all sorts of sports blended into one. And two really strong teams playing one another in our first semi-final of the day.
Terrific charge forward there as well, just to identify the sides. North London are wearing red and East London are in the blue and white. So they have the possession at the moment, moving from right to left on your screens here. Hope you've been with us previously during the day as well. And started at 11:15 this morning. Seems a long time ago that now. And we've progressed through dozens of matches because play has been taking place on not just one but two and even three pitches all at the same time. But we are concentrating on pitch one here, the main pitch in Leeds. We're on the outskirts of the city centre of Leeds. And we've seen some spectacular scores, and we might just be seeing another one here. It's a brilliant run from left to right, from right to left, and what a score this is. Absolutely. It is, well, arms raised in glee for the first score for the East London Eels.
Crowley, that was. A late injury call-up for East London. Sam Bedford would have been wearing that number 3 singlet for East London, one of Great Britain women's seniors' most experienced players, but Tess Crowley from the GB setup as well has come in and shown that she really deserves her place. It's not just an injury replacement. Incredible try-scoring appearance there, and puts East London into the lead first up.
Always avoiding.
Well done, Tessa Crowley.
2, me please. Good, made it.
And we've had all manner of scores, as you would expect. We've probably had about 100 touchdowns during the course of the play, just on this field one. We've had long distance scores, we've had close to the line scores, we've had in the corner scores. None from coming round the back, because you simply can't do that.
That's correct. You've got to stay in the field of play and enter that box on the front or the side as Leigh Alexander skips, twists her way round.
Just caught. It's only the slightest of touches, isn't it, that removes the tag. And
blue player has gathered the ball. You've taken it out of her hands.
You can probably hear the voice of the referee as well here, who's in sole charge, as you would expect. And one thing about this sport, you don't get any disputes. I haven't seen anybody argue with the referee yet. That's unusual in another sport that I watch quite a lot of. The referee's decision is final. That always used to be the case. Sadly, doesn't seem to be the norm anymore in a certain sport. Promising work once again down the left-hand side from Sinead Dummigan.
Well taken in there, yeah.
We have all male matches, we have all female matches, we have mixed matches, and we've had a couple of over 40s matches as well, and they're having a lie down.
Yeah, we will see the men's 40s one more time in the grand final for that category. Just the structure of that tournament, they don't have semi-finals. It was a straight round robin for all the teams, the top 2 playing in a grand final. The rest of them are in semi-finals, and this is our first one on pitch 1, seeing the heavily fancied North London Nighthawks women's side coming up against the East London Eels. It's East London that are in the early lead. As North London tried to create something here in centre field.
Yes, the ball's in the hands of Sanavisa there, and she scored one of the tries of the tournament last year. Unable to make much headway on this occasion. And now she's gone off for a quick breather. As I said before, substitutions happen regularly.
They do. There's so much ground to be covered, so much running to be done that people very quickly need a breather. And if you've got the subs there, you may as well be using them.
reaching across,
There's
contact.
the whistle again, but it's in the possession of the East London side, the Eels, right now.
There's Frances Warewine working the ball up in midfield. She is an American rugby union player that has come over and started to play tag and quickly shot to international level of representation. So a key player for the Eels here.
Yeah, and another one for them. Number 7, Emily Ip. Just IP. It's got to be the shortest name in the tournament. Ip.
You can't get a pronunciation of that one wrong.
Well, you never know. Could be Ip. It won't be Ipe. I think I'm joking. It is Ip. And more good pressure here coming from the team in the blue and white, the East London Eels. We've seen the electric eel. We've seen the congas.
Nice interplay from East London, works it all the way over to the right-hand side.
They will still have the ball once it is brought back here for the restart, and it's handed over, in fact, to North London. The Nighthawks.
Ring the changes as they work the ball to Hannah Breckens and then on to Nigella Horton-Davids, who skips past the first 2 attempts on her tags, almost past the third, and what a try that would have been if she'd gone the length of the field. A new mother, well, within the last year, and a return to elite level tag. What a story it would be to see her get on the score sheet.
Yeah, good knowledge, Nigella Horton-David, and it was strength. She showed a lot of strength there in that resourceful run.
Oh, she's a very, very powerful runner and an excellent teammate to have on your side. Her husband, Nick, is we've seen him already on this picture representing North London men's 40s.
Oh, beautiful, classic pass out there to the right touchline, but unable to make any progress. Charlotte Towerton. A really glorious afternoon here. There'll be a lot of cricket played locally as well. There's a team that plays just up the road here in Bramhope. Great running through, but just tagged at the vital moment there.
Yeah, Aramaya, she thought she might be on for a score. Yep. Towerton bossing things in midfield, puts the ball to the boot.
A bit of bravado required there in the final defensive position, and it was well shown by Ashley Carson. You can hear all the shouts, all the screams of encouragement between the players.
Advantage red, offside.
Offside is the shout. Referee says play on here, and a little skip. Oh, and then unfortunately the pass was into the hands of the opposition from Anne Broadley.
Yeah, it's a really nice little weave round the defender, making the most of the advantage. She was lucky that they had it, because it means North London keep possession even though that ball was thrown away. As Sana Visser picks it up first.
Yes, Anna Visser, I'd say, scored one of the top 10 tries as selected a year ago at this particular competition in London. We're witnessing the 4th running of the UK National Tag Championship.
Simultaneous again.
Just retaining possession of the ball here. And the latest skipping run came in from Ashley Carson. Floated out this time and floated out long again, but they've been practicing this routine, I'm sure. Whistle goes, as I'm sure you can hear it now. Rather thankfully, I think we're down to 1 whistle now.
Yeah, just the one game going on this first rugby pitch. There's still 8 other pitches of tag being played around this beautiful venue at West Park.
It is a nice venue, yes. It's quite an old venue, but it's been very much updated in recent times with super facilities here, both for eating and drinking, and I think everybody who's come has been thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, I believe Canada actually used it during the last the 2015 Men's Rugby World Cup as one of their bases.
Yes, they did, and Stuart Lancaster had the England Rugby Union team training here, understandably, because he lives just up the road.
Yes, it's handy that, when you can just nip back into your own house for a cup of Yorkshire tea.
Yeah, his son's played here as well.
11 running through the rock.
So we're seeing a series of penalties now from both sides. North London benefited from a couple of indiscretions by East, but now the shoe is on the other foot as East London work the ball right and up the field.
Yeah, they struck the early blow with Crowley's try.
Unfortunately there, Warewine jumping to make that pass. We talked about it earlier. Not allowed in tag rugby because the increased danger of crashing into a defender. So North London take over with another penalty being awarded.
Yeah, but as you expected a semi-final, it's very, very tight.
Yeah, I think this is the first game we've had on this pitch, John, where we've got to 10 minutes in with only the one score.
That's correct.
2, retreat.
So eagerly contested. On the move forward here, North London. The Nighthawks, I don't think that suggests anything about the fact they stop out at night time.
Well, the North London night life is rather lively, and I'm sure a number of these players do know that themselves, but probably not the reason they were given that name.
No, nothing wrong with that.
2, retreat.
But they are the ones defending their line at the moment.
Play on.
Clever little shimmy there to avoid the opposition, and another shimmy. The same player involved on 2 occasions there was Charlotte Towerton. Now they'd love another score here.
Yeah, it feels like one of those games, John, where any score could be crucial when it's just this tight, and the defence is so tough on both sides.
Sorry, forward pass, last one.
Yeah, Anya Grant had to trap the ball almost there.
Marked here. Forward pass.
So another change of possession. Hannah Wilson over the ball.
Yeah, they've clearly been rehearsing some of these moves. Good switches of play. I mentioned before earlier, the referees have to be up with play all the time as well. There's no respite for them.
Play on, no obstruction.
That was clever, but that wasn't so clever, the mishandling. But still the possession is with North London. Maybe not for long. Easy pick up and an easy, it looked like running as well, but she was halted just when she appeared to have a clear vision of the line. There might be an overlap here if they can get this one right. Through she goes, the slick pass out into the hands of Emma Jackson. I think they're sensing a score here. Little nick through, and then that was fair enough, was the touch to prevent her getting any further there, or a touch from Kate O'Reilly.
Tag 2.
North London quite a way to go now.
Tag 3.
Yeah, 3/4 of the length of the field at least. Tag 3, you heard the shout from the referee, 6 tags allowed.
That's 4, retreat.
Very similar to Rugby League in that sense, then you have the turnover. Good approach play here, and good handling as well, and on the outside she goes. I thought the referee said play on there, but she knew that the tag had gone. I was asking earlier if you always feel it go. Sometimes you continue, I'm sure, when we say play to the whistle, and then found it's all been in vain.
Great diving tag there by Ellen McGuinness. A Wiganer by birth, but she lives in North London, plays her tag there, so that's why she's representing the Nighthawks.
Yeah, I was glad to see we had a Wigan team here. I think any rugby contest has to have, aside from that part of Lancashire, Wigan, St Helens. Wigan will be in the Rugby League Challenge Cup final a week today at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, up against the Huddersfield Giants. First appearance for them for some time. And Featherstone Rovers and Lee also gracing the occasion in the 1895 Cup final. Certainly the two dominant sides in the Championship in Rugby League as well. But who's going to win this one? We're still unsure. This is the first of the semi-finals. The ball came back very handily there. Stopped in her tracks on that occasion was Nadine Mason-Bertrand. Promising situation, spots the gap. Can't quite get there. Referee's decision.
Yeah, so the marker wasn't square. East London will have 6 again, and 10 metres of space to run into.
If they can find that space, just 1 metre might do. It's a concerted build-up. No gap to be found as yet. Surprising just how tight that space is in this sort of an area. Might look easy. And of course, if it was Rugby League, they would get there, of course, but in that sport they can tackle.
On the line.
Still not there. Still they come looking.
Play on.
Championship moments now for North London women, needing to hold out on fifth tag on her own line.
Yeah, the good pressure from East London.
Play on, off her leg, off her leg.
Clean pair of hands, but just the touch there to take the tag. That was sufficient.
Yep, O'Reilly making that final vital one. Visser subbing on and straight to dummy half.
Still just a one score from East London.
You need to go around her. You
From,
cannot just
Tessa
charge
Crowley.
through people. Contact, penalty, blue.
Is that a late substitute? Tessa Crowley wasn't originally, I don't think, intended to play, was she?
No, she wasn't. So coming in due to injury to Sam Bedford.
Line, please. Thank you.
Still they can't find that way through. Maybe now. In the corner.
2 on the line.
No. On
Don't
the line.
creep, stay 3. Good now.
Well, that's not a good
Play
ball.
on,
The invited interception,
Play on,
which
sorry,
they now have.
Sorry, Rax. Okay, no.
North London,
it's
as
fine.
people start
So
looking at their
there's no
watches.
knock on, it came off your foot. The only, sorry,
Three
yes,
and a
it's come off
half
feet,
minutes
so
to
there's no
play in
knock
this
on.
one.
The only
Still
infringement is
just a
12 has now
1-point
had the ball.
margin.
You've tagged her
Tom
to
Ralph, the
early tag,
referee,
penalty
taking his time to
blue.
explain to the players his decision. And East London
Penalty blue.
once again will have possession, just 10 metres out from the North London line.
Yeah, easily the lowest scoring match that we've witnessed during the day here in Leeds.
On the 5, please. Back it up on the 5. On the 5.
Everybody urged to stay onside. Still the favourite shout. Wherever you go in Rugby League, you'll hear somebody go, get them onside.
3 minutes, ladies.
They never fail.
2.
Been some good play though. It might only have been the 1 point, but it's been good play throughout the game.
3.
It has, yeah, any little sneak through the gap has been really well crafted and created because both defences have just been on top of their game.
And we'll have to be here looking for a late turnaround, the North London Nighthawks. It only takes a second, as somebody rather famous once said, to score a point or a goal. No conversions, remember, in this sport.
No conversions. Now, of course, if North London score an equaliser of 1 point, East London scored first, so they would win this game if it finishes level.
Well, we've got a breakthrough here. She's got to be caught, and she was caught there. It was a dangerous run, nonetheless, from Sam Bedford. And East London are just where they want to be at the moment in the opposition half. Ball in hand. Still a few tackles to, tags to get through. Again, just caught at the vital second. Other players warming up for a men's event to come down below us here. In our lofted position. Change of mind there. But it worked out because it's still ball in hand, and between them, Natalie Guest and Charlotte Towerton are retaining the possession here for East London. Still they lead. And if they score again, you would think that would be game over.
Yeah, but surely would be. There's even a 2-pointer in the box from North London would only draw the game. East would have that all-important first score. Surely we're coming down to final chance territory here now. North London, 5 tags in this set. Pretty much the field to go. 1 point down.
Just the 1 point. Fine margins. Good ball, but tag taken. Have they run out of steam? Has their chance gone? Hoping not. On a break here. It was a good break made as well by Kate O'Reilly.
It's the last tag, so East London take over.
Yeah, they are the favourites at this late juncture of the day.
Number 9, either
they have a penalty as well.
You can't switch between the two at random.
This could be enough to see out the game for the Eels. Towerton, such an experienced middle for her team, standing with the ball under her arm.
You took the words right out of my mouth there. Of all the players out there, I think Towerton has been as impressive as anybody, and East London have edged it by that single point. 1 point from Crowley is good enough to take East London through to the final.
It is, so we will see them again on this pitch for the Women's Open final at 5:30. And we will be able to let you know who they'll be playing very soon. But North London unfortunately stopped at the semi-final stage of the competition for the second year running. East London, they lost the final to West London last year, so they'll hope to go one better this time.
And no chance of a breather because the first men's semi-final is coming up in around about 5 minutes' time.
Ray, are you right or left? You choose. I'll go right. Rob, get ready, Dave. Take a step off this baseline. 90 seconds, lads. Come on, boys, yeah, monster. Years of GB training going into this. Not over this side. Rob, where you come, boys, yeah? Come this way, bounce, mate. Come on.
So you're joining us now on OurLeague for the second of our semi-finals here at the 2022 UK Tag Nationals at West Park Rugby Club in Leeds. We have two sides that know one another incredibly well, about to play against one another in the semi-final now. These two teams, they met twice in the competition last year. In the pool stage, Yorkshire emerged victorious. It was really a sort of huge moment for the Yorkshire teams, Carl, to claim one of the biggest scalps, the East London men's scalp. And then they met again in the final. You might not want to relive the memories, but I'll let you tell everyone how that ended up.
Yeah, it was a great game. But unfortunately, from a Yorkshire point of view, it was the wrong result for Yorkshire. But well done to East London. Like you say, there was an earlier game where Yorkshire actually beat East London in the day, earlier on in the day. So it was a great battle, great tussle between the two. But let's see how this goes. It's should be a really good game.
Yeah, so East London kicking off through Ollie Hampson, playing in the
and
grey
Aidan
and
Wilkinson.
blue strip.
Aidan Wilkinson, who was one of the scorers in one of the games last year, made a nice little break there.
Yeah, and Yorkshire playing right to left in the all blue. Searching for the space. They just need to take that from the mark, and as they didn't, they will lose possession. No quarter given for errors like that at this level.
They could be made to pay for that. Giving the ball away to East London within their sort of 10-15 metre mark from their try line.
Miles Turner to Sam Winter.
Oh, what a
over
tag!
to Josh Richards.
What
a
a tag
is made by Yorkshire.
Andy Harkins in the corner, saving a certain try there.
Okay, I can't play on from the contact.
Penalty is given to East London.
Ball. Wrapping by 4. Yeah.
Well, Andy Harkins in the corner there. I think he did he.
Yeah, it was a really good tag on Josh Roberts. Super pace that man has. So Andy Harkins managing to reel him in for the tag. Very impressive effort. But here goes Miles Turner.
Dan Waters for a good tag.
We've seen a number of Turtles players through the day so far. Miles Turner is one of their superstars. Josh Roberts catches the ball with one tag on, so it immediately counts as a tag. He's going to have to run and find where he left it. As Turner back to Winter. We're seeing most of the play on this right-hand side from East London so far, and Yorkshire managing to hold them out, keeping their heads calm, not missing tags.
So you notice there in his back play, an East London player went down on the ground. Both his tags were on his shorts still. He had to play the ball. That's because a defender was within tagging distance. That counts as a tag in tag rugby.
And then a penalty for contact, closing the gap there by East London. Gives Yorkshire 6 again, and promising field position. They work it over to the right-hand side. And it's Matt Ryan on the ball. We saw his brother Alex Ryan earlier on.
Actually got the whole family out here today. Paul Ryan, their father, is playing in the men's 40s for Yorkshire as well. So family affair here today for the Ryan family.
And there is Ryan.
Rob Chance. That's Carl Lister, Andy Harkins. Dan Waters got lots of pace. Oh, he's... Oh, I thought he was going to walk the tightrope there down the touchline, but tag off. Oh.
Carl Lister. They work the ball into the middle of the field, Yorkshire.
Oh, good tag there from East London in the middle on Rob Chance. Last tag. Oh, little kick through and he's gathered it. Oh, good
that would
cover
have been
back.
a fantastic score. Tagged just short of the line.
So it's a turnover there. It's East London, going to be an East London ball.
Yeah, Matt Blades just explaining that to Yorkshire.
So that was Carl Lister with the little dink through there, and Gather.
Kenny Hunt plays the roll ball. Miles Turner, who you'll see just continually running up, but not like that. That's not the way he wants to do it. Penalty to Yorkshire, and it'll be a penalty to East London there. Absolutely steamrolled him. Cameron Wingate, no place for that in tag. Potentially forgetting he wasn't playing league there. And Winter works the ball outside East London's 10-metre zone. Hampson just manages to cling on before finding Turner caught in possession. Kenny Hunt now at first receiver for East London. He's got pace on him, but he's tagged.
Tag there. Carl Lister in the middle there with a tag.
O'Keefe works it back to the right this time. Hampson, Turner.
Oh, he's through. Oh, I didn't realise.
Oh, he didn't realise, and he stopped. Oh, if he'd carried on there, Josh Andriolo, that could well have been East London's score. As we still wait for the deadlock to be broken after 4 minutes of play here. And there he goes again, Andriolo. Caught more convincingly this time, has to run back. Hampson out to Turner. He's got O'Keefe with him in support, who somehow manages to squeeze through that disappearing gap.
Aidan Wilkinson just getting a tag there, last-ditch tag. Thought he was through, but oh, he is through this time.
And that is Hampson.
Oh, there is a tag down. Is he got a try or not?
So, it's no try. Yes.
Blade
No
says
try.
no try.
Wow, again, what a tag there.
Absolute try-saving tag. Wonderful stuff.
Oh, tag again.
Tag 4 infield.
Tag 4 on the line there.
Extraordinary pressure being put on by the Eels. The White Roses just holding out. 2 more tags.
Tag's gone back on Aidan Wilkinson with a tag, so the first tag in that little sequence of play there.
Now a penalty to Yorkshire.
So Yorkshire need to work it out from near their own line here.
There goes Harkins with a settler on the first one. Over to Waters. We'll see what he can do on that left touch line. Stopped this time by Roberts.
Little move there, Andy Harkins coming back on the inside. They picked him out at East London.
Yeah, they had that switch covered. Worked the ball nicely over to the right-hand side.
Simon Rhea looks like he might have picked a knock up there.
Yeah.
A bit of space out here. Can they get Waters away? Oh, great cover tag there.
Yeah,
Number
Roberts,
10.
he's not just great going forwards, he's also a very, very strong defender on that wing. Great matchup, the two of them.
Rob Chance with a little kick through, it didn't come off. East London picked it up and
Quick hands here has worked them nicely over to the other side of the field with Ricketts with the ball.
Give 10, play the ball, tag 1. Go 1.
Put him into play with Jake Jones.
Go 2, thank you. 3 there, take 3, take 3.
Tom Higgs. They are gaining ground here, East London. Working away on the left-hand side now. Tend to keep it in one area of the field for the first few tags before they look to spread it as they have done now. Kenny Hunt puts the ball down onto his boot. It was a simultaneous kick, as you say, Carl. So it's a tag when he regathers.
So just for those people who've not watched tag rugby before, simultaneous call means play on. That means the tag was taken at the same time as the kick order pass is made. So it's play on in tag.
Turner to Jones with the cutting line back in. Yorkshire equal to it through Andy Harkins' defensive efforts. Roberts.
We've got numbers here.
Hunt. Andriolo. And a turnover on tag. 6th tag. Yorkshire will take over.
Go 0. Tag 1 there.
So Yorkshire working it away from their line.
2 there, tag 2.
And we talked earlier in the day about how there were a few games that were a bit of a blowout. There were 7 or 8 or 9 points to not many for the winning teams. We said that as we got into the later stages of the day, the games have become tighter. Well, we've seen a semi-final decided by just 1 point previously in the game before this. East London women's edging out North London. And now still nothing to separate the two teams as Yorkshire try for the 50-10. Zach Akil for East London herring back and manages to clear it up, beats the first 2 defenders before being snagged by the third. Jake Jones is under, picks and goes himself and makes another 7 or 8 metres from that. Hampson, an experienced head for East London, to Turner. He's got Hunt with him. Hunt can't gather the ball. It's gone forwards and Yorkshire take over the ball in the East London half. This is the first time, I think, for a while now, Carl, they've taken over in the East London zone.
Yep, definitely. They've been under pressure in their own half for a bit. That, although it wasn't a 50-10, that kick was good. It relieved some of the pressure, and then East London have come up with a mistake. So let's see what Yorkshire can do here. For the first time in East London's half for a little while.
Yeah, Andy Harkins there represented Great Britain mixed
good
open
dummy.
last year.
Picked
Now
up.
a men's open player and in at dummy half again with a nice sniping run.
Oh, it's through.
Slices through.
Pull of the shorts. Oh, no. He's not giving it.
He felt his shorts were pulled.
Yeah.
He's trying to point out that they're almost down around his knees,
Well
so he
picked
ought to
up by
get a
Rob
penalty. Chance out to Berry. But that's a penalty to East London. He's run straight into Sam Winter there. Winter wants to tap himself. He takes it off his teammate Roberts. Oh, he goes for the step and sort of stops still. Didn't quite work for him. Hunt at first receiver. And the penalty goes against Yorkshire. There was a pull of the shorts there as he attempted to make the tag. Turner works it towards 10 metres from halfway. The kick from Kenny Hunt, and the penalty goes against him.
Yeah,
Blade's feeling that he's run into the Yorkshire defender after making a kick there, Carl.
Yeah, there was no space for him to run through after he'd made the kick. It was a nice little kick, but just no space for him to run through. So yeah, the contact and then the penalty. So.
The advice we always give to new players is run at spaces, not faces, isn't it, Carl? And he didn't do that then.
No, definitely not. So, there's a bit more contact there.
That was one note where Berry was running at space, and the space was removed from in front of him by the two East London defenders closing in together. That's why he got a penalty.
So there's pressure on East London here, just right on the line.
Thank you. Go to.
This is definitely Yorkshire's best sort of sustained period here.
Was it a touch there from East London? Yeah, it's gone back to 0, so it's wiped clear back to 0 in the tag count.
Go 0.
So. Yeah, just like Rugby League, that rule, those of you watching Union might think there ought to be a sin bin or something for the deliberate knock-on. Not the case in tag. Harkins, he's full of running. He's involved in everything, isn't he, Carl?
Every time he gets the ball, you think he's going to make a break. Oh, the running a move there, Dave. Dave dropped the ball, and East London have got the ball to bring it out.
Were you ready?
Yeah, it's not paid off for Yorkshire. Winters, he tries that step again. It does work this time. Josh Roberts down the sideline. Dances with it. He finds Winter inside him. Back to Roberts. Will he have the pace from here? What a fantastic covering tag from Yorkshire. I believe that was Berry with the diving tag. But East will come again. Hampson through the middle.
To hold them out here, they've done really well. They've covered back on that break. Got set, but can they keep them out?
Andriolo over to Akil on the left-hand side. He's played about half the game, Zach Akil, but he's always dangerous. Doesn't matter how long he's been on the pitch, and he goes over for what could be a decisive first score. Yorkshire will need to come back strongly from this.
Yeah, it's so difficult after a break like that where they've covered back, especially towards the end of the day, and then to get set in your defence again. They've spread it out wide really well of East London and got in at the corner. But yeah, obviously there's 1 point in it. Yorkshire are very much still in it. Time to go on the clock, so we'll see how they respond.
Interesting, really, that when East were having their sustained period of pressure, they weren't able to capitalise on it. That was Yorkshire's sustained period of pressure, and it was East that came back with a counter-attack, scoring in the left-hand corner and taking the first lead of the game after 12 minutes played.
Bit of contact there, the arm went across the body. So.
Yeah, you can't wrap as Tom Higgs has done there.
Eyes away, Andy Harkins. Oh, great tag from East London. He looked like he was in for a bonus box try there, but he's just been tagged.
Yeah, that would have been a lead for Yorkshire, but Miles Turner, we've seen more of him in defence than attack so far in this game, which usually he's known for his brilliant attacking skills.
And that's worrying for Yorkshire. Andy Harkins looks like he may have picked up a slight knock in that tag there.
Yeah, just limping back and not getting himself involved in this play just yet, although yeah, he seems like he feels like he's ready to, but just as he does, Yorkshire lose possession.
Open the bottle top, release the pressure.
There's the try scorer, Zach Akil, looking for a sub. He goes off, Josh Roberts back on. Liam O'Keefe now in centre field. One of those settlers that we talk about being played in the first couple of tags. Jake Jones with the dart of the hip, nearly squeezes through. Turner picks and goes.
Forward pass.
Yeah, it was right in line with us here in our commentary position, Carl. And Matt Blades has got that one right.
Yeah, good decision there. Certainly from where we're stood. Like you say, right in line with it. So, having relieved the pressure, or having given East London an opportunity to relieve the pressure, East London have then come up with a mistake and they're right back under the cosh here with Yorkshire attacking.
Oh, what a great ball.
There's some great tagging on both sides, not just Yorkshire earlier on, but East London are now showing their wares as well.
Yeah, they certainly would deserve a score if they managed to work their way over the line here. Nice little interplay. The gap closed on Harkins as he goes for the kick through. East London will have to defend 6 again.
Some more pressure here.
Oh, and with the conversation there, I thought they might even be losing Jones to the bin.
Oh,
They
dummy
don't.
and hook. Oh, just a tag.
Bin. The tag made by Hampson. Here it goes, Williams. They work it left now. Harkins over again.
He was in.
Buries outstretched left hand. Just not quite long enough in the fingers to claw that one in. East London survive again. Here we go. Roberts down the wing. Taken by Harkins.
So unlucky there, but a good period of sustained pressure from Yorkshire. They just need to stay on the defence now and not let East London get back up their half. But making good progress so far in this tag set.
4.5 left in this game. Winter annoyed that he got himself caught there. He felt he could have got through. Turner and Jones linking up in midfield. Jones in his distinctive red socks finds Higgs momentarily before it spills forwards and over the touchline, and then a bit of a falcon as the ball's thrown back in field. Higgs won't mind that, slows play down a little bit with just 4 on the clock and East London in the lead.
So they've still got time, Yorkshire, but like you say, the clock's ticking down. So it's a 20-minute game this, if you've just joined us, 20-minute game. So
remember, we were saying in the previous semi-final that there's no extra time to be played in these. So if Yorkshire do get a 1-point score and the game ends level, East London will be the winners by virtue of
lovely ball there, and he's going to go for the bonus box, and he's in.
Fantastic score, and the crowd that we have got it assembling here around Yorkshire cheering wildly for Alex Ryan, and the first Matt Ryan, and the first 2-pointer of the game, and the first lead for Yorkshire.
And the chance of Yorkshire go up in the background because the crowd know that's a 2-pointer, and now Yorkshire 1 point in front. Lovely inside ball there to Matt Ryan, who went through and scored the bonus try.
It took them 16.5 minutes to get on the board, but what a score it was. A virtuoso effort by Matt Ryan into the box, and it's one that takes the lead and puts Yorkshire in control in the closing stages of this classic rivalry. But Josh Roberts up the right-hand side. If he backs himself, it's a try.
Oh, he is he?
Yes.
Yep.
He's got it. He was looking for more. He's thinking about popping it back inside to Winter, who might have had more of a chance of getting to the box. In the end, he went himself. That was the right decision. It levels things up at 2-2. Because we're level, 2.5 minutes to play. East London are in the driving seat. They scored first. They would win if the game ends this way. So Yorkshire know they cannot sit back. They must go out there and get another score.
Just minutes left on the board. What will Yorkshire do now?
Hampson looks to pin Yorkshire back in their own half. Quite a nice little bounce setting up there for Chance before he's tagged.
On to Aidan Wilkinson. He's going to go to Craig Williams. Dummies and spins.
Great spin, and he could get the advantage there for the shirt pull. He will do. So this will be 6 again for Yorkshire. East will have to drop 10 metres. Blades making sure the penalty's taken in the right place. Here goes Williams again. A minute and a half to play. Yorkshire, 4 tags remaining now as Aidan Wilkinson hit up on that last one, and it's spilt by Yorkshire's hero so far, Matt Ryan.
Okay, Zero, you've got to play down in back play. You all right?
Just checking for a possible injury to to Miles Turner. Almost didn't recognise him for a second without his distinctive backwards cycling cap on, but he's okay. He's back on his feet, and East London in possession. A minute to play. As I say, they are the ones in control with the score level and the first try under their belt. Jones to Andriolo. Good defence there from Yorkshire. Turner looking to create something, and just as I say it, he does.
It's through. Yep.
And even manages to hurdle the barrier behind the try line, and that's not a low one, let me tell you. Turner with what could be the winning score here.
I think with the time left on the clock, Will, I think Yorkshire are going to be, especially with that first scorer for East London, I think Yorkshire are going to be facing an uphill task here.
At 3-2, they're going to need to go the length of the field, aren't they, Carl? And they need a bonus box score. Well, I mean, we saw from Matt Ryan, his try was exactly that effort that they need. Again, they go to the boot. And that is it. It was final play. That's why they went for the kick. It wasn't the best angled one. Dribbles over the touchline just inside the East London half. And this rivalry that is really becoming something in the UK Tag Nationals between East London men's and Yorkshire men's adds another chapter to it. A seesawing game that didn't see a score until the 12th minute. East London went ahead 1-0. 16 minutes and a half played before Yorkshire went through with a brilliant effort through Matt Ryan. Roberts levelled things up again down the right-hand flank, and then it was Turner sealing the deal at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant tight game, like you say, Will. From a Yorkshire point of view, putting my Yorkshire hat on, not the right result, but I mean, yeah, what a game. On the back of last year's 2 games between these 2 teams as well, yeah, they've got form now for producing great tussles, and yeah, East London obviously in a strong position going into that final.
Yeah, they are. We'll be letting you know shortly who they'll be playing in that final. Hopefully, from a Yorkshire point of view, with them playing on home ground, they will have teams getting through in the other semi-finals of the other categories to give them a shot of winning one of the 4 Tag National Shields. What we have coming up for you next, though, is the final semi-final on pitch 1. The mixed semi-final, and we will see South London Seals Green, that's their first team in the mixed category, playing Yorkshire White Roses Blue. That is their first team in the mixed London category. So Yorkshire in yet another semi-final, but they are facing possibly the toughest competition of all. Yorkshire, they are strong in the mix, but South London did so well last year that they actually played themselves in the final. South London Seals Green against South London Seals White, with Green winning, and some people, they're putting their money on that being the matchup again this year.
Yeah, we'll find out whether South London make the final, won't we, here? Again, another Yorkshire team, hoping that the result will be different from the men's result in the game previous. Watched one of the Yorkshire mixed teams earlier on, and they looked pretty sharp. But like you say, Will, this South London team are a force to be reckoned with. Quality throughout, as is the Yorkshire team. But in terms of that experience, which we were talking about before, there's an awful lot of experience in this South London team.
Yeah, I mean, you go down a team sheet. Dan Ampel, Great Britain. Jake Dunley, Great Britain. Freya Entwistle, Great Britain. Nick de Jong, Great Britain. Megan Davids, Marcus Lampkin, Great Britain. Harriet Field, Great Britain. Sally Mantell, Great Britain. Rich Milford, Great Britain.
Okay.
Lucy Ridley,
all right, stop now, Will. Put me Yorkshire
Snowden,
out.
Great Britain, and Tom Entwistle, Great Britain. It is an absolutely stacked side. Yorkshire with an uphill task, but if anyone can do it, it's the home side.
Thank you, Will. That sounds better, yeah.
Yeah. If you've been on pitch 1, yeah, pitch 1 is live all day.
Is that a microphone?
It is, yes.
Is that just for this? For pitch
Just for pitch 1, yes, for the live stream.
I'll try to keep my language clean then.
I mean, I would give you credit for that if you weren't already the 4th person who's trying to make that joke.
Yeah, fair. But I'm the first that I'm making.
1 minute, folks. I'll give you a 15-second warning. Production seem a bit. Oh well. 15 seconds, folks.
Ready, guys?
Time on, please. Stay behind. Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Here we go again then with this contest between the Yorkshire mixed blue team and the South London mixed green. A lot of greens around today.
There is.
Get your greens in.
A good start by South London there. They just did a short kick-off and caught Yorkshire on the hop. And they've got early pressure here. Marcus Lampkin taking the ball in there. Ben Hughes with the tag.
I heard you grimace a moment ago when Will mentioned all the internationals.
Play on, nothing there.
Yep.
Well, this is certainly a promising start, and it looks like the first point as well. Easy point as well, and well, South London straight on the board here with Nick de Jong, one of those international players.
So yeah, a really good start there. Like I say, short kick-off, got the ball, and then yeah, they've gone in for a try in the space of the first minute. See if they try it again here. Yeah, they've gone for the short one again.
Yeah, it paid off, didn't it? Could pay off again too. It's enterprising, and at least it's thoughtful rugby, is that?
It is, yeah. Yep. For those who maybe are tuning in for the first time, as soon as it's gone, neither team can touch the ball until it's gone 10 metres. So as soon as it's gone 10 metres, both teams can touch it. And obviously, South London got there first on that one.
I think Will's gone for a lie down. It's a hard job, tournament director.
Well,
he's got to have his hands in a lot of pies today.
After those last couple of games, I mean, the tension and how close they were. I don't blame him, to be honest, John. So, yeah, it was real edge of the seat stuff from what I could see in those last two games. So there's a bit of a reliever here. Yorkshire have got the ball, so I think this is the first time they've had the ball in this game.
Yeah, you can't do anything without it. That's for sure.
Two retreat.
So let's see if they can bring the ball out and get into the South London half.
Yeah, not quite sure who the match winners potentially are.
Well, there's one of them, John, certainly for Yorkshire, Alex Ryan.
Yeah, so I'm with the hat on.
Yeah, he actually plays for the club that we're at, West Park.
Well, that's a heck of a kicker. That's miles overhead high.
Yeah, so you may, if you're watching tag for the first time, you may be wondering what's wrong with that kick. In tag, the kick has to stay below the referee's shoulder height. So obviously that's gone above the referee's shoulder height, so it's now turnover.
Even I knew that. There were a few grimaces around and groans from the spectators who were learning the sport as we go along.
Including the person who put the kick in, Dave Wilkinson, knew as soon as it had left his boot, it skewed it. So.
Well, we're coming towards the twilight zone of the day, having seen quarter-finals, semi-finals, and approaching finals. And I'm sure the 40-year-olds are warming up now, making sure their muscles are all well flexed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly been a long day for all the players. Good day, but yeah, there'll be some tired legs out there now, and that's one of the challenges, I guess, in these final stages.
There's some tired tongues as well, I think. But it's good progress again. They do look impressive with ball in hand at the moment. The South London team playing in the green.
Play on.
Experience can often count in occasions like this one. Hand raised. Last tag. You have to have eyes everywhere as well. There's a little kick through here. And a regather, and the player who kicked the ball through has profited at the end of it all with the score as well. And a very good score from Tom Entwistle.
Yeah, bonus score there. Tom Entwistle put the little kick through, regathered, and then picked up and back to Tom into the bonus box.
Again, to reiterate, that means an extra 2 points, not just one, so it's 3-0 now. I think we're right.
Good, backwards. Play on,
yeah, it was Dan Ampor with the regather from the kick.
No, it's over there. It's over there.
And then he offloaded back to Tom Entwistle, who went in for the bonus box try. So, what can Yorkshire do now? Cheryl Woodman with the spin there, Marcus Lampkin with a tag.
Yeah, they haven't really had much of the ball, have they? They've been on the back foot for much of the proceedings. They're on the front foot now.
Oh, and he's through, Alex
Ryan.
Ryan.
Fantastic. Can he go the last
Oh,
way?
he has.
He has done as well.
Can he go
That's
into
a
the box?
super response. The referee is going to award the score, and that's Alex Ryan. You said he's potential danger man. That was brilliant.
yeah. Look, great break there, and then he swiveled the hips to get past the defenders, and he tried to improve and get into the bonus box, but Marcus Lampkin just cut him off. But yeah, Yorkshire on the scoreboard. I think that's the first time Yorkshire have been in the South London half as well.
Yeah, and it was half a length of the field that he scored. Re-emphasised the matches have played over sort of a half a normal of the pitch measurement. I can tell you how much it is, funnily enough, I think. But, you know, those are the measurements they stick to in this competition, which has plenty of rules. It's the fourth Tri-Tag Rugby UK Nationals.
So I think it should be between 70 and 80, 70 metres long, John, the pitch. But obviously, we're playing across the pitch here, so we play whatever distance it is, but I think it is roughly about that today. And Dan Ampor with a little kick through, but it's gone dead behind the try line. Thomas Ralph, the referee, has already blown a whistle though. I think there was a late tag there. So South London get a new set.
Yeah, some elusive running again, a shake of the hips. Takes the players a while to get used to some of the rules, I'm sure. But I mentioned earlier, I don't think you were on commentary with me, Carl, how in this particular sport you never see the referee questioned.
No, the referee's decision is final, and we don't question him. I
said it's a shame one or two other sports can't take a leaf out of your book.
Oh, Marcus Lampkin, he's through. Marcus Lampkin swivel of the hips there and got through for a try. South London had quite a bit of pressure, but yeah, a 1 point try for Marcus Lampkin there.
Yeah, the number 6, and it was enterprising. Lampkin is a very famous name in this part of the world. Trials, would you believe? Motorcycling Trials.
Oh, right.
Lampkin family from the Skipton Keighley area. World famous. Martin Lampkin, Arthur Lampkin, the whole family of them.
Right, okay.
There's knowledge for you.
Know that. Exactly, you learn something new, don't you?
I'm full of useless information. Oh, look at this as
good
well.
Tag there.
Well, it was a very good tag indeed.
But good from South London getting onto that ball again, a short kick-off.
Yeah, it was Bethany Smith who perfected it. It was as well she did as well. Oh, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. That's as enterprising as we've seen.
Anita Snowden.
Oh, that was absolutely super from Anita Snowden.
And that's a 3 point try because she, normal female try gets 2 points in the mixed game, and then she got into the bonus box, and that's 3 points.
7 points to 1.
Making it 7-1 then. Well, I won't say running away with it because we've seen enough from the Yorkshire mixed blue side, the Yorkshire Roses mixed blue team here, to show that they are capable of hitting back with plenty of time on the clock. If you can see on our monitor exactly how long there is to go, Carl.
Yeah, I think we're just under 10 minutes. We're on about just coming up to 8 minutes gone in this game, and it's a 20-minute game if you're just joining us. Anita Snowden, the try scorer there, gathers the ball up. So elusive.
A reminder that you're only allowed a maximum of 4 male players in the 8 that are out there representing their team. Here is one of them, the number 4, Nick de Jong, who got the first score.
3.
Nick de Jong sounds very Dutch to me.
Has got
another lovely reverse ball, and talk of the devil, it's another score.
And it's a bonus box score as well.
Absolutely.
Lovely inside ball. Dan Ampor made the break, turned it inside.
2 points for South London.
To Nick de Jong, I think it was.
Yeah, the one I was just saying about.
Yeah, exactly.
Double Dutch. He's got 2 tries.
You knew it was coming.
There you're psychic sometime.
But yeah.
It was slick, wasn't it?
Yeah, and all importantly, it was a 2 pointer as well. So yeah, 9-1 on the board. Again, they're going for the short kick-off. Is it going to pay off again? It is. I think every kick-off's been a short kick-off.
Yes,
from South London.
An obvious ploy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Advantage. 7, late tag. Ball was clearly gone.
It's a penalty there. Marcus Lampkin takes the tap, gets around the outside. And was there a tag? It said no try.
No try, no.
10-metre restart.
I think he's...
the referees have to have eyes in the back of their heads here.
Yeah, I think he might have gone into touch behind the try line there, and it's given a 10-metre restart. So Alex Ryan brings it out. Ben Hughes, the run around.
Yeah, it was Milford who got over it, was disallowed.
So, yeah, again, John, I think it feels like Yorkshire haven't had much ball. It feels that this is the first time we've seen them with a ball for a while, or that's what it feels like to me.
No, you're
so,
absolutely spot on there. That was just something I was thinking. If you haven't got the ball, you can't do much about the scoreboard. Rich Milford, I remember, was one of those try scorers from last year on the video.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, she's better. She's much, much better. A careering run down the left. He cantered away there.
It was Hayden Stewart.
Yeah, number 11, Hayden Stewart. It's a mixture of Welsh and Scottish, is Hayden and Stewart. They're playing in England, very much so. And one hopes that these championships will come back to the north of England. We were talking earlier about another event here, internationals, later in the year.
We hope so, John. Yeah, it's the first time we've taken the event outside of London. We're continually trying to grow the game, and yeah, it's great to see it here today. But Dan Ampor down the wing.
Oh, soup and the kick and the pick up, surely.
Tag 2.
No, I think the ref says no, he's not quite made it all the way, but De Jong might. And in the corner, yes, given. It's another score for the South London Tide.
So it's number 8.
Yeah, Sally Mantle.
2-point score.
Yeah, well-deserved try, and they are running away with it now.
They are, yeah. 2-point try there. Lovely break by Dan Ampor down this near side touchline. And then.
Am I right in saying it? I don't think it's quite a reflection of the game, isn't the scoreline? Because they've had their moments of the Roses.
They have, both in this game and certainly throughout today's event. But yeah, as Will was going through the team sheet early on, it's just pretty much a Great Britain team out there, and there's lots of experience, lots of pace as well. So yeah, it only needs a small gap, and as we saw there, they're away.
We haven't had a Yorkshire champ for a while.
No, we had one in the last game.
I heard it. It wasn't me leading it, by the way.
Not sure about that, John. I'm sure I heard you chanting.
I'm a proud Yorkshireman, no doubt about that.
So that's Hayden Stewart again down that side, making some ground when he gets the ball. But the ball's gone to the ground. That's Leah Birkin, picked it up, but South London have got the ball, so they're quick. Look at the speed of they play the ball there. As soon as they've got the ball, they're off, not giving Yorkshire much time to get set in defence.
This is rather impressive. Really slick handling.
De Jong
is overway again on the outside.
Great tag by Alex Ryan.
It was.
Fingertips.
That really was last ditch as well. De Jong was on his way to a hat-trick there. He actually congratulates the person who got the tag.
I was going to say that, John. There was a touch on the shoulder there from De Jong, just acknowledging what a great tag it was from Alex Ryan.
Back 3.
Tom Entwistle. Flat ball, but it's come off the Yorkshire hands.
Well, that was unlucky. That really was. That's not your day when that sort of score occurs, is it?
No,
And the person who was going in there was Rich Milford. We mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, very close. There was a Yorkshire hand on there. If it had popped up and gone to hand, Cheryl Woodman could have been away. But yeah, fortunately, it went back to. Fortunately for the South London team, it went to their hands and in for a try.
Still so much to look forward to in this summer. And another event that I'm looking forward to is the Super League Magic Weekend on Sunday, July the 10th. And there will be an exhibition match taking place on the pitch at St James's Park at the half-time of the Salford Red Devils against Huddersfield Giants game on the Sunday.
Yeah, that's right, John. We're through our partnership with the RFL. We've been invited to. I'll come back to that.
Yeah,
break
terrific.
Here. Number 4.
Oh yeah, he deserved the score.
James Pearson.
James didn't quite get there. Was there a hand on that? I thought there might have been a slight knock on there
from Dave Wilkinson.
Yeah, slip and a stumble. That's why it was booked.
Anita Barton.
On the line.
So a bit of pressure here. It's the last tag though. What can they do? So just bring the ball back, teasing South London. Looking for that gap. Alex Ryan with the ball in hand. He puts a little dink through.
Yeah, Alex Ryan's caught the eye, hasn't he? But nearly there.
So just if you've not watched tag before, there's no dead ball line behind the try line in tag. The try line is the dead ball line. So if you're putting a little kick in, you need to regather the ball before it touches the ground on or over the try line. There's a South London break here. Dave Wilkinson shadowing back, trying to stop the bonus box try. So it's a 1-pointer for number 9.
Yeah, Rich Milford again. That's his second. Yep. 2 for Milford. running away with it now, I have to be said.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? So, but yeah, just coming back to what you were talking about a little bit earlier, John, when that break was made. Yes, we've Tri-Tag Rugby have had the opportunity to play on St James's Park at half-time of the Salford Huddersfield game at Magic Weekend. So that's a really good chance to show the game to maybe some people who've not seen tag before.
Yeah, and encourage somebody to take up the sport. We were talking earlier about sponsorship and how important that is. So I'm sure if there's anybody listening who's been watching today and enjoyed what they've seen, it's pure sport and it's played for the enjoyment as much as, well, more than anything else.
Yeah, today's event is a representative event, but the majority of our leagues, and there's a break here from Yorkshire.
Oh, a super break as well. Oh, no, it must be so frustrating when your eyes are lighting up and you've got to go all that way back.
Well, yeah, if you look around and you see Marcus Lampkin chasing you, you know you need to get going very quick as Marcus Lampkin. But good break from Hayden Stewart. We don't normally see much of that, and we've certainly not seen much of that today, but there's a little bit of a push there. We'll see what the referee Thomas Ralph decides. I think obviously we're in semi-final football here.
Yeah, he just had a little word there with James Pearson.
But yeah, in terms of today, just going back to what I was saying, today's event is a representative event, but the majority of our players and leagues are social leagues. People never played any rugby before. Come down, have a run around, meet some new people and so on. We just got a break here from South London. Oh, lovely swivel of the hips there to get past the defender. And it's that man again.
De Jong.
Yeah, De Jong for a bonus point try. Well,
yes, they've scored excellent tries. I mean, there are tries and there are other tries. And some stand out rather more than others, but he's looked as slick as anybody else.
He has. I mean, he made the initial break. They had the pace, but then watch that swivel of the hips there. Evaded the diving tag from Yorkshire, and then straight into the bonus box.
15 points to 1.
3 minutes, folks.
Yeah.
It sounds like a whitewash. It's not quite been that.
No, it's not. Another short kick-off. This one's not paid off. Oh. So the ball's come to a stop without anybody touching the ball there. So that's a penalty against South London, who made the kick. So it's going to be Yorkshire ball on the centre of the halfway line. Only a few minutes left. Let's see if Yorkshire can improve on their 1 point. Not like that, unfortunately, they won't.
I would say percentage-wise, though, those short kick-offs have paid off.
Yep, they have. I mean, I think that's the first one that's gone wrong.
Yeah. Be nice to see Yorkshire get a second try here. Just boosts morale and makes the scoreline look a little better if you can nudge another couple of points on the board. That's what they're seeking here.
Trying on the ball, turns it back inside for Leah Birkin. Leah Birkin plays it. Ryan again. Long ball out to Bex Duggleby. Oh, she got nearly past the first defender, but then good tag from Thomas Whistle, but they've got a penalty. I think they've offside maybe. Thomas Ralph, so Alex Ryan on the ball again.
2 minutes to go, that is all. Victory's assured already, we have to say, for the South London side, but it is the Yorkshire Roses finishing with a flourish.
It is, yeah.
And locals willing them forward.
Yeah, hopefully they can get across and give them something to cheer maybe before the end of the game.
Well, they did, but was the referee not satisfied because the tag had been completed?
Ben Hughes with the ball over the top.
Just trying to find a gap. That's the eternal problem in rugby, is trying to find a gap.
It is. I mean, that's something to mention, really. I mean, I know we say Yorkshire have not, it seems like they've not had much ball, but South London are defending well. As I say that, John.
That's called commentator's curse.
As I say that, Yorkshire over a try, and it did give some of the Yorkshire spectators something to cheer. Not making any difference in terms of the result of the game, but good for Yorkshire to get over for a 2 point try there. It was a female try, not in the bonus box, but a 2 point score. Marcus Lampkin picks up the ball. Oh, he swivels the hips, spins through, and he's got the pace.
Scintillating, spectacular, outside, inside. It's like Martin the Fire all over again. What a super score. He won't bother going for the 2 pointer, but he'll certainly pick up the 1. And that just puts the icing on the cake, as they say.
It does. We mentioned Marcus Lampkin had pace before, and he's just shown us it there. But not only the pace, what a lovely, like you say, footwork as well, John. The inside and out.
Well, I mentioned Martin Afire there. We usually say the S bend when he scored because he was man in motion. What a rhythm he had as a great rugby league player for Windus in particular, Wigan and Yorkshire.
Chariots of Fire.
Great Britain. Chariots of Fire. Great nickname, wasn't it?
Yeah. So.
Last play.
Oh, last play. The hoot has gone in the background, I think. So.
Yeah, I heard that as well. Even me. And the referee's final whistle. Well, it's a bit of a drubbing, but it's a victory and an excellent victory for the South London Green team in the mixed category. The Yorkshire side, well, one or two disappointments latterly here with defeats, but they've performed creditably throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, no, I agree, John. I think, the result's not gone their way. 16-3 final score. Obviously, South London have done really well there. But York's done really well getting to the semi-final. Put up a fight. And it was good to get a score at the end there, just before the end of the game.
Do you think the men's forces have had a good lie down between when they last played and now that they've got to come back out again?
We'll see. Hopefully the first aiders and medics aren't too busy at the moment trying to refresh those limbs, but we'll see.
So South London make it through, and they were just too good, too strong for the Yorkshire side in the mixed category there. And we have a little breather ourselves now before the next match in the 40s. Well, we're all catching our breath here after another magnificent game there with the London sides in top form, but we're about to go back into the 40s competition with a battle between the Eels and the Seals, so it's going to be a slippery one, is this, Will?
It will. A marine clash for the ages between the two east and south sides, all London affair, in the inaugural final of the men's 40s competition at the UK Tag Nationals.
It's lovely that we get the chance to mention the upcoming events, and of course later in the year here at West Park again, 3rd and 4th of September, we have the British and Irish Cup.
We do. We have the British and Irish Cup coming up on the 3rd and 4th of September, as you say, here at West Park. We've seen the best of the teams from Britain against the best of the teams from Ireland.
And then even later in the year, we have the next World Cup, and that is staged in Limerick in 2023.
Yeah, so leads into the World Cup that we've been waiting for. It should have been in 2021, now in 2023, over in Limerick in Ireland. And that's the culmination of the international game.
All right, we're good. We're on.
Thankfully, as I say, we do have a little bit of a break here before the start of the 40s match. So they've all been having a lie down since the last exertions. So we've talked about 1 or 2 tag fests, and 1 or 2 more coming up as well. As we referees come out.
Yeah, we see our referees and touch judges that we have for this, our first grand final of the tournament. They come out first, and East on the left of your screen in the blue and grey, South London in the green and red on the right of the screen. They'll line up for just a moment here for us to see both teams, for the supporting crowd that has reached its capacity to cheer both of them, and they'll take a moment there before they begin their game. And
I have a feeling they're saluting you. They're looking up here and saying, that's the man.
I'm sure I heard one of them say, that's commentating legend John Helm up there.
Never heard of him. I thoroughly enjoyed today, by the way, Will. Thank you for the invitation.
Oh, it's been brilliant to have you.
One thing I've never lost throughout all those years is enthusiasm, because I think I'm envious in many ways, because they're all better than I ever was at anything. I still play a bit of golf, and I still get the odd par, not too many birdies, but this is something else.
Oh, it's just packed with excitement through every single game, all across the pitch. An incredibly quick game where scores can come from absolutely anywhere. You were saying earlier the different range of them that we've seen as East London kick off and South in that green playing right to left.
Yes, East London Eels and South London Seals. Can they put the seal on a victory in the final?
Oh, that's an excellent one there, John.
Every now and again, golden oldie comes out. And the sun came out as well for us today, for which I've said before, I'm eternally grateful. The older you get, the less you want to see rain and wind. We had a bit of that. Anyway, let's concentrate on the play. That's an intelligent kick forward. We had a moment in the last match, which we did explain, where a boot was put to a ball and the ball went miles in the air, which you simply cannot do.
No, you can't, but that one was a perfect example of a grubber kick, but East London countering it really, really well, and they're progressing up the field now through Matt Picnic on the left-hand side.
Yeah, you were talking about a preponderance of international players featuring in that last game against Yorkshire, so it's no surprise that the side full of internationals won the day. But that was a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, just spilt forwards into his hand from Andrew Davis. Mixed seniors head coach. We'll see better things from him in this game, in this final, I'm sure. It's a short-lived error though, as East London take over again.
Do we go up talking about pride of London here? We talk about bragging rights often when two teams from the same city or same area meet.
Yes, I think there definitely will be. While there's obviously a lot of friendly competition across London, there's the players that represent the different London regions really do find some pride in that, and it's East London that will get the first score through Rhys Davies, a representative of the Great Britain men's seniors side. Sneaks over just to the left of the box, so a single point score to start things for East London.
Yep, first on the board. Rhys Davies, no relation to Andrew Davis, and I know that simply because the spelling's different.
Yes.
We have got a few brothers and sisters playing here today.
We do, and even some married couples as well. It's testament to the social aspect of tag rugby. Some people have gone on to meet their future partners as a result. One day we will have our first match with a tag rugby baby on one side against another tag rugby baby on the second. We'll have to have fireworks and a marching band. It'll be a great moment.
You're a visionary. Carl was telling me he met his wife through this excellent event.
There you go, a first-hand example of what can happen.
Yeah, so we try to entertain you during the day, not just talk about the rugby, because I think it's an initiation process for many people. Those who've been following us throughout the day on whatever channel, whatever medium. There's so many mediums and streamings these days. You can watch virtually everything anytime. And I hope you've chosen this with us.
Well, and also, if you have been following it through the day and you've enjoyed it, but you know your mates had some different plans on this sunny Saturday, they will be able to re-watch the Facebook stream that we had earlier from later on today. That will be available on the Try Tag Rugby Facebook page, and these matches on OurLeague will go up for replay early next week as well.
And we're very much on OurLeague at the moment. More about that in a second for you, as the pressure is applied by the Seals, the South London Seals. S&S. That will not be a score. But,
that's Dunk, their coach, looking to work the ball up there. Didn't quite manage to get it in.
Oh, long ball taken in the corner. And what's the referee going to say? No try.
Yeah, and really at this level, Nationals level, he should know better than that, should Fabrice Aslini. As he slid in with his knee down, that immediately counts as a tag, John. South London keep the ball, but they don't get the try.
No, there either. Yes, Fabrice Aslini had a super chance there. This is the side that has got Ian Baston. That's a great Welsh name. You'll remember Ian Evans. Played in the Rugby World Cup many moons ago. I'm sure he won't thank me for saying many moons ago, but I remember it. A co-commentator of mine once, by the way, in the Rugby Union World Cup. Yeah,
rubbing shoulders with some of the best.
Absolutely, yeah. I worked alongside the likes of Gavin Hastings there, one or two other great names, Steve Smith. But here we are at West Park, Bramhope, thoroughly enjoying this action, and there are some international players on show. That was good. Getting down the field there.
Not worked with Gavin Hastings, but I have worked with Scott.
Yes,
and that leads to a few more beers.
Later, I might tell you a story about a night out I had with Gavin Hastings in Limerick. Never to be forgotten. I play golf with him as well. So that's more my cup of tea these days. Anyway, here we go. Let's concentrate on this attack. And can they get on the score sheet here?
So that's Ben Payne from East London, married just a couple of weeks ago over in Limerick. Yet somehow still wearing a top knot in his hair to keep his luscious locks out of his eyes.
Yeah, you and I have not gone for that look yet. Thank goodness.
No, I'm not sure it would work on me. I'm not sure it works on many people, but
no, not you and I.
Nearly the second score for East London, but Matt Picknett just spilling that ball forward. He'd done almost all the hard work. It was not the best pass to him. Nearly gathered it in.
For South London at the moment, that line must seem a long way away at the far end of the pitch here.
Yes, it must do, especially when you are in the men's 40s category. I think it probably just feels that little bit further than it might do for some of the 20-something-year-old players that we have running around in the opens categories.
Yeah. I think when I was working it out, so those who are authorised to play here or can indeed take a place in it, you could actually sneak in as a 39-year-old in about 10 months or something like that.
Yes, you can do, because you need to be 40 by the end of next year, the World Cup year. So
clever kick here, and the man in the pork pie hat latches onto the ball again as well.
That was well gathered by Dunk.
Yeah, big chance here, big chance of a score. Ball back in field, good tag when necessary, no score. But it was a big opportunity there for the South London side.
Markers in, markers in, markers in.
Payne is actually our most experienced referee in London. He's reffed over 2,500 games of tag rugby in London.
Wow.
Still claims not to know the rules when he's playing and the referee tells him.
It's one of the statistics that astonish me. How many matches are played and how many players there are. And of course, it's growing all the time.
Yeah, it really is. Year on year, we have managed to increase the numbers we have, not just in London, but the regions across the country, closing in on 70,000 players all time that have gone through the TTR ranks.
Absolutely fantastic.
Jay there.
Oh, over the top of the head.
Yeah, Jay Bear with a huge boot.
The tall and lanky figure, the number 11 in the green shirt is Fabrice Sazzini. We mentioned him a moment or two ago when he had a scoring opportunity which he was unable to take, but there he defended well.
Yeah, he did. Coped well with a tricky bouncing ball under pressure from the closing East London defence.
Well, the sun just dipping a little bit here, but it's been a very pleasant day. On order.
I think it just still high enough in the sky to not particularly favour one team over the other. Remember, we're playing straight through at the moment, so if we felt the sun got too low, we would have to necessitate a change of direction midway through the game.
And am I right in thinking we could have a tie-breaking point in this one?
Yes, because we're down to our first grand final, the game cannot end level and it cannot be decided by the first try score. Jay Bear nearly breaks away there for East London, so this one would go to extra time. The teams would immediately drop to 5 players each. They would take a tap on halfway and would need to score in a set of 6.
Well, I'm glad I asked that question because I might have been a bit baffled if I'd suddenly seen only 5 out there. When did the other 3 get sent off? So you have been invaluable with your knowledge and expertise, Will. And, that's a lovely inside ball here. They are looking for a score, but the referee's not going to award that. But they will still have the possession here and the opportunity to put some more points on the board. Well, it was a promising situation, but as so often happens in rugby, the ball somehow went into no man's land.
It did, but Jay Bear making the best of a bad situation there, tracking back to get the ball, but loops round and ground gained. It is a penalty to East London now, and it's Alex Segrove with the ball in hand at the moment. Davis. Good tag by Andy Inglis in front of the box.
I've no doubt you've played with some of these fellas, Will.
Yeah, played with or against some of them. Generally end up on the losing side if I'm against them. Davis to Ben Payne.
Davis again.
And you'll see some of these players at this level looking for the dive. Now, that is allowed at international level, as long as the ball is grounded before the knee hits the ground. However, we're still at the point where some of the regional sides haven't had the opportunity to practice diving in their leagues or tournaments that they play in, so it's not actually allowed in this tournament.
Thank you. We're halfway through the match. More than halfway through, of course, with it being the 40s. 10 minutes gone. You have to get used to these different rules to the different categories. By the way, I would be available if the championship ever moved to Sydney or anywhere in Australia, basically, as long as it's played in their summer.
Yes. Yeah. Well, most of them, in fact, all of the World Cups so far have been down in Australia and New Zealand. Next year's one in Limerick will be the first in the Northern Hemisphere. Hopefully gives Great Britain their best chance of success so far.
Well, this one is still very much to be decided. With just the one score so far, the 1 point for the Eels.
As we promised earlier on the Facebook stream, the knockout games would be a lot closer than some of those pool contests, and so it has proven.
Talking of top knots, here he goes. You can hear the referee shouting 2. You hear that in all forms of rugby, of course, just so the players know how many more tags they've got left, of course, in this instance. 3 more to go. So they've seemed to have had the ball for quite a while here without necessarily making the breakthrough that is desired.
Yeah, it's all about whether they can wear down the South London defence enough to create that gap and take advantage of it.
Oh, that was a bit sloppy.
It was. Had the pass gone to hand there, I would have backed Ben Payne to beat his player in a phone box and score the go-ahead point, the lead extending point But as it is, South London will work the ball away from their own line now.
2.
Yes, they will. Possession 9/10 of the law, as we always say. You've got to have the ball in hand, and they have.
4.
But a very, very tight encounter between two sets of players who probably know one another pretty well.
5.
Yes, they do. So a lot of these players will be involved in the Super League that is played in London. Takes place in Rotherhithe in East London during the autumn and winter, and then moves to Canada Water as we go into the summer. But players come from all over London to play in that top level league.
Yeah, that was top defending there from Andrea Abramo. That sounds slightly Italian. Let's have a look here.
Breaks down the right-hand
brilliant.
side, steps back
Gets
inside.
there inside. Oh, he evades 2. And
that's an excellent 1-point score there from Jay Bear, player coach of the Great Britain Mixed Seniors side, set up by Andy Davis, involved there, who is also player coach on that side. Although he's taking a year off playing for GB, but still head coach of Mixed Seniors. Jay Bear showing the skills that he's still got. And East London will take possession back again. The ball hammered at South London, ends up in East London arms.
yeah, Jay Bear, don't tell me his nickname's Paddington.
2.
I'm not sure in the part of the world he grew up in, Paddington was the most well-known bear. Possibly a koala.
Possibly, yeah. Well, we know how inventive people are with nicknames. And they're very much on the ascendancy, aren't they? Looking for try number 3 here as well. Davis has got there. Bear has got there. And it is Bear and not Beer. That comes later as well.
5 and last. 5 and last.
I don't doubt that for the men's 40s teams.
Absolutely. My God, they'll have a lie-in tomorrow. Well, there's an unfortunate kick. The idea was good, but he planted it straight into the arms of the opposition, who said, thank you very much, in the shape of Duncan Lancer.
2.
And he looked almost to be half rugby tackled there by the East London defence, but play on allowed by Jason Baker as Inglis takes it up, and now over to Dunk.
4.
Just 2 points to 0 to the Eels over the Seals.
But obviously this 15-minute game, only 20 seconds remaining on the clock, so we will expect to see East London close this one out now.
Yeah, it's looking like the title is going to go to East London as opposed to South London. Not much distance between the two, and not much distance between the two on the scoreline either, but 2 points looks like being sufficient as we close towards the hooter, and there it goes.
So this will be final play. East London won't do anything silly, or they shouldn't.
No, it's game over, and congratulations then to the East London men's 40s team, known as the East London Eels. They've won this with tries from Rhys Davis early on and Jay Bear late on. And I think it was a deserved victory. They had the better plays, they had the better strategy, they had more opportunities to score, and were just too good for the opponents on the day.
They were the hotly tipped side in this category going into it. There was promise from obviously the South London team that joined them in the final, Coventry, Yorkshire, North London, but East London ultimately just had too much in their tank to be contended with by any other side. And we talked about the GB players in the South London side beforehand, but this one with Andy Davis and Mark Batty, Alex Sadgrove, Jay Bear, Ben Payne, Steve Leary, Rhys Davis, another one that's just stacked top to bottom with internationals.
So it was a hard day's work for the Forters, but East London made light work of it. They've been victorious over South London Seals by just 2 points to 0 as we move back into the women's category, and we look ahead to their final, which is next on the agenda.
I've no idea who to give player of the match to in that game.
So we're just getting ourselves ready for the trophy presentation here, or the presentation of the shield to the winning East London side.
Don't tell me you've got to shoot down to present the trophy as well.
Thankfully not. That's one of the jobs I've delegated today. So South London just wanted to take the opportunity for a shot of them as the runners-up.
Yeah, it's a joyful sort of an occasion, is this? I think that's the best thing to say about this sort of a day. We've talked before about the competitiveness, but we've also talked about the fraternianship that is very much on evidence today. We've seen some brilliant play, we really have. In fact, I'm just looking down now at one of the Eels men's players who was absolutely brilliant today earlier. I think that was James Gibson. But there's been some wonderful individual performances out there, but it's still very much a team ethic.
Absolutely, and you can see that as the East London team all crowd around with the shield and look to pop the Prosecco. Ben Payne, as he did last year when he won the Tag Nationals Championship for the men's open category. First to pop the cork off, first to spray it all over his teammates. Jay Baird, as expected, straight in with a gulp. And a well-deserved championship crown for the East London side there.
Yes, the first final has been decided, and our congratulations go to them. And we're coming up with East against West again, I think.
Yeah, so we've got two East-West finals now. So East in three, confirmed in 3 finals so far. The next one we've got is the women's final. West coming in as the slightly higher seed in that one against East London. And that'll be followed after that by the men's final. The men's open final this time, with East London Eels playing West London Wolves in that one as well. And so there's the winning men's 40s teams. East London trudging off. They'll be heading to the showers, but I think that'll be a quick stop in there before they're up in the bar, wouldn't you say, John?
Might join them later. It'd be rude to not do so, wouldn't it? But anyway, we get a short little breather here now before the referees come out for the next match. I said earlier it goes thick and fast, but the day passes by. It's a lovely way to spend a summer Saturday. We're almost in British summertime. It's always summer here. Papers blowing all over the place again. But we're totally in control. You might not think so, but we are. I bet you'll need a lie down at the end of the as tournament director as well.
I will enjoy one when the time comes to put the mic down and pack everything away and have a drink at the end. But I think the after party will be going on late into the night in Yorkshire. A lot of the London players will be wanting to take advantage of the fact that pints are a little bit cheaper up here than they might be down in certain parts of the capital.
I can vouch for that. But we've seen some enterprising play. It's been an initiation for many people in this part of the world who'd not seen this form of rugby before. Tag is the name, tag is the nature, and tag is the future.
Well, I certainly hope so, John. As we can see, the numbers swelling year on year for this tournament. A record 41 teams taking part this time over 4 categories. Yorkshire, the hosts, entering 7 teams. South London 6, East London 5. It's been a fantastic level of participation. And then also we've seen today incredible competition on the pitch.
Yeah, and we've talked about London being the hotbed of the sport, really. But it's been good to see teams from the southwest in Bristol, from the Midlands in Coventry and Warwickshire. And there's even a tag fest going on in Oxford on the 30th of July.
There will be, yes, that'll be warmly attended by many of the players from the Thames Valley region, but also we'll see players from the other regions coming as well.
Awaiting the officials and the 2 teams for the women's final.
So after Jason Baker took charge as referee of the men's 40s final, this is Alex Davies reffing his first game on the show pitch today. And the East London women in the grey and blue strip, the Eels coming out on your left, and in the black and red, the West London Wolves.
Including Poppy Love.
Including Poppy Love, and led by Kat Lindsay, and as I mentioned earlier when they were on this pitch, it being a slight family affair in that team with her daughter as well, Jade Walker, wearing number 12 for West London, number 12 for East London. their star player, Charlotte Towerton, who you picked up yourself in their semi-final, John, was absolutely pivotal in them taking out the result there.
A couple of other names to pick out. Michel van der Merwe, related to the fact that we've got one or two sort of Dutch or South African sounding players here today.
Yes, quite a few South Africans. Yes, it's based off Rugby League, not South Africa's favourite form of the game, but a number that get involved in tag once they finish up their enjoyment of the brutal, forward-heavy style of play in South Africa.
So there is the starting whistle from the referee. We are underway with the women's final here between the West London Wolves and the East London Eels. Wolves against Eels, but don't imagine that one's going to gobble up the other.
Yeah, we may well see the Eels electrify the Wolves.
Just in case we didn't stress it for you, the East London Tide are in the blue and white, and the Wolves are in black, as all Wolves should be, on the prowl, but defending for the moment. Kick above head height. Have you noticed I'm learning the rules as we go along here? That was above the height of the referee.
It was above the referee's shoulder height by quite a distance, actually. I think if he was standing on his own shoulders, it would still have gone over. Yes. So West London take over, and Hampton, who we saw scoring on this pitch earlier on.
Well, it was a brilliant run, wasn't it? Almost the decisive break there for the Wolves from Naomi Hampton, who's been on the score sheet already today. Sometimes you get a feel for a field, daft as that may sound, and particular surroundings.
Yeah, and also you'll have big game players in these sides, John, who are loving the fact that they've got a crowd building up, people up here on the balcony watching them, cheering them on.
Great pressure. It's going to be pulled back, though. It will not be a score, as Emily Goulvin was hoping. I think Emily Goulvin got the first try of the day, if my memory serves me correctly.
I think you have remembered that one absolutely spot on, John.
Are they here this time? No, they're not. Not quite. Use that phrase quite a lot as well today. Not quite. Nearly there.
Yes, it can be a frustrating game at times, Tag, when you've beaten a player in terms of getting your body past them, but your trailing Tag just snagged by their outstretched fingers.
That's a lovely inside ball. Tag there just at the last second. Goulvin again. She's in the mood. You can tell. There are try scorers and poachers in rugby at whatever level you play. There are certain people who might never score a try as long as they live. There are others who just have a knack.
Yes, there are many on both of these sides. Here's one, Wehrwein on the ball.
Lovely long ball floated out to that left-hand side, and what a brilliant run this is. Made at least 30 yards there. I'm sorry, but I'm still talking yards and not metres. It's just 63 years since I went to school, by the way.
I would never have guessed.
Good. Enjoying it thoroughly. Good final already. The women's final and a break here through the centre of the field. Brilliant shimmy. Brilliant score. That's as good a try as you will see, and the referee says yes as well. Yeah. And it's the first score of the final, and it's Anya Grant who's gone through the middle.
That was absolutely excellent play, wasn't it? She snatched that ball, looked up, saw 2-3 defenders in front of her, and decided she was going to beat every single one of them and cross for the 1 point score. It's outside the bonus box, but it puts East London on the board first. And we saw in a semi-final, they only need 1 point to win the game.
You're my bonus box today, I'll tell you. Your eyesight's better than mine as well. And I hope you've enjoyed your little stint up here as well.
I've absolutely loved it, John. It's been a pleasure calling these games with you as Towerton puts the ball onto the boot a bit more successfully than the previous time, and East will have a penalty.
We have a great life, really, don't we? Because we see excellent sport played at a very high level, but don't actually have to perform it ourselves. Well, you do. I certainly do.
No, I'm definitely safer up here than on the pitch, I can tell you that.
Yes, I've had years of covering rugby league at professional men's level, and got some great friends as we look for another score. It's given as well, just starting to take a stranglehold.
Yeah, and that's Tess Crowley. We talked about her earlier. Late injury call up to replace Sam Bedford, who is now on the sideline cheering on her East London teammates. That's a second score, a second 1 pointer, and East extend their lead.
Yeah, Tessa Crowley thoroughly enjoying her call up for this occasion. here in Yorkshire. We've said it before, we'll say it again, the first time this event has come to the north of England, and how pleased we are to have it here. Always great to welcome our friends from around the country, but who knows, one day we may be saying welcome to Scottish teams as well.
We certainly hope so, and you know, if we continue to expand, we can hopefully be saying welcome to Edinburgh for the Tag Nationals. That would be a lovely thing to be able to say. As Charlotte Towton fields the ball, and she's got space to run into here, up against the West London defence.
Yeah, West London not quite got going yet. Just tagged there, you can see it on the floor, the yellow tag. Back in possession, tuck it away, and hope it doesn't come off again next time. Ball is in hand. The passing is slick and good, very accurate.
It is. It's a complete contrast to the difficulties the players would have faced last year in the pouring rain. They're making the most of these beautiful conditions. And really good play from East London there, with another jab of a kick from Towerton.
Yeah, these are good moments for East London. They've started the game much the better of the two teams.
And remember, West London, the reigning champions in this category, having beaten East in the final last year. So this could be a bit of a revenge job for East London, but West will not be done yet. 2 points is a margin they can easily overcome.
Yeah, still in the early stages of the final, and over 20 minutes again here now. We've just had the 15 minutes for the 40s. Oh, a brilliant take and a cut inside as well. Oh, sensational, absolutely sensational score. Oh, take a bow there.
Tremendous.
That is an absolutely wonderful, wonderful score.
And it's your favourite name, John, it's Poppy Love.
And she popped it over.
She did. We've seen more of the kicking come from East London, and clever kicking from them, but that was the best kick of the game so far. Perfectly weighted to bounce up into Poppy Love's arms. She swerved around a defender and then straight into the bonus box for 2. Ties things up here. We've got a game.
We have indeed, and it's a good game, it's a good final. Very worthy of the title. I suppose it's only just occurred to me, but I just saw 1 or 2 of the tags blown away in the wind. That's a bit of a blow, and if you've got to go chasing 30 or 40 yards after your tag.
It really can make a difference to the game if you've got to be running after it. So the players will be hoping that they can trap it with their feet as they roll the ball backwards.
Which tag do you want? The one with the most Velcros on it. They're coming again. Let's give them renewed heart as that try from Poppy Love.
It has full of running there. Naomi Hampton again. Johnson to Lindsay on her right-hand side. She's got Kent outside her, but Lindsay swerves through.
Oh, another brilliant run. We're seeing some solo antics here.
Wonderful twisting hips from Kat Lindsay.
And roars of encouragement as well from the family members down below. I won't say who it was, but one of the players' fathers is here today, and he said to me, I want him to get at least 8 mentions. Oh, that's a great kick through. Oh, how unlucky is that?
So really worked again for Joe Miles there, didn't it? It was a beautiful kick, just needed to be a little bit faster onto the bouncing ball. East London escape.
Yeah, good spell this for the Wolves. Almost a breakthrough there, however.
Strong first hit up by Weirwine.
Yeah, Francis Weirwine. Concentrating the move down the left-hand side. It's not always easy to see with the naked eye whether the tag has come off or not, and then the player has to go back, which tells us that it has. But progress stalled again here now. There's the pickup and there is the whistle. So there'll be no advancement there for Francis Weirwine.
Yeah, usually, as you're saying there, deceptive sometimes when the tags come off. Usually referees and players alike use the sound of the tag being ripped to tell them whether it's gone. But they're going to struggle to do that with the crowd that's assembled for these finals and the support that they're providing the teams.
Wonderful play for the Wolves again, and another brilliant solo effort.
That's Golvin.
Yeah, Emily Golvin's caught the eye on numerous occasions today. On each occasion that we've seen her. Next on the ball was Holly Johnston, another try scorer earlier. I still call it a try, I know it's a point. But
oh no, we do call them tries and tags, absolutely fine. And Poppy Love again.
Popped up again, yeah, it's good.
3 points so far for the number 2. And West London into their first lead of the game.
Yeah, double love. Or a love double. Sounds like tennis. We're so fortunate in this country because we have an array of sporting talent in so many different sports. You know, you pick up a paper every day, what I still do, and you can read about wondrous events taking place all around the globe.
It's a fantastic sporting landscape we have here in the UK, but one of the things is it does make it very difficult for younger sports, newer sports, to crack into that landscape and the wider public consciousness. That's the task facing tag rugby, but with games like this on display, contests from these women, who couldn't be hooked by the show that we have before us?
Yeah, cue line again. Come on, you sponsors. Desperately needed in a flourishing sport. I've known for a long time, Will, how blessed I am to have had a life in sport, watching the best in so many different guises. I actually have a brother who does something called DIY. I've not a clue what that is.
I wouldn't want to do that. Prefer to be watching Nadine Mason-Bertrand gallop up the sideline there as East London now work it back to the left.
Yep, we're spoilt. We're in beautiful surroundings as well today. I don't know if you've been able to gauge from the coverage here on OurLeague just what a delicious part of the world this is in West Yorkshire. Not quite North Yorkshire, but not far off the border. Good approach play down that left touchline, but the whistle sounding once again. That will halt the East London side in their tracks.
Yeah, good twisting hips from Natalie Guest, but West London take over, and there's Naomi Hampton. You can just see if she'd broken through there, the pace she's got, almost impossible to stop.
Another excellent player.
So we're just over halfway in this one, 11 minutes played. And West London now in the ascendancy. 1 point lead and the ball. And there she goes, Hampton.
Hampton. And I hate to use this line, but could she have been Hampton Court there?
Excellent pun. That could be, if she wanted to start her own tag team, that could be the tag team name. But she made a good 20 metres there before West London, unfortunately, do cough up the ball. East London take over again.
There's some quality tag rugby on show here, there really is. That's again, commentators curse as the pass is spilt, and it shouldn't have been really, which means there is an opportunity here for the Wolves again. Ball in the hands of Michelle van der Merwe. Off they come again. You've got to be so fit at this sport because it's non-stop action. We are approaching the finale of the day, not too far away. It is the Wolves who are menacing once again.
Yeah, promising position this now. Just 2 tags down. Pass gathered off the ground by Ellie Jones. Poppy Love at dummy half.
And they've sort of grown into the game, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They looked a little uncertain when they first came out, and East definitely took advantage of that. But well, they've hunted in a pack, these Wolves, and got themselves back into it.
Crucial phrase this, because it is West London who are still leading by 3 points to 2 here against the East London Eels. And East London with ball in hand and trying to create some space down that left-hand side. Get the ball out to the slickest players in the team, that's the idea.
Backwards!
It's the Eels' way.
There are some players who are not built for speed, but they have other attributes.
Yeah, we always talk about rugby union as a game for all sizes, don't we? But that is true as well in tag rugby. It might be a faster game, but still endlessly adaptable to anyone that wants to play it.
Yeah, your handling skills as well, obviously. Some people deft. And but a giveaway.
Well, and here's someone that's handling skills and pace. It's Jade Walker with the interception, breaking through and rolls it back to her mother, Kat Lindsay, who plays it to the left for West London.
Yeah, they were in disarray, but they've managed to reorganise. And the lady in the tights there was the one who got the tackle in. That was Nadine Mason-Bertrand.
There's numbers over on the, or space over on the right if West London work it there. Hannah Kent does her best.
She got there all
She
by
has.
herself, a do-it-yourself try. And it was Hannah Kent, and she has scurried over and extended, changed the scoreline again. Here it is.
That is a brilliant score from Kent. She looked for all money, like she needed to give the pass just here. She held on to it, knew it was too late, and wound her way through with the spin, almost backwards over the try line. That extends West London's margin to 2.
Yeah, 2 points in it, 4-2 the score. As they do
Just
give the
over
ball
5
back
to
to the
go.
opposition.
Oh, they won't. That's a great kick. Nat Guest wasn't able to gather it for East London.
No, it just touched her on the way through, didn't it?
Things just potentially starting to slip towards the Wolves' direction.
And they should pick up here in a handy position as well to try and capitalise on the advantage that they've built for themselves, a 2-point advantage in this 20-minute encounter, which has 5 minutes to run.
Just about 15 metres out now. Ellie Jones trying to wind her way through.
Yeah, we've moved into the final quarter of the final. It is the Wolves who are still in the ascendancy as the sun comes out again. Appropriately maybe for them.
Touch 6 again. Lost forwards from yellow there. Orange roll ball.
Here they come again.
Play on 1 now. 1.
Oh, she was through Golvin. She didn't realise she went back and a tag was taken. That could even have been a bonus box score.
Yeah, it was Emily Golvin, wasn't it? And the crowds are roaring, but it's no score yet. Not this time. Still possible. The potential is there. You feel they've got to spread the play and bring the ball across to this left-hand side of the pitch.
Yeah, again,
that is what they're trying to do.
Space.
Well, just tagged on the way to the line. That was good enough from the defensive perspective. And again, same situation for Emily Golvin. Oh, confusion, but yeah, can't do that.
Yeah, Hannah Kent thought she was in for her second there, but East London take over. They've got to go the length of the field. Crowley on the ball, works her way through. Oh, half break there.
Yeah, very much a half break. So they're still in the contest. They've not lost heart, I'm sure. Want to go back with a shield. Play on, you heard there, the officials, they well mic'd up, as we say.
Yeah. And it's not just a shield they'll go home with, it's a very nice set of medals, especially minted for these tag nationals, and of course the eternal respect of their playing peers.
Yeah, we do hear all sorts of things with the referees' discourse with the players. Sometimes we're not allowed to tell you what's said, but basically it's come on girls, get on with the game. And that's exactly what they do. Ball in hand this time for Emma Jackson.
Worth just mentioning that Alex Davis is one of our newer referees, but he's progressed brilliantly since getting himself involved with us in 2021 to go from reffing Monday night leagues down in Clapham Junction to being the referee for the Women's Open final at the 2022 UK Tag Nationals. There's opportunities for refs as well as players in this game.
Oh, yes, I think that's a good point to make, actually, Will, because it is an ambition for officials as well as players to get to the top.
It is, and without the appropriate referees, you don't have the game. So the more people that have been inspired by the whistle work today and want to don the yellow and try their hand at being a tag referee, we would encourage you to get in touch with us on our website.
We are in the closing stages, 2 minutes to go here, and the scoreline is 4-2 in favour of the West London Wolves. If they get the next score, you feel they'll get the shield.
I would say so at this point, and if the running is like it was from Poppy Love there, then they're definitely in with a stronger chance of doing it.
I think the coach was just saying, keep the ball. Stick it up your jumper used to be the phrase in this part of the world. I wouldn't use it in this sport, but that's exactly what they've got to do. They've just got to keep hold of the ball.
Yeah, they need Velcro hands at this point.
Once again, Emily Golvin to the fore. And here they come, here they come. So close now, within touching distance of the shield. Golvin. The ball to the right, out of the tackle. Well, it's not a tackle, it's a touch, of course, a tag.
So nearly for Johnston.
Still looped in the air, the move continues, but a difficult ball to pick up. And the referee will blow the whistle. Well, they have about a minute left in which to save their skins and to turn this one around of East London.
Yep, a bonus box score would tie it up. And remember, because we're in the grand finals, it's not a case of first score wins. It would go to added time, 5 on 5.
Yes, unlike the previous matches where the first team to score got the benefit.
Exactly. It is one of the most exciting things in tag rugby, and we've actually had it at a number of our London tournaments in the finals recently, so would bet against one of these going to it.
They desperately need a score here, though, and they desperately need it to be a 2-pointer. One not good enough. We're inside the last minute. Here is the break through the centre. The opportunity is there. Seconds, the clock ticking down now. We are in the closing seconds of this enterprising encounter.
Final play called by Alex Davies.
And that's it. It's all over. The women's final has been concluded, and it is the West London Wolves who take the title, who take the shield. Only a narrow margin, but I think they were in the ascendancy for the bulk of that game. And 4-2, good enough.
Yeah, I think that's a fair reflection of the game. East London started the hotter of the two sides, charging over for 2 quick scores, but West London coming back at them. Poppy Love with a crucial breakaway try into the bonus box. And then West London adding to that twice more afterwards.
Thank you, well played.
And it sees them retain their crown from 2021 when they won their first ever Tag Nationals Championship for the region. They've defended it here. They have a chance for a second one in the men's open final following this. But before that, we will get to see the victorious team receive their shield and celebrate their success.
Yeah, I really hope you're enjoying our coverage here from the West Park Club in Bramhope in Leeds. Earlier, our live streaming was on the Try Tag Rugby Facebook page, and now we're on the Football League OurLeague. And there are several benefits for people who have the OurLeague app as well. And one of those is that the OurLeague members qualify for 2-for-1 on tickets at the mid-season internationals, which are coming up very shortly at the home of the Warrington Rugby League Club at the Halliwell Jones Stadium.
That's certainly worth the subscription to OurLeague if watching today's matches wasn't enough.
It's almost sizzling.
It is. It's going to be a wonderful evening for a party, John. Not that these teams would need any excuse, win, lose or draw on the day. But the sun, I think, will keep it going even later into the night as we await the moment where West London will receive their shield. They just want to take a moment as a team to soak it all in, congratulate themselves on their efforts. And here we see them heading over to be presented with the shield, presented with the Prosecco, the opportunity to give their teammates a soaking and really get the party started.
Yeah, West London Wolves 4, East London Conger Eels 2. We should really have had Stuart Lancaster here to present the trophy. He only lives just down the road. Former England head coach, of course.
Might have been a little bit busy with Leinster, but here we see Jade Walker, captain, with her hands on the Tag National Shield for the Women's Open category for the second year in a row, and also for the second celebration in a row. A little bit of trouble getting the cork out of the bottle. Kat Lindsay's holding hers ready and waiting for Ruth Mottershead to pop. And we go on both sides. That is a soaking, and you can see how much fun this team is going to have as they head into the evening celebrations.
Yeah, the men didn't have any trouble popping their corks, did they? So a bit of coaching to go on there for the ladies.
Yeah, well, pretty much the only thing I think they need to work on. They were absolutely class on the field, both in the pool stages and in the knockouts. It's been a pleasure to see them on this show pitch. Hope you've enjoyed what women's tag rugby can look like at this level. So we were getting ready now for our men's open final, kicking off at 17:55. So we're about to see the teams come out onto the field.
Just East London against West London.
It is. It's got a bit of deja vu, John. Yeah. here we see our officials running out. Jono Huntington is going to take charge of this men's open final as East and West return to the field. East London captained by Miles Turner, West London by George Fox Edwards. Great Britain players in both sides. It is going to be a true clash of the titans in this one as they take their moment on the field before we get underway.
Yeah, some great names on show in this one. You've just mentioned George Fox Edwards. That sounds very aristocratic. We've got Grant Besenwedenhout, George Montague, and Shabishan Shurish Kishma. Well, I do a lot of work with Shurish Kumar. I do a lot of work in India. That sounds very Indian to me.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the players to watch out for in this West London side. Another in number 8 would be Reese Walker, who is the sister of Jade Walker, who we've just seen lift the shield for West London Women's, and the son of Kat Walker. So West London really is dominated by the Walker family.
Picking out a couple of names for the East London men's team. Jay Bear scored in the last match, as did Rhys Davis. They know their way to the line.
So you staying there? Yep.
They do, and this East London side, of course, reigning champions. We have seen in each of the categories that was played last year, we have seen the champions return as one of the finalists. As we get underway, there's the hooter. Men's Open head coach of Great Britain, James Barron, kicks off for West London. It's a long kick down into East London territory.
You must be exhausted. There's no time even to go anywhere in between matches here. Ever thought of taking a break? I'm glad you haven't.
It's straight from one to the other as that pass goes straight from Jones to Winter and then on to Roberts, and we saw good play between those two on the right wing in their semi-final. Doesn't quite work out this time. West London escape and we'll have the opportunity here with Kieran Pointer rolling the ball to Reese Walker, Fox Edwards at 1, Barron on the ball, Walker, and forward from Walker to Pointer.
Pass. Just 5 in, roll ball. Yeah, that'll do there.
Yeah, fitness a key factor. As in any sport, discipline another key factor. We've talked about that earlier. We've touched on that with the team in blue. This is the East London side, and a little kick through, clever, but not under the guise of under the eagle eye of the referee.
Yeah, well, he wasn't going to escape George Fox Edwards, but it was a beautiful little nudge into the floor and straight back into the hands of Kenny Hunt. Roberts with the pace on the wing here, not able to use it on this occasion.
We all know you can't pass the ball forwards in any form of rugby, and that's exemplified here as well. Lovely passing. Well, notice the referees have to run backwards as much as they run forwards.
They do, yes. It's a skill that's certainly a unique one to acquire as a tag rugby referee.
Well, good pressure mounting here for East London. For the Eels. The other thing is to have vision. We saw some good vision there, which has set up the platform here, and a good infield turn as well, and it's going to be the first score, and it goes to the East London men's side, and the player who got in there was Joshua Andriolo.
Yeah, so packed 1-12 this side with talent, and Josh Andriolo right in the middle of that, exemplifying it. Really nice swerving run to find the line and a 1-point try.
I'm trying to create a picture in my mind there, but the players have to have a picture in their mind, envisage a score, envisage a situation where they can get in, and that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely.
It's a light dropout.
So this was a really good kick-off by East London. It bounced once before the goal line and then went over. Barron, though, with one of the biggest drop kicks we've seen today.
Great catch.
Yeah, Hunt equal to it.
As well.
And already back in West London territory. Hampson.
Find the mark. Yellow me, yellow me.
Yeah, it was Kenny Hunt who took it. And here they come. He's set them up with a good position and a good take out on the touchline as well, and he skips through, but he'll be recalled. I've just noticed we've got a monitor today, by the way.
Up we go.
I can actually see it now.
For the first time today, we can see it without the sun shining brightly on it.
No complaints. Here they come. And let's see if they can go all the way. Just the one line, as we've said, to attack. It's not easy to find always if that defence is massed in front of you. It must look like a wall at times, a black wall on this occasion. Good play.
It's a black wall. They found their way through, though.
Yeah, they have.
He's just checking with his touch judge, as Jono Huntington, and he has given it the try to Tom Higgs in the left corner. 1 point again. East London lead by 2.
Score is 2-0.
East London do lead by 2. And, he's going to take a breather, having got the score.
Saw in the replay there, just pretty much worked through the West London defender's hands. So that could have stopped the play, but East London extending the lead.
Good now, good now.
2 points to 0. Andreola and Jones, the names of the scorers. But bags of time left yet for West London's to come back. And this might be their moment. They've made 30 yards progress there. We've got a red cap out there. Oh, lovely. Oh, brilliant. But just tagged at the crucial moment. I think his eyes were lighting up there. He thought he was through and all the way to the line. Did George Fox Edwards, the aforementioned. Shall I go this way? Shall I go that way? Shall I kick it? Plenty of decisions to be made in the mind.
What I've got there is contact from the ball player. The late tag does not stand. There's going to be a tag penalty here. It's going to be orange.
So it's a late tag on Pointer, but Huntington making the point that was then followed up with contact by Pointer himself. So East London get the penalty as the contact outweighs the late tag. Turner throws the interception. No, it's gone straight into the hands of Cam Fisher.
No scorers yet. So often we see a player dart for the line, get across with the ball, but it's no score because they have been tagged. There's the chance again. You saw a perfect example of it there. That the player in the red cap,
yeah,
who was Rafael Himiona, was caught. Here he is again into the corner, and the referee will give the try. Yes, he will indeed. It's a hit back here for the West London side. Reece Walker.
Yeah, it's Reece Walker, number 9 for West London.
2-1. 3 minutes to go in the first half.
Crossing to close the deficit to just a point here.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, which makes for an even better final. Some of the early matches today featured matches where there was only one side doing all the scoring. But since we've got through to the quarters, the semis and the finals, the matches have been much closer.
Yes, they have, and we could well see this one get so close it's level as the ball ends up in the hands of Baron Suresh Kumar. And over to Bezuidenhout, but no try.
Oh, and a stoppage here. That was just unfortunate. No malice of forethought there.
Yeah. 2 players that know one another from the GB men's open side, so both back on their feet.
5 minutes out. Roll ball over the line. Roll ball. Marker available.
Once again, they've set the platform. And could get the ball out to that far side for the score.
Changeover. 1 metre in. 2 metres out from the line.
That's another good example of what I was saying, that you feel as though there's a try right on the mark, and then it's just nullified.
Jones in those distinctive red socks. He's in red socks. Himiona on the other side in the red cap.
Dare I ask, what's the record score in a match? Tag?
That is a very good question, one I wish I had an answer to, John. Most of our scorecards that the referees are given only go up to 30 in leagues and to 20 in tournaments, so kind of gives you an idea of where the maximum tends to be.
Oh, brilliant break here. This is Super Rugby, and on his way here, and just tagged at the last moment, but that was the opportunity was there just for a moment for East London.
Turner now with the ball in midfield, finds Hampson. Hunt looks to kick again, doesn't work quite as well for him as the last one did. The tag was already taken before he took the ball to his boot, so he has to jog back. And East London will go again.
They will go again. One or two substitutions happening. The reason I asked about the record score in football in this part of the world, it's 36-0. Arbroath beat Bonaccord in Scotland, and in England, Preston North End beat Hyde 26-0. So there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, we don't want to see a record score in a final.
Oh, you're not going to do, don't worry.
Play on, simultaneous. Tag, 2, metre in.
It's two eager teams here.
Up you go.
Well, they'll have been preparing overnight and then trying to put their plans into operation and into fruition. And that's exactly what the team in the black from West London are doing here now.
Player, tag 0. Not going to manage.
They were repelled, so it's East London's turn again to try and hit back with almost halfway through the contest.
Ball in hand now as Zach Akil, their try-scoring hero in the semi-final.
Yeah, anybody who gets to the whitewash, as we call it, is a hero.
Much better, yellow, keep it up.
I suppose when you're growing up, all boys want to be the try-scorer.
Yeah, it gets tricky in a men's team to make sure it's shared around and people have their different roles. But see Hunt and Turner linking up again in midfield as the playmakers for the side.
Final play.
It's a bit edgy at the moment, the last few minutes.
Knock on. Final play in the first half.
Everything at stake in the final, of course. Notably a shield. Rather pedestrian approach there just for a second, and a clever kick through if he can regather here. That would have been sensational, and is it sensational?
It is sensational.
It was a fantastic score, and West London are taking the points home there. It was a brilliant break.
Easter kick-off.
And that's Reece Walker with his second. Wonderful try. Just nicely taken kick. Bounced up perfectly for him, evaded the attentions of the defenders and went over for the game-tying score. Now, funnily enough, the decision was made that because of the setting sun, we'd have a change of directions halfway through the game. The first time it's happened is the game where the sun has gone behind the clouds, John. As this game's got more tense, we've had a bit of pathetic fallacy and the weather is drawn in. But nonetheless, we've changed ends, and the game will continue. No half-time, just the swap over.
You know, you learn something every day. I'm going to use an American word here. Wow. Thank you for informing me about that. I would have suddenly thought my eyesight had gone completely. So they have turned around because they're taking the conditions into account. I think that's very good.
So play advantage.
Barron and Pointer. Doing well in midfield there.
Is Walker going to be the match winner?
Could well be. He's on a hat-trick now. Wouldn't that be a story? Winning West London's first crown in the men's with a hat-trick. Well, 2 tries to the good already.
Yeah, Walker, the name on everybody's lips. Reece Walker.
Not enough get me to go through. Contact.
I suppose there are some players who just want to be out there for the full 20 minutes. There are others who are, we call impact players.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. You'll see, for example, Turner on the East London side. He's not someone that comes off the field, but Roberts on the wing comes on and off because he operates in short, sharp bursts of speed that can often tear an opposition team apart.
Yes, I can see that great tag effected there by the number 3 on the West London side, Kieran Pointer. Still eagerly contested as you would expect in a final. Nothing in it whatsoever. But we do have to have a winner at the end of the day.
We do. And halfway through this one, they couldn't be closer and headed currently to our first drop-off, our first extra time. We will see whether that comes to fruition. Kenny Hunt with yet another kick. It went a bit longer. Shurish Kumar cleaned it up and Hunt made the tag before he could get away. Oh, and a break here from Russell Reid. Closed down by his opposite number, 10 on 10. Josh Roberts makes the tag, still inside West London territory. Himiona now takes the ball up towards halfway.
Yep, half the pitch, half the normal size of a rugby pitch. Kick, catch, and tagged all in one.
Yeah, but Barron's got them into opposition territory.
Talked earlier about being in the right mindset, and that's where you have to be at any level in any sport. Willpower often as well. It is the team in the black now who are in the ascendancy, and who's balked there, so the referee will award a penalty.
Yeah, so Huntington are judging that Walker, two-try scorer so far for West London, had run into the two defenders. And that's an excellent little tap and go there from Winter, nearly breaking away, but just snagged by Nick Stanworth over on the far side.
Yeah, Sam Winter made the initial break. He was follically channeled. No problem about follicles here. And an enterprising burst, but it is stalled in the end. The run of Jake Jones, who has been on the score sheet today.
Yeah, Bezuidenhout covering well there. But here goes Kenny Hunt.
Yeah.
Great diving tag from James Barron.
Yeah, very much so. Hunt's come to the fore in the last few minutes with two darts towards the opposition line, which is where you want to be. Thought about a short kick there, I think. Instead, the ball whistles through the hands.
Of course, either of these sides, whichever one wins, will claim their second out the 4 crowns in this year's tournament.
Oh, a lovely backflip pass.
The whistle had already gone. Winter thought he was going to be the hero for East London. He would have loved that. He's not happy that the try has been taken away from him.
Yeah, that was another one where you have to catch your breath and then hold your tongue. The word try or point was already there, and then it was balked. Good enterprising play from both sides. I keep saying that the line must seem an awful long way up the other end of the field here in Bramhope.
Gets closer when Himiona gets on the ball though, and Stanworth. Nearly round the outside of Roberts, but one of the fastest men in tag. He wasn't going to let his man go.
You know, Walker's still on a hat-trick in this game.
Barron at dummy half.
Yeah, James Barron.
Puts in the kick. It would have gone close to a 50-10. No, it would have gone over the try line anyway, even if it hadn't been over Jono's shoulder height. So East London get to bring the ball all the way back. Nearly 10 metres into the West London half for a roll ball and a set of 6 with 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, exactly 5. We're into the last quarter, and the crowd has increased naturally because a lot of players who were participating earlier have now done their stint for the day and have come out to watch these finals. Wondering which way this one is going to go, and at the moment, well, it's toss a coin.
It is East London, the reigning champions. West London, who've never won in the men's category. They'd only won the women's crown last year before this one. They defended that this time. Looking to add a second to their roster.
Yeah, I wish you hadn't used that word raining. I'm just looking ahead, and there look to be 1 or 2 dark clouds imminent. Kick through here. No score.
Big celebrations from the Eels on the sideline. Huntington's whistle had already gone. It's not going to be a try, but he's going to have a quick check with his touch judge here just to make sure they're both in agreement about the decision he's going to award.
Yeah, I think he thought he'd got it over in valid circumstances, didn't he? No. The referee's decision is final, as we've said earlier today.
It is. East London were setting themselves nearly for the restart, hoping to sway Huntington with their line-up, but it will be a line restart for West London. Barron this time, instead of going long, goes high and hanging. Andriolo bobbles it backwards but holds onto it.
And that was one occasion when the ball is allowed to go miles in the air.
Yes, not many in tag, but the line restart is one of them.
So coming down the left and then back inside. Neat approach play. Tagged in time.
I'd already called it. Up we go.
The one who was tagged was Kenny Hunt. He's had an impressive day.
Avoid. Thank you.
Turner nowhere for him to go through, and usually we see Turner tearing games apart and being one of the top try scorers, but he's been well shackled by West London's defence in this match.
Yeah, in case you missed it, the battle in the women's final was won by the West London Wolves by 4 points to 2 against the East London Eels.
Stanworth bats that one up in the air with the interception, knocks it back and into his own hands, and West London will escape again with the game still locked at 2 points. No scores in this second half of the game so far.
Looking for a double after that triumph by the women.
Take 3, Robble.
Still lively. The run made there by Shurish Kumar.
Here's Barron, Fox Edwards, Stanworth. One more outside. They do go to Russell Reid.
Yeah.
The whistle's gone.
A few curses around the ground there. Opportunity lost.
Yeah, so the decision there from Huntington is that Stanworth has continued his run after passing the ball, continued his run into the East London defenders. So it'll be Hampson who takes the ball up first.
We're coming up to just 90 seconds to go, Wilt. So I think an appropriate moment for you just to tell us what happens if the scores are tied after the 20 minutes.
So both sides will immediately drop to 5 players. We'll have a quick moment for the referees to confirm the rules with the players, but they'll both drop to 5 on each side. There'll be another toss taken. The team that wins that toss will take a tap restart from halfway and must score in a set of 6 tags.
West London at the moment are hoping it doesn't go to that because got the ascendancy here. They've got the ball out wide, trying to come back inside there as we move right inside the last minute now of the 20. Ball thrown out long, a good catch as well, and a good turn of Payson to get a ball away. Comes inside, he's tagged. No, nobody's going to give that, I'm sure.
Shurish Kumar, nearly the hero for West London. He clashed knees with Turner, who gets up gingerly, and Huntington's going to take a moment to have a conversation with his touch judge here, Tash McGregor, just about what the two of them saw. Shurish Kumar, he did fall to the ground, his knee went to the ground after the clash. He then regained his feet and was tagged before the line. So Huntington will want to check whether the knee was on the ground when there was a defender in tagging distance, and therefore which tag was the one that counts, the knee on the ground or the one taken just before the line.
Still the decision being made. I was also recalling the words of the most famous rugby commentator of all, Bill McLaren, who would have said they were dancing in the streets. Would have been in Mumbai in this case. And there is the hooter, and we are indeed, it would appear, unless something happens from this play, going into added time. And is he there? Is that a dramatic finale?
This is a huge decision for Huntington to have to make. Zach Akil holding the tag above his head. He thinks he's made it.
Well, he's high-fiving, taking the odd hug. Which was as dramatic a finale to a final as you could have.
It's Russell Reid who's gone over, and Huntington has awarded the try. The tag was simultaneous with the grounding of the ball, therefore the try is the dominant play in that situation, and West London, for the first time in their region's history, are the men's open champions at the UK Tag Nationals.
You could not have had a more dramatic final than that. The very last play of the game after the hooter, and it means it's a victory here for the West London side by 3 points to 2. So well done to the Wolves. Consolation to the Eels, who are heartbroken to lose it like this at the very end.
Yeah, so here we're seeing Andriolo's opening score for the Eels. They went 2-0 up. It looked like they were in control of the game before a double strike back from Walker tied things up, and that's the way we stay for the well over 10 minutes of the second half of this final, until we eventually got to that score just after the hooter, as you say, John. And here we see Walker's first. Ball barely in his hands as he received the pass and dotted it straight down, and now we'll see his second, kicking the ball through, bounces once, twice, perfectly into his hands, evades 2 tags and scores Wonderful try. And this is the winner coming up. Fox Edwards switches the ball back to Baron Stanworth. And there it is into the hands of Russell Reid, who just grounded the ball as Zaki Kill took his tag. West London, your champions in the men's open.
And it's a West London double. The women were successful as well, and now the men follow suit. So a double shield celebration for this evening, maybe.
Yes, this is the greatest achievement so far for the West London region. They'd not won a title until last year when they took their first shield in the Women's Open, and 2 this year.
So well done to Russell Reid for preventing us going into added time as well, which is never the most satisfactory way to settle an issue, but they've done it the right way, and they did it in the most dramatic way possible as well. I was talking earlier, by the way, about Bill McLaren, the greatest rugby commentator of all time, and there is a very interesting piece of art in this clubhouse here with Bill McLaren's notes from an international match, which were extensive to say the least. I had the privilege of producing Bill McLaren in a match between France and England, and his notes were absolutely meticulous, absolutely unreadable as well for anybody else, by the way. But they are mounted here and framed in the West Park Bramhope clubhouse.
As they should be. What a legendary commentator he was. I do remember him being the voice of rugby when I was first getting into the game myself. And probably around the same time that many of these West London players were as well. They've received their shield, they've popped their Prosecco, and the celebrations will truly begin now for West London as they trudge towards the clubhouse, into the showers and straight up to the bar. Before we go into our final of the day, it's the mixed open final, and just like last year in this competition, John, it's an all South London affair.
Do try tag rugby, you'll enjoy it.
Yes, if you've enjoyed watching it, it's even more fun playing it, and quite good fun reffing it as well. We have said that we're always on the lookout for referees in this game.
Well, the gentleman you're looking at now is the one who alerts us to the referees arriving. You might tell me who's playing in the final in the mixed.
It's South London mixed. South London Seals green against South London Seals white, the 2 mixed sides.
Oof, can't possibly get confused here, can I?
We can't. Thankfully, one will be in green, one will be in white. And we're just waiting for the teams to be given their tags before they'll run out onto the field. That rain that you mentioned, John, hopefully just holds off before this one. If you joined us last year, you'll remember these 2 sides going at it in absolutely torrential rain while everyone else was warm and dry in the clubhouse. They won't want a repeat of that right now.
Well, it's very unfair, but you're not going to stop me mentioning rain. The Manchester Autumn tournament comes up, a full day of tag rugby, followed by the Super League Grand Final at Old Trafford on the 24th of September.
I've heard there are days where it doesn't rain in Manchester, John. Hopefully that will be one of them.
Yet to experience it. So South London against South London then.
Seal against Seal, green against white. Dave Matkoff, the referee, leading them out. Matt Blades and Tom Ralph as 2 touch judges. Here they come, the 2 South London sides. They will line up either side of their referees. GB players are plenty in each of these 2 sides as they take their moment to be welcomed onto the pitch by the fans and by their families and friends that have come to see them here today.
And we have touch judges again for this final.
We do have touch judges, and 2 of the very best, Matt Blades and Tom Ralph. We've seen them reffing on this pitch quite often through the day. Some of the most experienced referees in the country. Dave Matkoff taking charge on the whistle, as he is one of the referees that is very firmly in our mind as we look towards the British and Irish Cup and the World Cup. In fact, all of the 4 referees you've seen for these grand finals are referees on that performance pathway to being an elite international referee. It will be South London to kick off, in the South London white to kick off. Ronan Farrell over the ball, hammers it down past Megan Davids. It goes backwards off her hand. No, Matkoff is saying it's gone forward, so white will have the first opportunity through Steffi Geertsen.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who are the favourites?
It ought to be Green. They are the A side and sort of have been selected with more of an opens flavour in mind, a younger category, while the Whites are the more senior one. So it's youth against experience.
Again, a reminder that you can only have 4 male players on the field of play in the starting 8, as it is in this sport, with 4 substitutes allowable anytime. But it's great we've come to the crescendo of the game. A full day's entertainment as well for everybody here in Leeds. And let's hope it's been a success bringing it to the north of England.
I think from the players I've had a chance to speak to going around today, they've all really enjoyed themselves. And it's, as we've mentioned a number of times, it's a beautiful venue, fantastic quality pitches, picturesque location, and a wonderful bar that they'll shortly be making the most of.
Yes, I know I'm biased, but it's the same in cricket where around the country every county wants to come and play in the Scarborough Festival. That's a brilliant run. There's Nick de Jong there. This is Nick de Jong, who scored 3 tries in the last game.
He's a dangerous player, GB Men's Open representative, and there's Entwistle from the mixed open side.
Tom Entwistle's impressed me as well. He's a well-built player, I'll put it very politely, but he's an impact player, as is de Jong. Is he there this time?
Here's the first score of the game, a 1-pointer, nowhere near the box, but that's all South London Seals Green needed to get themselves on the board.
I think he may be the top try scorer of the day.
That wouldn't surprise me if de Jong is.
Let's go, guys, on
He's got great awareness, hasn't he? He's got that ability to look around, looks over to his left shoulder, looks over his right shoulder, knows he's got the pace to get there.
Yeah, like all the best players, just seems to have so much time to do that.
Yeah, it all sounds curious to observers who don't understand sport, but that timeless aspect is something that you can't teach, really. Some people just have more time. It's all down to awareness. And they're very much on top again here now. The Greens, you said that they were probably expected to win this against what you call their second string. No try as yet. Played back, played across, right to left movement, slick handling as well.
Entwistle calling his sister round behind him for the loop. The ball ends up going dead. And Fannin enthusiastically running it out to the 10-metre line for the tap and dodges past Freya, but caught by Tom.
Yeah, another 20-minute final. That's good play. Excellent combination play there.
These
involving Stephanie Gertson.
These South London Seals white, they will not want age to count against them. They will not see that as an excuse for the Greens to take the crown.
There's a lovely lob pass there from Run and Farrell. Here we come. Just 10 yards away maybe. These are the most important 10 yards though.
Tag fight, 5th and final.
So that one and only line.
Yeah, it is the most important. And some teams, John, they just find the last 10 metres that bit harder to score, and they can scythe through from distance, but when they get close, suddenly that job becomes even harder.
It's an art, it really is. Opportunity to run the ball away, and some deft handling here as well. You've got to get a feel for the ball. It's not a particularly cold day, thankfully. We've all played sport on horribly cold days where to fumble the ball is very natural.
Oh, Ampau with the break.
Yeah.
Flicks it across.
Super skills we talk about. And it was Dan Ampau who's got them halfway up the field. In hand again, Ampau.
Here's Lampkin, a key signing for South London this year. Previously has represented the Thames Valley Titans.
Yeah, very live runner. Jinx this way and that, and very elusive.
He's got real speed to burn. Entwistle to Milford. Darts back in the hands of Entwistle and Ampau. Two middles on this side. Lampkin spills it backwards, regathers. Play on. He goes for the kick.
Yeah, had to juggle with it initially. I can imagine, you know, some African nations taking to this sport.
Yeah, well, South Africa are one of the 5 members of the International Tag Federation Board, along with Great Britain, Ireland, Australia and New Zealand.
Well, I've been to various parts of Africa and they are very keen on their sport, whatever it is. Desperate to win at the world stage of anything. Ampor's at the heart of everything at the moment.
Yeah, he's a key component in this South London mixed side, a key component in the Great Britain mixed side as well, where he is the head coach and a player in that team too. But it's the Whites that take over now. Farrell to Hodgson Tuck. We've not seen much of him yet so far in this game, but he is a big game player. Loves the final.
Yeah, of course, South London involved in every category here, and it was good to see Yorkshire involved in every category too.
It was, yeah. The 2 regions between them, putting in more teams across the categories than anyone else.
Having said that, I think it's been great to see teams representing the likes of Bristol and Coventry and Warwickshire here as well today.
Tag 5, 5th and final.
Yes, it's wonderful to be able to bring together the different tri-tag rugby regions, and hopefully over the years to come we'll just have more and more joining the competition and joining the party, vying for tag national supremacy.
We are talking here about greens and whites because I don't think I've ever commentated before on the final which involved 2 teams with the same name, basically, South London. But that is how we distinguish them. The Greens obviously in possession right now with Ampor.
2! All the way, boys, all the way. Keep coming, keep coming. Look where I'm 11. 11, make it back.
And whistle goes for the kick, and Court catches White on the turn. Kirsty Clark on the wing, not quite able to gather that ball. And a bit of discussion here between the referee and touch judge as to whose ball that will be.
Well, there are so many decisions for a referee to make here, and who's got the advantage, who is to blame, is there any offence committed? They have a lot on their minds.
They do, and it's interesting, the people, spectators and players alike that you find question referees the most, they're the ones that are least keen to give it a go. Don't want to be shown that actually it's not that easy to referee a game when everyone is relying on you to make the correct decision.
Well, I've often said who'd be a referee, and yet I shouldn't say that really, because where would we be without referees? We've got to have them.
We absolutely do. Ronan Farrell so nearly finding Rocky Garcia on the left-hand side, and one of the best chances the Whites have had so far, but they will have the ball again. Farrell was tagged before the pass. Hodgson Tuck shifts play back to the left-hand side. Caught in possession by Lampkin, though, and we'll have the changeover.
Guys, flow, leave the ball. There's now a penalty. No, leave the ball. Penalty now.
Yeah, it is the Greens who have the advantage by that single point scored so far by De Jong. And this is De Jong again, and he has that ability again. He raking run from him. Whenever he's got the ball in hand, you feel something's about to happen.
Yeah, just one of those players, but not the only of that ilk in this green side for South London. And on the ball again, and yet another chance. There's a late tag on Riddler though, so Greens will have the actually Freya Entwistle, sorry. Greens will have the penalty, and 6 more tags.
Yeah, big chance from here. The Whites desperate to hold out. Forward pass, I think, from Tom Entwistle.
Yep. So let off for the Whites, and I think actually they can be pleased to still be just a point behind. They absolutely deserve to be a point behind, but some may have expected before the game began that the Greens would run away with this a bit. That has not been the case at all. It's Billy Lyons taking the ball over to the far side and nearly up to halfway.
I suppose the Whites will say they have a point to prove.
They will indeed. And I'll tell you what, as I get older year on year, I side with that point of view more and more.
Lovely play here, and the attempted switch didn't quite come off. Nothing wrong with the idea that Kirsty Clark couldn't hold on to the ball. So the Greens will still have a chance to repel another move forward from the Whites.
Here, Matkoff calling last play of the half. We're not going to have a break, but we will have a change of direction.
Oh, just couldn't hold on, which is a great shame there for Billy Lyons.
But it was that man again involved, Nick de Jong. This time defensively, we've seen so much of him going forwards, but making a tag where it counted there.
No, Tom, we need to go clock still on. Clock still on. There's no half time, it's just straight in.
Yeah, we're exactly halfway through this final in the mixed competition here, with the South London Greens leading by 1 point to 0 against the South London Whites. Hence SLG and SLW.
And it will be Greens to kick off in this second half. Ampal goes for the short one.
Oh,
de Jong gathers.
It was de Jong, and still de Jong. Oh, absolutely stunning. Stunning from de Jong. He's my man of the day.
I was just about to say, John, I think that was my try of the day. Wonderful kick from Ampal. Perfectly weighted. It has to go 10 metres before anyone touches it. It did exactly that before de Jong gathers. He twists his way through 1, 2, 3 defenders before dotting that ball down just inside the bonus box for the 2-point score and the 3-point lead. And then Ampal with a completely different style of kick this time, hammering it down into White's territory and over the 10-metre marker. That's a 50-10. It will be green ball again. So having extended their lead out to 3, they will have the opportunity to add even more to it.
Yeah, good variation there, good tactics paying off. And maybe just getting the taste for victory here. They are in the ascendancy at the moment. There wasn't much time during the break for the coach to have an influence.
No, just one necessitated by the earlier setting sun, so it's just a change of direction. Coaches, not much they can do once the game's begun. And many of the coaches are in fact players themselves, so having to sort of shift to a senior role on the pitch.
Roland Farrell's just come on for the Whites. We've emphasised during the course of the day that substitutions are allowable at any time, and no surprise, 1 or 2 people limping, walking away, trudging, some of them. It's been a hard day.
Yeah, everyone here has put a real shift in to play through the
Well,
pools.
de Jong got the ball away. No score this time, but it may not be long delayed. The longer pass from right to left, 2 longer passes as well. Surely they may open them up here. Oh, couldn't take the final ball. Opportunity gone begging there for the Greens to cement their place. Megan Davids had the opportunity. Just couldn't take that final pass. Easy game from here.
Yeah, with 7.5 minutes to play, there's certainly time for the Whites to come back as the rain begins to come down.
Thank you.
Lightning does strike twice for these two sides in the final.
Thank goodness it didn't come down at 11:15 this morning.
Yes, I think we're all very glad of that. Players, spectators, coaches, commentators.
Yes, there was a rather tired contribution there as well from the Whites, from the player who's only just come on as well. Ronan Farrell looks a bit confused, and the Greens are very much in this sense. You feel as though they're just putting their foot on the accelerator.
Yes, I think now they've got that bit of a more of comfortable margin. They'll play with some more freedom. Freedom often brings with it creativity and scores.
4. Back on me, yellow.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of scores throughout the course of the day. We've had our favourite tries, as you said a moment ago. I think Nick de Jong has provided 2 or 3 of them. I enjoyed George Hargreaves' contribution earlier in the day as well. He's a man who plunders his fair share.
Yeah, he got us off to a great start. We've seen some good ones from Reece Walker in the men's open final, from Poppy Love for West London as well. And we'll be releasing another top 10 tries package on our social media, on TriTag Rugby social media, across Instagram, Facebook, YouTube and Twitter.
Yes, and no matter who you support, there have been good moments today for Manchester, for Bristol, for Yorkshire, for Warwickshire and Coventry and Warwickshire as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that we hope that all of the regions will have made the kind of progress that they want. It's not just about getting to the final and lifting that shield. you know, if you've come to a tournament for the first time and you're actually able to pick up some wins in the pool stage and reach the knockouts for the first time, that can be just as big an achievement for a region as getting all the way to the big dance.
This is Amport, goes all the way.
5th tag, just short of the line, well taken by Geertsen.
Yeah, I would say Amport deserves a score of his own.
Simultaneous, tag 6, turnover.
Tags all over the place.
Back to the orange.
So Whites hold out one more time.
Winger, good.
They do, and try to get a relieving run going through Stephanie Geertsen.
Simultaneous, play on. Balls away.
And they've got the ball over to that far side, so they've managed to make 20 yards of progress here, which was good, but that's a bit sloppy.
Guys, you play on the ball with only one
Angus
tag
Lawson
on,
just not able to hold on to it.
5 minutes to go. 3 points the difference. That's very respectable from the Whites' perspective.
2. Back of the orange.
Competed well, and I suppose all of these players will be returning south tonight. 1 or 2, of course, from around this part of the world who don't have very far to go, but the majority have a long way to go.
I think, to be honest with tag players, John, most of them will have prioritised the party and have booked themselves into the various hotels across Leeds to be able to make the most of that. And, of course, a huge number will be involved at the Great Britain training session tomorrow here at West Park.
Yeah, sadly, commentators can't always do that. It's Burnley versus Newcastle United for moi tomorrow. Different sports, but just as enticing. We're 4 minutes away from the final whistle here on the inaugural competition staged in this part of the world.
Kicks fine. Touch there, guys. Bring it in 10, roll orange. Where Lucy is.
So it's going to be Greens taking over after that White attack made huge amounts of ground, got them well into the green territory, but ultimately the kick through from Hodgson Tuck found its way into touch, and Ampau now stands over the ball.
Well, 3-0 good enough for the team in green at the moment.
Yeah, Snowden
hard to see them. Yeah, and it's hard to see them releasing their grip on the shield.
Yeah, well, they've been here, done that before, this South London side. Champions for the last few years in mixed. Only the first year of the competition when we just had a mixed category, and it was won by East London.
And they know how to slow a game down and then to play in bursts like that one there.
They do, exactly. So
clever kick through, races on. And no score. Not quite. Maybe any second now. Maybe not.
Mantell just spills it forwards, and every time you think that the Greens are going to put this game to bed, Whites just hold out. And wouldn't it be something if they get a score now to bring them back into the game, to get on the board? And of course, this being mixed, a female try scored inside the bonus box would be worth 3 points. So the toss of a coin and it could all be tied up, and we could be headed to overtime.
Well, we had a dramatic finish to the men's final. Are we going to get a dramatic finish to the mixed final as well? If it's going to happen, it's going to happen in the next 2 minutes. But here is the break, perfectly timed, and the ball is good inside as well. Just tagged.
Snowden was so calm there in the sweeper roll, picking it up, stepping her defender, and making a good 40 metres downfield.
Yeah, Anita Snowden, and still looking good for the team in green. 3 points is the difference with 90 seconds remaining. That is all. That is how close they are to claiming victory in this final. This could put the seal on it, and it's a super score if the referee gives the try, and he does. Rich Milford, and that surely is going to be good enough. It's a 4-point advantage now as we move into the last minute of the mixed final.
Yeah, that continues an exciting year for Rich Milford on the tag field. He got his first ever selection in the Great Britain training squads back in March, and now has potentially scored surely scored the try that puts this final to bed and means the Greens will keep the crown. Ampau with another great kick off, and it goes dead. The hooter wasn't the best of the hooters we saw today, but it has gone off. and centralised timing means that that will be the end of the game. Matkov blows for it, ends 4-0 here to South London Seals green over South London Seals white.
Yeah, the Seals are leaping, 4 points to 0, and an emphatic scoreline. We've had a lot of emphatic scorelines today. We've had some matches to savour, some really enjoyable sport. My first opportunity to watch it, and thank you very much for the opportunity to do so. Thoroughly enjoyable Saturday afternoon here in West Yorkshire, and we've seen some outstanding play, and here are just some of the points from this match taken at the end by the South London Greens.
Yeah, so it was that man De Jong that you were talking about as he ran onto the pitch, John, and he made sure your hype was worth it. A well-taken score in the first half, and then a beautiful darting, jinking run after he picked up Ampal's kickoff to score in the bonus box, extend the lead to 3. And now here we see the one that finished things off. Rich Milford just evading 2 attempted tags before touching down in the corner and sealing it for the Seals, 4-0.
So that's almost the end of the day's entertainment, but we do have the presentation of the Shield to come. And it's been great mixing with so many people who know their sport. And that's the beauty about it for me, is that there's a passion here. And it's your passion.
Yes, absolutely is, John. Whatever sport it might be, I think we're all of us here bonded by a love of competition and socialising and having fun on the pitch and off it. It's been a pleasure to have you joining us, and you've been saying that you've enjoyed the tag that's been on offer through the day. I hope that's enough to bring you back.
Well, given the opportunity, absolutely. Just try hard to keep me away now. As you said before, we just love our sport, don't we? We're very fortunate to be able to witness it, and to witness, you can recognise good players even when you don't particularly know the sport. It's amazing, something that's always entranced me as that. I remember Franz Klammer. He was easily the best skier. Torvill and Dean, I've done ice skating. You only have to watch them on the ice to know they were better than anybody else. And without knowing the sport particularly, you recognise talent.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's been buckets of it on display throughout the games we've seen on this Pitch 1 today. Hopefully there'll be many of you who've followed us throughout the day and will be keen to watch the replays when they go up on our Facebook and our Instagram, and also the OurLeague replays next week. And a beautiful display here from the 2 South London sides. They come together to celebrate white and green behind the Tag Nationals logo. They'll shortly be given a shield, they'll be given a Prosecco, and the celebrations can begin. But a beautiful moment showing that in this tournament it really is a case of the regions supporting all their different teams. It's not one team over another, it's about the region itself.
I'm just taking it one step further before we sign off, Will. You are also the Great Britain Programme Director. How big a step is today along those lines?
It's huge to see the standard of play that we've had on offer today, and you think about the fact that we've got Great Britain players spread through these squads, many in this side here. Anita Snowden with her hands on the shield, one of them. But you think if you then combine all of that excellence into our 6 GB side, soon to be 7, hopefully, with the addition of a GB men's 40s following the inaugural running of the category in this tournament, the national side truly can achieve great things. And so we look ahead to our 2 tournaments this year. We've got the International Tag Series, the inaugural ones of those, in Limerick at the start of August, and we'll follow that up on home ground here at West Park with the British and Irish Cup on the 3rd and 4th of September.
Thank you very much, Will. We've had great entertainment, and of course the Londoners in particular are celebrating. In the men's 40s, it was the East London Eels who triumphed over South London, then a double for North London in the men's and the women's categories, and then the South London Greens in the mixed. So it's just been a total triumph for London.
It has, and I have to confess mixed feelings about that. I would have loved to have seen Yorkshire in one of the categories taking home the Tag Nationals shield. But the London dominance of this tournament continues. It was East, West and South that shared the 3 categories between them last year. They've done that this year with the 4 categories, but West, that will probably be the proudest of the bunch, with 2 crowns in women's and in men's for the first ever time.
Yeah, it's been a delight to welcome you and to treat you to good old-fashioned Yorkshire hospitality, and we'll hope we can repeat the feat in some time to come.
I'm sure we will do. It's always a part of the world I love visiting, and hopefully every single player across the 41 sides, whether they've been here before or it's their first time to this part of the world, they'll have seen what a magical place it is and be very keen to come back for the British and Irish Cup and all sorts of tag events in the future.
So the final word here from the West Park Bramhope Rugby Union Club from the UK Tag Nationals. We thank you for watching, hope you've enjoyed it, and see you next time.
My name is Lois Forsell. I'm the head coach of Leeds Rhinos Women and the RFL Women's Ambassador. Tri-tag's a great game. It's great to keep active, great to socialise and great to be part of a team environment. I'd say 100% get involved. It's a great, exciting game. It's exactly the same as Rugby League, just without the contact, but as I can see tonight, there's lots of fast-paced running, loads of tries scored and some great passing. It's fun, great fitness and social. Give tag a try.